Chapter 1203. Boom. There was a deafening sound as if heaven and earth had collapsed. A circle of visible ripples spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, more than a dozen mountains were instantly turned into ashes. The power of the stars that Hei Tian had triggered collided with the finger radiance of the heavenly eye demon emperor. The two extremely powerful forces erupted with terrifying fluctuations, and the mighty aftershocks caused the earth to undulate violently like waves. Everyone was shocked. This was a battle between two peak emperors. The heavenly eye demon emperor was the emperor of emperors and was invincible among his peers in the entire Nanling Mountains. Even those of the older generation who had cultivated for many years were no match for him. He had once fought his way into the 100,000 demonic mountains alone, took the head of an old demon emperor, and retreated calmly. This incident had shocked the entire Nanling Mountains. The demon clan and the demons had fought in the Nanling Mountains for countless years and attacked each other. However, it was unprecedented for the heavenly eye demon emperor to fight his way into the 100,000 demonic mountains alone and kill an old demon emperor who had been famous for thousands of years. There was no doubt that the heavenly eye demon emperor was powerful. However, Hei Tian was not a good person either. He did not stick to a single pattern and would use any means as long as he could defeat his opponent. Buzz! The huge star above Hei Tian's head vibrated, and spots of starlight appeared in the sky. Beams of starlight fell from the sky and merged into the huge star. A starry sky appeared in the sky. Countless stars were twinkling. Hei Tian had attracted the power of the stars from the 9 heavens with his extraordinary ability. Stars appearing in the daytime? Everyone was a little dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Why would there be stars appearing in the daytime? Such a strange phenomenon was too heaven-defying. Good. This way, it won't be boring. The heavenly eye demon emperor's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Hei Tian in front of him. His aura was rising rapidly, and the heavenly eye between his eyebrows was vibrating gently as if it was about to open. This demon emperor was very confident and proud. Do you think you're a Tai Huang? Or was it a sky demon? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Hei Tian said disdainfully. His background was mysterious. Even Ji Yufei could not figure out his background. The arrogant look on the celestial eye demon emperor's face made Hei Tian very unhappy. Clang! Endless starlight poured down from the star above Hei Tian's head. Then, streams of starlight condensed around Hei Tian to form a dazzling divine sword. In just an instant, the space around Hei Tian was densely filled with sword shadows. Countless divine swords floated around Hei Tian, and the power of stars transformed into sword qi that shook the heavens and earth. Even those who were 100 miles away felt a chill run down their spines, as if a peerless divine sword was pressed against their throats. Boom! As Hei Tian's hands danced, the thousands of divine swords that floated around him began to dance around him. Every beam of sword radiance had the power to tear the void apart. Every beam of sword radiance streaked across the void quickly, leaving a spatial crack that looked like a black line. Go! As Hei Tian shouted, countless beams of sword radiance immediately flew forward. They were like tiny streams of flowing light that instantly streaked across the void and pierced through the celestial eye demon emperor in front of them. The silk-like sword radiance cut through the void. Everyone was moved when they saw this scene. Even the emperors of the older generation were shocked. A single beam of sword radiance was enough to destroy a mountain range. Sword of starlight? The celestial eye demon emperor's expression became solemn. His opponent was very strong. He was afraid that he had already stepped into the mighty realm, just like himself. In this world, it was almost impossible to become a sage. Even cutting one's way had become much more difficult. No one could cut their way easily. However, once he severed his Tao, he would be much more powerful than those who severed their Tao in the untainted land. Hei Tian and the celestial eye demon emperor had already taken half a step and were in a state of cultivation between mighty realm and celestial emperor. Such figures were known as half-emperors in the heaven realm, but in the human realm, they were known as half-mighty realm. Just as the thousands of sword radiance pierced through, a strange force suddenly surged from the celestial eye demon emperor's body. Then, the void around him turned pitch black. It was as if a spatial black hole had suddenly appeared. Then, everyone saw that a small universe seemed to have appeared around the celestial eye demon emperor. In the darkness, there were specks of divine light flashing, and a terrifying aura that seemed to have opened up the sky spread out, transforming the body into the universe, invincible. It was as if the celestial eye demon emperor was standing in a small universe. Galaxies could be vaguely seen in the pitch-black void. Thousands of sword lights rushed into the small universe around the celestial eye demon emperor and disappeared. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar was inexplicably shocked. The great technique that the celestial eye demon emperor displayed was too terrifying. He was simply invincible. The celestial eye demon emperor is invincible among his peers. It's really not a lie. He actually cultivated such a great technique. No wonder he could kill his way into the 100,000 demon mountains alone. Many people were amazed. The celestial eye demon emperor's great technique could indeed be considered invincible among his peers. This was truly invincible. Ji Fei could not help but frown when he saw this scene. The celestial eye demon emperor had the right to be arrogant. Such a strength was indeed almost invincible among his peers. He was even stronger than Zi Huang back then. He Tian felt a great deal of pressure. The strength of the other party was beyond his expectations. Such a great technique was terrifying, and it was innately invincible. Even if the celestial eye demon emperor stood still and let He Tian attack, He Tian might not be able to hurt the celestial eye demon emperor. I don't believe that your cosmic void can even take in my mighty holy weapon. He Tian was ruthless as he drove the large star above his head with all his might. Rumble, the entire world trembled as boundless starlight cascaded down from the 9 heavens. Mahakala had used his great star to draw upon the power of the stars in the heavens, and as the boundless power of the stars flowed into his body, it was as if a starry sky had appeared around him. He Tian began to press forward, and the starry sky around him also moved forward. The void between heaven and earth was almost crushed by the power of the stars. Everyone felt a great deal of pressure. The nearby mountains continued to collapse, and the entire mountain range was shaking. He Tian wanted to use absolute power to break the celestial eye demon emperor's invincible technique. It seemed that this was the only way to break the small universe outside the celestial eye demon emperor's body. Everyone was extremely nervous. The scene in front of them was absolutely shocking. The starry sky was moving towards the small universe in front of them. This was a battle of supreme techniques. There were no expenses, and there was no way to use tricks. Victory or defeat would be decided in one move. If he lost, he would probably lose his life. The starry sky around He Tian finally collided with the small universe of the celestial eye demon emperor. The two forces collided, but there was no sound. Where the starry sky and the small universe came into contact, the void between heaven and earth was silently annihilated. This was a great destruction, as if two worlds had collided. This kind of destructive power would probably make even the expressions of mighty figures change. Roar. He Tian roared, and the essence of his body was vast and mighty. The power of yin and yang intertwined between his eyebrows, as if a divine eye was about to open. The starry sky around He Tian was annihilated, and the small universe of the celestial eye demon emperor was also collapsing. Bright starlight fell from the 9 heavens, and the power of the stars was endless. However, the small universe of the celestial eye demon emperor was also attracting the power of the void between heaven and earth. It was absorbing the power of heaven and earth, making the small universe more and more real. He Tian was still approaching the celestial eye demon emperor step by step. With every step he took, countless large stars were annihilated in front of him, and the power of the stars was obliterated by the power of the small universe. During this process, the celestial eye demon emperor was not having it easy. With every step He Tian took, his body trembled. Although he was not forced to retreat, his dark face had already become black and red. He Tian was using absolute power to break the invincible technique of the celestial eye demon emperor. This was a martial arts method to break all techniques with force. He Tian had been with Ji Fei for a long time, so he naturally knew some of the mysteries of martial arts. In the face of absolute power, Any magical technique would be destroyed. Very good. I didn't expect you to make me show my true strength, the celestial eye demon emperor suddenly said. Then, the closed divine eye between his brows began to emit rays of divine light. A terrifying aura spread from between the celestial eye demon emperor's brows, as if a terrifying primordial beast was about to awaken. The celestial eye demon emperor is going to go all out. How terrifying. Is this the true strength of the celestial eye demon emperor? Everyone was extremely shocked. The reason why the celestial eye demon emperor was called that was because of the divine eye between his brows. It was a heavenly eye. If the heavenly eye were to open, it could destroy the void between heaven and earth and kill all enemies. In the entire heaven realm, no one had ever seen the divine eye between the celestial eye demon emperor's brows open. That was because anyone who had seen the divine eye open was already dead. In the entire Nanling Mountains, there was absolutely no one who could force the celestial eye demon emperor to open his heavenly eye among those of the same cultivation level. However, He Tian had forced the celestial eye demon emperor to use his killer move. The heavenly eye between the celestial eye demon emperor's brows vibrated, and rays of divine light shot out, piercing through the void, directly penetrating the small universe around him, and shooting outside. He Tian could not help but slow down when he saw that. He sensed danger. Once the heavenly eye between the celestial eye demon emperor's brows opened, everything would probably be destroyed. This guy is actually so powerful. He Tian sensed that the heavenly eye between the celestial eye demon emperor's brows was condensing a terrifying power. Rays of divine light shot out from it, and they were already able to destroy the void and break open the small universe. Several rays of divine light rushed into He Tian's starry sky, instantly wiping out countless large stars and almost tearing the starry sky apart. The power of the stars could not withstand the divine light of the extreme path. Just a few rays of divine light already had such power. What would happen if the heavenly eye were to really open? It was unimaginable. Chapter 1204. He Tian fought against the heavenly eye demon emperor, and the two of them displayed supreme divine techniques. Heaven and earth were collapsing, and it was as terrifying as a duel between two ancient gods and demons. Rumble, the power of the stars drawn by Mahakala transformed into a starry sky that clashed head-on with the small universe of the heavenly eye demon emperor. The heavenly eye demon emperor's great technique, which was known to be invincible, was shaken by Mahakala. Absolute power could surpass all magical techniques. No matter how powerful one's magical powers were, they could not compare to that ultimate attack. The heavens and earth shook, and the power of the stars spread in all directions. 100 suns appeared in the starry sky, and the huge star above He Tian's head emitted an unprecedented power, which had the power to crush the heavens. The power of the divine weapon of a great cultivator had been exerted to a terrifying extent by him. A mighty imperial might filled the heavens and earth, and everyone was shocked. Even the heavenly eye demon emperor had to be serious at this time. The combat power that the other party had displayed had exceeded his expectations. This person, like him, was about to cut the way. If it had been in ancient times, people like the heavenly eye demon emperor and He Tian would have long cut the way and become powerful cultivators of the way. Cutting the way was a threshold, an insurmountable mountain in front of the celestial emperor. In the current world, it was almost impossible to become a saint, and cutting the way was about to become a dead end. For 10,000 years, only the Emperor Xian of the Eastern Land, Yuan Jiyu, had successfully cut the way and become an emperor. He had risen in the heaven realm and dominated the Eastern Land. 10,000 years ago, it was a great era. Everyone thought that the road to becoming a saint would open in that great era, and that the world would change. However, in the end, countless cultivators fell, and the blood of immortals and gods dyed every battlefield red. Thousands of corpses had only helped one person cut the way. The heavenly eye demon emperor had evolved into a universe, and he was innately invincible. However, He Tian had mobilized the power of the stars with all his strength, condensing a terrifying power that was enough to shake the small universe. The invincible great technique was being challenged by an unprecedented power. The starry sky was shattering, and the microcosm was collapsing. The power of destruction surged out, and the surrounding mountains kept collapsing. Spatial cracks spread out in all directions. Two extremely powerful forces collided, and neither could truly suppress the other. Buzz! The huge planet above Mahakala's head was shaking. Ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out like water waves. This was the power of the stars that was visible to the naked eye. The entire starry sky lit up. Hei-Tien continued to press forward. The small void universe was suppressed to the point of collapsing inwards. The body of the heavenly eye demon emperor swayed continuously. He had received quite a bit of an impact, and Ebon made him feel a sense of danger. This was something he had never encountered when fighting against someone of the same level. The celestial eye demon emperor was the emperor among the emperors, and he was known as the emperor among emperors. He was said to be invincible among his peers, and none of the emperors of the same level were his match. The fact that Hei-Tien could make him feel a sense of danger was unacceptable to the celestial eye demon emperor. The celestial eye demon emperor stared at Hei-Tien, who was still pressing forward step by step, and said coldly, "You are the first among the emperors to die under my celestial eye demon emperor." Then, the closed divine eye between his eyebrows began to vibrate gently. Rays of divine light that emitted an endless aura of destruction burst out from the gap of his divine eye. A terrifying destructive power was emitted from the divine eye between the eyebrows of the celestial eye demon emperor. "You are the first to die under my yin-yang reincarnation eye." Hei-Tien sneered. His opponent had cultivated the celestial eye demon emperor, but he had also cultivated a great technique. "Die!" The celestial eye demon emperor roared angrily, and his long hair fluttered despite there being no wind. Rays of divine light of destruction burst out from between his eyebrows, and the eyelids of his divine eye twitched. Whoosh! One of the divine eyes opened, and a destructive power rushed out from between the eyebrows of the celestial eye demon emperor. Then, the void in front of the celestial eye demon emperor collapsed. Boom! The heavens and the earth shook, and the weather changed. An extremely terrifying power engulfed everything in an instant. The starry sky around Hei-Tien shook violently, and the endless power of the stars was engulfed by a strange power. The starry sky was collapsing, and the big stars were exploding. Even Hei-Tien could not help but fly forward, which made Hei-Tien turn pale with fright. The divine eye between the eyebrows of the celestial eye demon emperor opened. It was a terrifying divine eye that represented destruction. As long as one was shrouded by the destructive light of the divine eye, one would be turned into ashes. That divine eye seemed to be connected to a world of destruction. In the divine eye, only the power of destruction was surging and mighty. That power was enough to destroy everything. The eye of destruction? It's too terrifying. It can destroy the entire void with a single glance. I can't believe he has cultivated such a supreme magic. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar was stunned by the scene in front of them. They did not expect such a situation to occur when the divine eye opened. The destructive aura emitted by the eye of destruction made everyone's hearts palpitate. The celestial eye demon emperor was already invincible among those of the same level. Even a mighty cultivator of the severing path would probably be engulfed by the divine eye behind the divine eye and be completely obliterated. Hei-Tien, Jiu Fei was also shocked when he saw this scene. He could not watch Hei-Tien be engulfed by the eye of destruction. He was about to make a move, but at that moment, a divine light also rushed out from between Hei-Tien's eyebrows. It was a black and white divine light that was intertwined with the power of yin and yang. Then, the void trembled and the way flowed. The power of yin and yang that rushed out from between Hei-Tien's eyebrows turned into a sword of the way. It cut through the void between heaven and earth and the destructive power emitted by the eye of destruction of the celestial eye demon emperor. Hei-Tien manifested the great path of yin and yang. A divine eye also appeared between his eyebrows. The divine eye contained the power of yin and yang. The way flowed and the yin and yang intertwined, attracting a trace of the power of the great path. One eye of reincarnation, Hei-Tien shouted, and the sword of the way condensed from the power of yin and yang disappeared in the void. Then, a strange power surged out from Hei-Tien's divine eye. Then, the world seemed to be in chaos. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared between Hei-Tien's eyebrows. The pitch-black whirlpool quickly became larger and shrouded the front. It seemed to be a reincarnation passage that connected to the legendary 9 serenities of hell. He Tian wanted to force the celestial eye demon emperor into reincarnation. The Eye of Reincarnation. It's the Eye of Reincarnation. Some of the old antiques of the heaven realm were shocked when they saw this. Some of them even cried out in fear, as if they had seen something unbelievable. What? The celestial eye demon emperor was shocked. The other party had also cultivated a divine eye, and it was the legendary Eye of Yin-Yang Reincarnation. Such a supreme technique was extremely terrifying. It could send one into reincarnation with a single look. In the past, someone had cultivated such a great technique. The power of yin and yang intertwined, as if it had really attracted the power of reincarnation. The pitch-black whirlpool shrouded the front, and nothing could stop it. The eye of destruction of the celestial eye demon emperor was gradually suppressed. The power of destruction was constantly dispelled by the pitch-black whirlpool, and all the power was unable to resist the power of reincarnation. Who is this person? He has actually cultivated the Eye of Reincarnation. This person seems to be someone that the South Mountains demon emperor brought. Is he the subordinate of the crown prince? Everyone was discussing in low voices, and everyone was extremely shocked. No one would have thought that someone had actually cultivated the 2 legendary divine eyes. The power of destruction and reincarnation clashed. It was obvious that the power of reincarnation that He Tian had attracted could suppress the power of destruction of the celestial eye demon emperor. This was a battle between 2 supreme techniques, and it did not cost anything. There were Tao rhymes flowing between the eyebrows of He Tian and the celestial eye demon emperor, shining with dazzling divine light. Boom! The void between heaven and earth collapsed, and the power of reincarnation completely shattered the power of destruction. The small universe around the celestial eye demon emperor instantly collapsed, and he roared as he was sent flying thousands of feet away. Emperor of emperors! That's all there is to you. He Tian changed his usual frivolous demeanor and became majestic. The huge star above his head was unparalleled as he pressed forward. The eye of reincarnation between his eyebrows opened and closed, and the pitch-black reincarnation vortex shrouded the celestial eye demon emperor who was sent flying. At this time, the mountain was silent, and everyone was stunned. The celestial eye demon emperor was actually defeated, and everyone could not believe what they had seen. This was the celestial eye demon emperor, the emperor of emperors. He was not called the emperor of emperors for nothing. The supreme small universe made him invincible, and countless powerful opponents had died under his small universe. The Eye of Destruction was even more terrifying. No one had seen the celestial eye demon emperor open his divine eye, because those who had seen him open his divine eye were all dead. Damn it! The celestial eye demon emperor was furious, and his long hair stood up. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was extremely ferocious. He looked like an injured ancient beast. He had actually lost, and he could not accept this reality. A stream of scarlet blood flowed from the divine eye between his eyebrows. His divine eye had been seriously injured, and it was difficult for him to open it. Is the invincible emperor going to be finished? How is this possible? Unbelievable. Where did this person come from? He actually defeated the emperor of emperors. Everyone saw that He Tian had suppressed the celestial eye demon emperor. The Eye of Reincarnation had broken the Eye of Destruction. Everyone felt like they were in a dream, and the scene seemed so unreal. At this time, the reincarnation vortex in the sky became larger, covering the sky and the earth. It was about to hit the celestial eye demon emperor into the reincarnation passage. At this time, a figure rushed out from the body of the celestial eye demon emperor. An old man stood in front of the celestial eye demon emperor, emitting an aura that shocked all living beings in the world. It was a wisp of saintly might. A semi-saint. Chapter 1205. He Tian displayed the great yin-yang technique. His yin-yang reincarnation eyes penetrated reincarnation and opened the legendary gate of hell. He wanted to force the celestial eye demon emperor into reincarnation. Seeing that the celestial eye demon emperor was doomed, a figure rushed out of his body without any warning. It was an old man dressed in white. His figure was blurry, and one could see his white beard fluttering in front of his chest. However, no one could see his true appearance. The old man seemed to have merged with the Great Way, giving off an extremely powerful sense of oppression. He looked down on all living beings in the world, causing the world to pale in comparison. This is an incarnation of a saint. No, it should be the will of a half-saint. Something had happened. This old man wasn't a real person. He was just a phantom that seemed like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, it was this phantom that made Mahakala feel a great sense of danger. Who dares to hurt my descendant? A wave of will came from the faint, unsubstantial figure. A wisp of holy might lingered in the world, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Great ancestor, the celestial eye demon emperor did not seem to know that he had been planted with a will of will. He could not help but be surprised and happy. He had definitely escaped from death this time. It's just a wisp of will. If it was your real body, I might have had some scruples. Hei Tian sneered, and a hint of disdain appeared on his face. It was the will of a half-saint that had been planted in the celestial eye demon emperor's body. It would only take form if the celestial eye demon emperor's life was threatened. How dare you? No one has ever dared to be presumptuous in front of me. The faint, unsubstantial figure sent out an angry wave of will. Although it was only an incarnation of will, it still displayed supreme majesty. As if his real body had descended, the aura that emanated from the old man made everyone watching the battle from afar feel a sense of fear. I'm presumptuous in front of you. What can you do about it? Hei Tian did not say anything else. The power of yin and yang intertwined at the center of his brows, and the Daoist rhymes circulated. The pitch-black reincarnation vortex swallowed the incarnation of the will. The reincarnation vortex seemed to have connected with the cycle of reincarnation and opened the gates of hell. An extremely terrifying aura surged out from the vortex. The old man didn't say anything else. The current situation could no longer be benevolent. The old man in white stretched out his right hand and gently pressed upwards. Bam! The pitch-black whirlpool trembled before collapsing. The samsara whirlpool had actually been shattered by a single palm strike from the old man. This scene shocked everyone to the extreme. This old man was merely a manifestation of a strand of his will, yet he was able to display such great power. It was truly unbelievable. Roar! The reincarnation vortex was shattered, and Erebus roared in rage as he was sent flying backward. He had received a tremendous blow, and his head was spinning. His head felt like it was going to split open, and he almost passed out. Hei Tian was sent flying thousands of meters away. Another stream of blood seeped out from the center of his brows and flowed down Hei Tian's devilishly handsome face. The samsara whirlpool formed by the yin-yang reincarnation eye had been shattered, causing Hei Tian's yin-yang god eye to be severely injured. It would be difficult for him to use it again in the near future. How dare you injure my descendant? You truly deserve to die. The old man did not conceal his divine sense at all. Every cultivator there could sense it. The old man's killing intent towards my Tian had been aroused. Bam! As he spoke, the old man pressed forward with his palm again. There was no dazzling divine light, nor was there a monstrous wave of immortal force. However, there was a Tao rhyme circulating on the old man's palm. Although this attack wasn't an earth-shattering move, it was even more frightening than those techniques that could shatter the heavens and rend the earth. The old man seemed to have fused with the Tao. On his palm, the power of the Tao surged. This was the power of the Tao. A half-sage could already use a trace of the power of the Tao for their own use. Boom! Without any suspense, a muffled sound was heard. Hei Tian was sent flying thousands of meters away by the old man's palm. Blood spurted out of his mouth and he looked extremely miserable. This strike had almost killed my Tian. All the bones in his body had been shattered, and shocking cracks had appeared on his body. So powerful. Hei Tian fell from the sky. Then, his consciousness fell into endless darkness and he fainted. The impact just now was too great. Swoosh. Ji Yufei took a step forward and appeared under Hei Tian. He reached out and caught him. Then, he opened up his inner world and threw Hei Tian into it. I didn't expect you to have cultivated a small world at such a young age. All the more reason why I can't let you live. The old man who rushed out of the celestial-eyed demon emperor's body suddenly had a murderous aura. Bam! A huge hand broke through the void and appeared above Ji Yufei's head. It emitted a terrifying wave of energy and grabbed at Ji Yufei. The huge hand enveloped the entire world and sealed off a part of the void. Divine inscriptions appeared indistinctly in the surrounding void, sealing off the area where Ji Yufei was. Forcing me to fight. Ji Yufei raised his head and looked at the huge hand that was grabbing at him. His pupils shrank involuntarily. A half-saint was indeed an invincible existence in the whole world. Just a strand of his divine will could easily defeat He Tian. Now, the divine will of this half-saint wanted to kill Ji Yufei as well. The 3 realms and 6 Dao were about to usher in a great era that happened once every 10,000 years. The path to becoming a saint would probably appear in this 10,000-year cycle. The path to becoming a saint was destined to be paved with white bones. This old man actually wanted to kill a genius of the human clan in the cradle. It was really despicable to do this. However, there was no other way. Everyone wanted someone in their clan to become a saint. Flawless 5 elements fist. Ji Yufei roared furiously, his long hair fluttering wildly. Boundless martial path true power erupted from his body, and then crazily gathered towards Ji Yufei's right fist. Boom! The fist power was monstrous and shook the whole world. On top of Ji Yufei's fist, there was endless 5-colored divine light flickering. In the 5-colored divine light, there seemed to be 5 small worlds revolving. The power of the 5 elements intertwined. Ji Yufei's fist fiercely collided with the huge hand that was descending from the sky. The power of the flawless 5 elements shattered the whole void of the world. Terrifying energy waves spread in all directions. The ground was shaking violently and a few terrifying abysses appeared. In the abyss, there seemed to be ancient fighting souls roaring. It was a few dangerous places. The huge hand that the old man had sent out dissipated in the void. Ji Yufei's fist power had also reached its strongest level. After dissolving the old man's surekill attack, it was also completely cancelled out. Ji Yufei was shaken down from the sky by a powerful force. Boom! Like a meteor falling from the sky, the whole ground was crushed by Ji Yufei's feet. Within a radius of 100 miles, everything on the ground no longer existed. The ground was shaking violently like waves. What? The old man couldn't believe that this guy could actually resist his attack. Could it be that Yi Shiwen's body was so strong that it could be compared to a real dragon? The strength of Ji Yufei's body really surprised the old man. The people watching from afar couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they saw that Ji Yufei could actually contend with the divine will incarnation of a half-step saint. Although it was only an incarnation of the divine will, it was still a half-step saint. How could an emperor of the celestial being realm withstand the attack of the divine will incarnation of a half-step saint? Half-step sage had the word sage in it. Even if he wasn't a true sage, he was already close to one. Anything on a half-step sage was a supreme treasure. A strand of hair from a half-step saint could kill a peak expert. It was as easy as flipping a palm for the incarnation of a half-step saint to kill an emperor of the celestial being realm. However, no one expected that Ji Yufei actually had the terrifying strength to go against the natural order and kill a half-step saint. It's my turn. Ji Yufei shot up into the sky. Purple divine light flashed from his brow, and a little purple person sat cross-legged on his forehead, surging with the power of his primordial spirit. The primordial spirit he had unexpectedly obtained came in handy at this time. Ji Yufei used the power of his primordial spirit to display the divine seizure secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The little purple person walked out from between Ji Yufei's eyebrows. Then, the little purple person turned into a beam of divine light of the great path and shot toward the old man. The power of the great path tore through the void, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. The old man was only an incarnation of a half-step saint's divine will, while the divine seizure secret art specialized in killing primordial spirits. It was the old man's nemesis. The old man was shocked to the extreme when he saw Ji Yufei use the 9 secrets of the immortal path. He seemed to recognize this secret art, but he didn't dare to fight it head-on. He flew backward. The speed of the incarnation of the will was extremely fast. However, the demon emperor of Celestial Eye was right behind the incarnation of the will of the old man. The incarnation retreated with the demon emperor of Celestial Eye, but the divine light of the great path formed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit flashed by. The lower half of the old man's body was cut off along with the demon emperor of Celestial Eye's legs. Ah! The demon emperor of Celestial Eye roared. He had never been so severely injured since he began cultivating. This made him, who was extremely proud, feel humiliated and angry. "Ancestor, kill him for me," the demon emperor of Celestial Eye roared. His legs were cut off at the knees by the divine light of the great path. For a moment, he was unable to regenerate his flesh and heal his injured body. Injuries of the great path were the most difficult to heal. The demon emperor of Celestial Eye might become a crippled demon emperor in the future. 9 Secrets of the Immortal Path. You actually obtained the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Is this the legendary divine seizure secret art? The old man was completely shocked. His incarnation of the will had been cut off at the waist, and there was no way for him to recover. Only the upper half of the incarnation of the will of the old man remained. The lower half had already dissipated in the void, and the power of his will was immediately greatly reduced. What? The 9 secrets of the immortal path? That person actually used the 9 secrets of the immortal path? Haven't the 9 secrets of the immortal path been lost for countless years? Chapter 1206. The 9 secrets of immortal Tao were said to be 9 immortal killing techniques created by Tao Ancestor Supreme Tao. Each of the killing techniques had incredible power. Some said that they were the embodiment of the 9 immortal laws that Tao Ancestor Supreme Tao had comprehended and were the carriers of the great Tao. However, the 9 immortal killing techniques were no longer complete during the primordial era. No one expected Gu Fei to use one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. His primordial spirit transformed into a beam of light that instantly destroyed half of the old man's body and cut off the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor's legs. This was an injury of the great Tao that was difficult to heal. The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor roared in anger and desperately activated the demonic power in his body, wanting to regrow his flesh and repair his legs. However, no matter how much demonic power he had, his wounds were still bleeding. It was the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor's blood essence that he could not even stop bleeding. He could not help but panic. Swoosh! The old man extended his hand and wiped it across the Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor's legs. The Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor's wounds immediately stopped bleeding, helping the Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor stop bleeding. Go! Go quickly! The old man's voice sounded in the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor's mind. This was the fluctuation of the old man's divine will. The old man did not have a physical body and was a clone formed by a divine will. The divine will incarnation was cut in half by Gu Fei using the godly snatch secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. Only half of the body was left. The old man's divine will power was cut in half. Swoosh! The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor did not hesitate. He rushed into the sky and fled into the distance. His opponent was so powerful that even the divine will that the old ancestor had planted in him was cut in half. He would not be able to leave if he did not leave now. The invincible Celestial Eye Demon Emperor fled. Who are these two? They actually defeated the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor, who is said to be invincible among his peers. The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor seems to be very close to the demonic half-saint, Yarrow Tian. Some people talked in low voices. They had seen the demonic half-saint Yarrow Tian retreat from the Great Tomb in defeat, and this He Tian seemed to be a friend of the Demon Emperor. Everyone thought of many things. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and the others had been following the old turtle ever since they met the old turtle. This time, He Tian and the others had followed the old turtle to the area near the Red Plains. Many people had seen He Tian, Xiaoqing, and the Demon Emperor enter the Sky City with the old turtle. The various powers in the Heaven Realm were very well informed, especially when it came to everything related to the Crown Prince. The various powers in the Heaven Realm were even more interested. To Emperor, the Dragon Emperor to be, he. The old turtle's background was simply too great. The Supreme Emperor was a supreme expert who had shocked an entire era. He was invincible under the heavens and was revered by everyone under the heavens. He could compete with any extreme path saint. Even the ferocious Xian Huang, who had rampaged through the primordial era, had to take a detour when he saw the Grand Emperor. All the cultivators in the heaven realm wanted to know how the son of the Supreme Emperor survived the dark times of ancient times. As a demon saint, he didn't disappear like the other saints. Of course, the old tortoise's current cultivation level was only at the peak of the almighty realm, still one step away from the half-saint realm. His cultivation level had been weakened to the extreme. If Jiu Fei hadn't accidentally stumbled into the peerless ominous formation in the virtual sky world, the old tortoise would probably have died in another 1 or 2,000 years. Today's world had changed. The Great Way was almost untouchable, and it was almost impossible to become a sage. Even becoming a semi-sage was extremely difficult. How could it be easy for the old tortoise to restore his demon sage cultivation? Ever since the return of the Crown Prince, the Goblin clan in the Heaven Realm had been turbulent and there were signs of internal strife. Many people supported Yarou Tianju as the Demon Lord. If the old tortoise hadn't returned, no one would have been able to compete with him for the position of Demon Lord. But now that the old tortoise had returned, the old subordinates of the Grand Emperor, who had maintained a wait-and-see attitude, immediately stood up and supported the Grand Emperor to become the Demon Lord of the world. Among the demons, the most senior group wanted to support the old tortoise as the Demon Lord, and no one dared to object. Even those who were originally on Yarou Tianju's side were hesitant. The old subordinates of the Grand Emperor had been asleep for countless years and didn't care about the affairs of the demon clan. However, the old tortoise's return and the old subordinates of the Grand Emperor woke up from their slumber, and the entire demon clan was completely shaken. Yarou Tianju, who was originally high up, was cast aside and fell from the sky to the ground. That kind of grievance and depression was absolutely unimaginable to others. Even so, there were still some people who supported Yarou Tianju. These were the new generation of demons, and the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor was one of them. Everyone knew that the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor and Yarou Tianju were very close. He stood up to oppose He Tian, and his various motives were thought-provoking. This was an internal matter of the demon clan, and no one was willing to talk about it. Where do you think you're going? As soon as He Tian saw that the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor wanted to escape, he immediately chased after him. The power of the stars was mighty, and the yin-yang divine eye between his eyebrows opened again. Whoosh! The power of yin and yang intertwined, forming a yin-yang divine light that pierced the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor, who had lost his legs, in an attempt to kill him. Void microcosm! The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor roared angrily, and an unfathomable power suddenly surged from his body. A pitch-black void spread from his body, as if a cosmic void was evolving around him. The divine light shot out from He Tian's yin-yang divine eye demon emperor shot into the microcosm around the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor's body, and it was immediately engulfed like a clay ox entering the sea. The great technique that the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor cultivated was known to be untouchable, and it was difficult to break through his microcosm no matter how powerful or unparalleled it was. Unless one used absolute power to directly break through his microcosm, he would be a supreme god as long as he stood in the microcosm. How dare you! The old man's body emitted a wave of angry divine thoughts, and he directly slapped his palm at He Tian, and a trace of Tao power erupted from his palm. Boom! The void in front of the old man's palm was instantly destroyed, and then an extremely terrifying destructive power was formed, rushing towards He Tian. He Tian could not help but be shocked. The old man's palm was very powerful, and it triggered the destructive power of heaven and earth. Even a powerful figure would probably be shocked when faced with such an attack. He Tian was about to dodge, but at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of He Tian, and then blasted forward. Bam! The divine light of the 5 elements surged from the fist, as if there were 5 small worlds emerging from the fist, and the endless power of the 5 elements directly penetrated heaven and earth. Boom! There was a loud sound, and heaven and earth shook. The fist and the old man's palm collided, and a terrifying power wave spread in all directions. A circle of transparent ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out. Your opponent is me. Ji Yufei withdrew his fist, and the old man also retreated. The person who took the old man's palm was Ji Yufei, and only Ji Yufei would help He Tian. Celestial Eye, you're dead, and no one can save you. When He Tian saw that Ji Yufei had blocked the old man, he no longer had any worries, and then immediately chased after the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor, who was trying to escape. The two of them were extremely fast, and in an instant, they rushed hundreds of miles away. The cultivators in front of them all retreated to the sides. Chapter 1207. Ji Yufei blocked the old man. His fist force was like a mountain. Even a spirit clone of a peak half-saint would find it hard to break through and kill He Tian. Although the old man was furious, there was nothing he could do. His opponent's 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was his nemesis. He had no choice but to be careful. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, Divine Snatch. Although it was only one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, there were all sorts of transformations and killing moves. Ji Yufei didn't have a primordial spirit before, so he couldn't use the transformations of the secret art. That was because the true power of the secret art could only be displayed with the power of the primordial spirit. On the other hand, Ji Yufei cultivated the supreme martial way. His body was the source of his power, so there was no need for him to cultivate his primordial spirit. This was because he had already cultivated the life imprint into every part of his body. However, he accidentally obtained a primordial spirit, which allowed him to display the various transformations of the secret art. He finally mastered the secret art of the immortal Tao. Whoosh! Ji Yufei didn't say much. He immediately used the secret art. A purple divine light surged out from his forehead, as if a divine eye had opened. A small purple figure appeared between his eyebrows. Then, with a flicker, it turned into a purple light with Tao runes flowing around it and rushed towards the old man. This was a supreme killing move derived from the secret art of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. It used the power of the primordial spirit to transform into a divine light of the great Tao that could destroy everything. Nothing could stop it. The light of the primordial spirit was extremely fast. With the Tao runes flowing around it, it tore through the void. It was a destructive light that left a pitch-black spatial crack wherever it passed. The old man was shocked when he saw it. He immediately rushed up into the sky in an attempt to escape. He only had the upper half of his body left. If he was struck by the light of the primordial spirit, there would only be one result: he would be killed. Such a killing move was impossible to resist. If his real body was here, he wouldn't be afraid. However, this was only a spirit clone. Even though divinity incarnations were capable of executing all sorts of powerful techniques, they were ultimately just incarnations. The strength that they could display would probably not even be 1,000th of their true selves. Of course, if it had been an ordinary celestial being realm emperor, this divine will clone would have killed as many of them as they came. However, Ji Yufei was not an ordinary emperor. The god-snatching secret technique was the nemesis of all divine wills and primordial spirits. No matter how powerful the opponent's primordial spirit and divine will were, they could not withstand an attack from the divine light of the great path formed by Ji Yufei's primordial spirit. This kind of great art specialized in attacking the primordial spirit. Without any suspense, the divine light of the great path that shot out from between Ji Yufei's eyebrows caught up to the half of the old man's will incarnation in an instant. Then, with a twist, the half of the old man's will incarnation also dissipated in the void. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. This kind of great art was too terrifying and impossible to defend against. It specialized in attacking the primordial spirit. If one was hit by this divine light of the great path, there would only be one outcome: one spirit would be directly scattered, leaving only a body behind. There were many demons among the spectators. Some wanted to stand up for the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor, but they were stopped by the people next to him. If even the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor was no match for him, then these people were definitely no match for Ji Yufei. Everyone's hearts trembled in fear. This young cultivator was too powerful. He had actually destroyed the divine will incarnation. One must know that it was the divine will incarnation of an existence that even the celestial-eyed demon emperor had to call an ancestor. Just as Jiyu Fei killed the primordial spirit incarnation, an old man who was in a deep sleep in an ancient cave residence in the depths of the Nanling Mountains suddenly opened his eyes. Whoosh! 2 rays of divine light pierced through the void and shot out from the old man's eyes. The dazzling divine light illuminated the entire ancient cave residence. Who is it? How dare you destroy a wisp of my divine will? Tian'er is in danger. The old man suddenly sat up on a purple jade bed and disappeared from the bed. In the next moment, the old man's figure appeared in the sky above the Nanling Mountains. Whoosh! The old man broke through the void and directly traveled in the void, heading out of the Nanling Mountains. At this moment, Jiyu Fei killed the old man's divine will incarnation. However, at the same time, he also sensed a few murderous intents coming from nearby. These murderous intents were directed at him. Jiyu Fei sneered and kept pointing. Fart! On a mountain 300 miles away, a cloud of blood exploded. Jiyu Fei had killed an expert of the demon race who wanted to kill him with a single point of his finger. There were other cultivators on that mountain. There were a few other great demons standing beside the great demon. These great demons were all splattered with blood. Everyone was shocked. No one had thought that Jiyu Fei would attack the other demon clan's experts. What Jiyu Fei did next was even more shocking. He attacked continuously and killed the remaining great demons who wanted to kill him on the spot. None of them could escape. This kind of ruthless method shocked everyone. For a moment, the surrounding area was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. This person killed the demon emperors as if he was chopping melons and vegetables. The great demons that Jiyu Fei killed were all demon emperors. Is he crazy? Does he want to start a war with the entire demon race? This is crazy. I'm afraid the old turtles of the demon race are going to be furious. Jiyu Fei killed the tree demon emperor one after another. This made everyone who saw this scene dumbfounded. It should be known that every demon emperor that came from the Nanling Mountains was an expert who had experienced hundreds of battles. Behind every demon emperor was a powerful force. Jiyu Fei was indeed too bold to kill these demon emperors who wanted to kill him. The people behind these demon emperors would not let this matter rest. However, Jiyu Fei didn't have any expectations. Everything he did came directly from his heart, without the slightest shackles. He was free to do as he pleased. After going through a series of battles, Jiyu Fei's state of mind had improved a lot. If you want to kill me, do it. Otherwise, you won't have the chance, Jiyu Fei said coldly. His eyes swept across a group of demons. All the demon experts did not dare to look him in the eye. At this time, no one dared to have the intention to kill Jiyu Fei. This person was too terrifying and unparalleled. He did not have any scruples in doing things. If he wanted to kill, he would kill. He did not care how powerful the person's background was. It was not worth it to die like this. You deserve to die. Just as Jiyu Fei shocked everyone and all the demon experts present did not dare to make a sound, a figure appeared silently in front of him. A cold voice was transmitted into the ears of everyone present. The person who had suddenly appeared was a black-clothed young man. Jiyu Fei was no stranger to this person. It was Yarou Tianju, the demon race's sage-to-be who had been chased away by the old tortoise. Chapter 1208. Half-Sage Realm. The sudden appearance of Yarou Tiandu had Jiyu Fei feeling a sense of danger. How dare you show up here? Aren't you afraid that the old tortoise will come out and kill you? Jiyu Fei said expressionlessly. No one outside knew that Yarou Tiandu had launched a sneak attack on the old tortoise in the tomb. Yarou Tiandu stood in the air with his eyes shining brightly. It was as though a starry universe was being destroyed within his eyes, giving off an extremely powerful pressure. A trace of sage might filled the air. This was the aura of a half-sage. Everyone's expression changed as they retreated far away immediately. It was evident that Yarou Tiandu was behind everything that had happened earlier. He had been hiding at the side and did not come out even when the blue-haired demon emperor was killed. Even when the celestial eye demon emperor was almost killed, he did not attack immediately. Many powerful beings of the demon race present could not help but feel a chill in their hearts when they thought of this. This Yarrow Tiendo, all the powerful beings of the demon race present looked terrible. Even though they knew that Yarrow Tiendo was not on good terms with the Crown Prince, what he had done this time around was way too ugly. Some of the powerful beings of the demon race who had supported Yarrow Tiendo were starting to waver. "I'll kill you first and settle the score with that tortoise later," Yarrow Tiendo said coldly before striking out. A gigantic golden palm tore through the void, bringing with it a torrential demonic aura as it grabbed out at Ji Yufei. To think that this human would have gotten his hands on the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. As long as I can kill him and refine his soul, I'll be able to get my hands on that unparalleled killing technique. Phew. Ji Yufei used the 8 desolation steps and retreated 100 miles away instantly. The speed of 8 steps was unparalleled under the heavens. It was so fast that everyone was shocked. Boom. As the gigantic golden palm came crashing down, the void where Ji Yufei had been standing turned into chaos. Terrifying energy ripples spread out, causing the entire mountain to collapse. Everyone's expression changed. To wipe out a mountain with a single hand was way too frightening. Countless beasts were killed instantly and turned into meat paste. Power of the metal element. Ji Yufei's pupils couldn't help but narrow when he saw this. Yarrow Tianju cultivated the metal elemental energy of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. This was known as the #1 offensive power among the 5 elements. Ferocious and domineering, Yarrow Tianju's long hair danced wildly in the air. He took a step forward and arrived before Ji Yufei. Like a terrifying divine mountain crashing down, the entire space rippled, visible to the naked eye. The entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing from his mighty aura. Even though Yarrow Tianju was gravely injured in the Great Tomb, he was still extremely terrifying. His body was flowing with Tao rhythm that could draw in the power of the Great Tao. Drawing upon the power of the Great Tao to attack was a great technique that only a half-saint could display. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Ji Yufei retreated once more, disappearing from where he was and reappearing 100 miles away. His speed was so fast that even Yarrow Tian was shocked. How could he be so fast? This footwork, could it be? It's too fast, it's unbelievable. The spectators in the distance were all shocked, and they couldn't help but be astounded. Such speed was truly too inconceivable, and it was simply faster than teleportation. Let's see how you can escape. Half-saint realm. Yarrow Tianju roared in anger. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body like golden rainbows. Countless rays of divine light shot out in all directions and disappeared into the void. A strange power suddenly appeared within a radius of 1,000 miles. Then, the golden divine light that had been hidden in the void reappeared, enveloping this part of the void. Golden light intertwined with each other as the power of the metal element surged. Ji Yufei discovered that he was actually trapped in this instant. The golden divine light formed into a huge net, trapping him within. The power of the metal element sealed the void. Ji Yufei felt a heavy pressure coming from all directions that wanted to crush him into meat paste. Ji Yufei was inwardly shocked. He used the 8 desolation steps and Tao rhymes flowed under his feet. Although there was a powerful force coming at him from all directions, he was still able to move within the domain. "Oh, your footwork." Yarrow Tianju's eyes flickered. Although he had trapped Ji Yufei in the domain, he wasn't in a hurry to attack. Ji Yufei's footwork was indeed extraordinary. Could it really be that legendary footwork? There were many old antiques from the celestial realm among the spectators in the distance. Although their cultivation was mediocre, they had lived for a long time, so their knowledge was naturally different from ordinary people. Sometimes, living for a long time was also a kind of capital. "It's the 8 desolation steps. You actually obtained this footwork," Yarrow Tianju suddenly exclaimed. The 8 desolation steps was a footwork that had been lost for countless years. Legend has it that this footwork was created by a supreme martial ancestor. The footwork could be divided into 2 parts. The first part was the 8 extreme steps, which allowed one to display unbelievable speed. The 8 desolation steps allowed one to traverse the 8 desolates of the world with just 8 steps. Even the great golden peng, a carnate divine beast known for its speed, would be left in the dust in front of this footwork. Very well, this footwork is also mine. Yarrow Tianju was a little excited. This young cultivator and the old tortoise were his greatest enemies. Moreover, this young cultivator also had 3 sacred weapons of the extreme path. As long as he could kill this human cultivator, extract his soul, and read his memories, he would be able to obtain everything from the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the 8 desolation steps, and the sacred weapons of the extreme path. Yarrow Tianju's eyes lit up as he looked at Ji Yufei. This human cultivator was practically a moving treasure trove. As long as he could obtain this treasure trove, why would he need to fear the tortoise? The son of the Grand Emperor was nothing in Yarrow Tianju's eyes. The only thing he believed in was power, and invincible power was the most practical thing. I was able to fight against you in the Great Tomb. Are you sure you'll be able to defeat me? Ji Yufei said indifferently. While the opponent's half-sage domain was powerful, he still had trump cards that he hadn't used yet. Your words are useless. Yarrow Tianju's killing intent soared to the sky as his demonic energy surged. He seemed to have turned into a dazzling golden sun, making it hard for others to look at him directly. His hands danced about, sending out divine runes that branded into the void. Rumble, the entire half-sage domain lit up and turned into a golden world. The terrifying power of the metal element circulated, turning the entire golden world into a giant millstone that wanted to grind everything within. Each of the golden divine runes drew upon a trace of the power of the great Tao. The power of the great Tao could slay saints. Even though it was very weak, it wasn't difficult for it to kill a half-sage. Of course, if it was a fight between people of the same level, a half-sage of the same level wouldn't be so easily trapped by the half-sage domain. Preposterous. The power of destruction came from all directions, causing Ji Yufei's heart to palpitate. The power of the great Tao interweaved and formed a terrifying power that could slay everything. This power could definitely slay a half-sage. Ji Yufei didn't dare to be careless. He drew upon the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers in his body, causing an ancient cauldron to emerge from his body. Buzz! A deafening sound came from Ji Yufei's body. Then, a circle of transparent ripples spread from his body. The void around Ji Yufei immediately collapsed into pitch-black spatial cracks. Even the void that was sealed by the half-sage domain was about to collapse. The cauldron of mountains and rivers, Yarrow Tianju murmured to himself. The sacred weapon of the great path, the cauldron of mountains and rivers, could suppress the mountains and rivers of the world. It was a famous sacred weapon even in ancient times. The power of destruction that came at Ji Yufei from all directions was blocked by the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers from Ji Yufei's body. It couldn't affect Ji Yufei at all. The cauldron that emerged from Ji Yufei's body also had Tao markings flickering on it. This was the power of the great path. Although the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers had not awakened, it was enough for Ji Yufei to protect himself. Yarrow Tianju seemed to have fused with the great path. His entire body became one with the half-sage domain, and he displayed the supreme killing technique that only a half-sage could perform. The world-destroying golden millstone was operating. Yarrow Tianju wanted to use the power of the half-sage domain to destroy the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers on Ji Yufei's body and kill Ji Yufei. The cauldron of mountains and rivers was a sacred weapon of the great path. It contained a deity. If it was threatened, the deity in the cauldron of mountains and rivers would awaken and automatically counterattack. It was absolutely impossible for Yarrow Tianju to destroy the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Very soon, Yarrow Tian realized this as well. Under the cover of the ancient cauldron's shadow, his opponent was practically impregnable, and it was impossible to break through. At this moment, Ji Yufei was completely trapped in this golden world. The destructive power constantly attacked the shadow of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. The shadow of the cauldron of mountains and rivers trembled continuously. The ancient cauldron became clearer and clearer, as if it was about to completely materialize in the void. Everyone watching the battle from afar was extremely shocked as they looked at the flickering void. The marks of the great path intertwined and sealed off everything. No one could see into Yarrow Tianju's half-sage domain. Even those who had cultivated the eye of the heavens could not. No one knew what was happening inside. Everyone felt the urge to worship under the saintly might. It was as if they were facing a supreme saint that all living things in the world had to worship. The world-destroying golden millstone had destroyed a part of the void and obliterated everything. However, it couldn't obliterate the faint and illusory ancient cauldron within it. The ancient cauldron seemed to have existed since the beginning of time. Even the chaotic force could not damage it. The power of the great path could only make it tremble when it slashed at it. Is that all? Then you can't kill me. A trace of disdain appeared on Ji Yufei's face. Yarou Tianju had lost his heavenly dragon sword and could no longer break through his defense. He was already in an invincible position. Chapter 1209. A cauldron suppressing heaven and earth. Yarou Tian unleashed his half-sage realm, and the golden void transformed into a great obliteration millstone. He wanted to obliterate Ji Yufei, who was trapped in the half-sage realm. Rumble, the world shook, and the golden light pierced through the void. Every beam of golden light was a law of the great path drawn by the half-sage and condensed into this deadly divine light. The golden laws of the Tao shot in front of Ji Yufei, but they were blocked by the faint cauldron around Ji Yufei. The illusion of the cauldron of mountains and rivers was shaking. Streaks of golden Tao laws could only break through the illusory shadows. They shot forward about a foot before shattering in the void. Streaks of broken Tao patterns were dissipating. If the cauldron of mountains and rivers truly unleashed the power of the great path, it could suppress the heavens and even the great path of heaven and earth. However, with Ji Yufei's current cultivation, it was already his limit to use a bit of the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to protect himself. Unless he risked losing a lot of his vitality and used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the secret art of ascension, to activate the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers with all his strength, he would only be able to make the cauldron of mountains and rivers release a bit of its power. However, it would not be worth it. Even if he could kill his opponent, he would probably lose his ability to fight. Any random person could come up and kill him, and then take away the saint artifact of the great path. Ji Yufei had no choice but to merge the weapons into his body again. The purple gold divine sword and the half of the peerless saber rushed out of his dantian, and then into his arms. Buzz! Ji Yufei's right hand vibrated, and the purple gold divine light burst out. Chilling sword chi spread from his arm, and even the great obliteration millstone could not suppress this sword chi. Peng! The sleeve on Ji Yufei's right hand instantly shattered into countless pieces. Before those pieces could fly in all directions, they were ground into dust by the sword chi that rushed out of Ji Yufei's right arm. The color of his entire right arm changed. The purple gold divine sword flashed, and divine runes appeared indistinctly. Those were the marks formed by the sword's essence chi. At this moment, Ji Yufei's entire right arm was spewing out purplish golden sword chi from every pore. His right arm seemed to have turned into a peerless sword. The peerless saber meleeed into Ji Yufei's left arm, and Ji Yufei's sleeve was also turned into dust by the sword chi from the peerless saber. Ji Yufei's left arm looked as if there was a peerless ferocious beast lurking within it. A domineering aura surged out from his left arm as a terrifying blade light circulated. The auras of the violet gold godly sword and the peerless ominous saber erupted in the half-sage domain. Even Yarou Tiando's expression changed. He had already seen Ji Yufei use this technique in the peerless Great Tomb. If a saint of the extreme Tao were to use such a saint art, he would be able to use a small portion of the saint weapon's power. Such a saint art was truly terrifying. If a saint of the extreme Tao were to use such a saint art, they would become one with the weapon. Not only would they be able to raise the weapon's power to the limit, but they would also be able to raise their own power to the limit. I'm invincible. So what if you're a demon saint? Ji Yufei's voice was neither sad nor happy. It was extremely calm. His eyes shot out 2 divine lights that were as sharp as heavenly sabers towards Yarou Tianju, who was standing on the great obliteration millstone. Boom! Ji Yufei punched out with his right fist and a beam of purplish gold divine light rushed out from his fist like a purplish gold heavenly sword. It slashed through countless golden Tao laws and stabbed into the great obliteration millstone, almost piercing through the golden great obliteration millstone. The entire sage domain shook. Yarou Tianju's body swayed. Ji Yufei's punch had dealt a huge blow to him. The sage domain was intimately connected to him. If the domain was broken, Yarou Tianju would be severely injured and his vitality would be greatly damaged. Damn it, I don't believe that your vitality is endless and will never dry up. Yarou Tianju was furious. He circulated the supreme mystic art with all his might. Resplendent divine light radiated from his body, and he almost turned into a golden divine sundae. The might of a sage surged in the golden world. Golden Tao laws rushed out of Yarou Tianju's body and pierced towards Ji Yufei from all directions. At the same time, the Tao marks that were imprinted in the void also emitted a dazzling golden light. It attracted the power of the Tao in the world. The Tao runes circulated, and the destructive power obliterated towards Ji Yufei. Yarou Tianju knew that Ji Yufei had to consume endless vitality to activate the power of the extreme Tao sacred weapon. He saw this and wanted to exhaust Ji Yufei to death. However, what he did not know was that Ji Yufei had two inner worlds in his body. Moreover, he could attract the power of the Hell Tao. It was equivalent to Ji Yufei having endless essence of heaven and earth to absorb. His vitality was truly endless. Only Ji Yufei dared to consume vitality like this because he was not worried that his combat power would be exhausted. If it were anyone else, they would not even need Yarou Tianju to attack. The three extreme Tao sacred weapons would have sucked them dry and turned them into a dried corpse. Looks like you're going to be disappointed, Ji Yufei said indifferently. Did he want to exhaust himself to death? It was a good idea, but it was useless against him. Swoosh. Ji Yufei's left arm shook, and the void immediately shattered. A domineering energy wave spread from his arm, shattering the void between heaven and earth. The boundless golden laws of Tao were collapsing, and the entire semi-saint realm was shaking. The great obliteration millstone was almost overturned, and the destructive power coming from all directions was almost shattered. Then, a dazzling saber light rushed out from Ji Yufei's left hand. Every pore on his arm was spewing peerless saber aura. The domineering saber light directly broke the great obliteration millstone and slashed towards Yarou Tianju. It was as easy as breaking dry weeds. Nothing could stop it, and it destroyed everything. It was once the most ominous saber in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It wasn't called the most ominous saber for nothing. Although it was only half of the ominous saber and the other half was probably still lost in the virtual sky world, this half of the most ominous saber was still incomparably ferocious, enough to make the world pale. It was really hard to imagine what terrible thing happened back then that could break the most ominous saber in the 9 heavens and 10 earths into two. If it was Wu Qiu's peerless ominous saber, just the extremely tyrannical aura that it emitted would cause Yarou Tian to retreat as far as he could. What? The peerless saber light instantly broke the great obliteration millstone, which shocked Yarou Tianju. Golden laws of Tao lingered around his body, and the Daoist rhyme was vast and mighty. He was like a golden saint zombie, displaying a supreme technique. Golden laws of Tao containing the power of Taoism entwined forward and blocked the peerless saber light. This was the power of the Great Path. Among the golden laws of Tao, there were vague traces of Tao that entwined with the peerless saber light, causing it to tremble. The peerless saber light broke through the world and destroyed 18 golden laws of Tao in a row. In the end, it was still blocked and couldn't hit Yarou Tianju. Yarou Tianju couldn't do anything to Ji Yufei. Although he trapped Ji Yufei in the semi-saint realm and wanted to destroy him with the great obliteration millstone, Ji Yufei was protected by 3 supreme holy weapons of the Great Path. However, Ji Yufei was protected by 3 extreme sacred weapons, allowing him to defend and attack at will. In other words, he was undefeatable. Unless a sacred saint made a move against him, no one would be able to break through his defense. Perhaps only the life that was born in the Great Tomb could threaten Ji Yufei, who was protected by 3 supreme holy weapons of the Great Path. At this time, Ji Yufei and Yarou Tianju were fighting in the mountains. There were many people watching the battle, and the surrounding mountains were filled with people. It was unknown how many cultivators had come. However, no one could see into Yarou Tianju's semi-saint realm. No one knew what was happening inside, and no one knew that Ji Yufei had used 3 supreme holy weapons of the Great Path. The Supreme Holy Weapon was a holy weapon refined by an expert of the extreme Tao. It was the strongest weapon in the world. For millions of years, the shadow of the Supreme Holy Weapon had not appeared in the Heaven Realm. People knew that the Heaven Realm most likely had the existence of the Supreme Holy Weapon. The Heaven Realm Tao sect was the inheritance of the Supreme Tao ancestor. Some people said that the Tao sect had the Supreme Holy Weapon. However, no one had ever seen the Tao sect in the Heaven Realm use the Supreme Holy Weapon. The Heaven Realm Buddhist sect was the continuation of the ancient Buddhist Lord. There might be a holy weapon left by the ancient Buddhist Lord. There was also the 100,000 Devil Mountain and the Southern Mountains Demon Tribe. Before the return of the Old Tortoise, the Southern Mountains Demon Tribe was also regarded as a superforce with the Supreme Holy Weapon. However, before the appearance of the Old Tortoise, no one had ever seen the Demon Tribe's Supreme Demon Weapon. The Demon Tribe had two Supreme Demon Saints, one was the Tai Sovereign, and the other was the Sky Demon. The Tai Sovereign had refined the Tai Sovereign Seal, and the Sky Demon naturally had refined his Supreme Demon Weapon. However, the bloodline of the Sky Demon was thin, and the descendants of the Sky Demon had probably disappeared over the years. Yarrow Tien had cultivated the Sky Demon's great technique, but he did not seem to have obtained the Sky Demon's Supreme Demon Weapon. Otherwise, he would have used the Supreme Demon Weapon when he was fighting the Old Tortoise in the Great Peerless Tomb. In the Great Obliteration Millstone formed by the Semi-Sage Domain, Ji Fei attacked continuously. Sword light pierced through the heaven and earth, slashing the golden light Tao Law, and continuously slashed towards Yarrow Tien. Peerless saber light shot up into the sky, slashing into the golden void outside, tearing the heaven and earth apart. Wherever the saber light passed, it left a pitch-black spatial crack. The golden light Tao Law could not suppress the saber light and sword chi that rushed out from Ji Fei's arms. The Semi-Sage Domain was constantly being torn apart by the saber light and sword chi, which made Yarrow Tien's body tremble. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The domain was torn apart, and the Tao Law was destroyed. This was a huge blow to Yarrow Tien. "Open it for me." Ji Fei shook the mountain and river cauldron, and an ancient cauldron emerged from his body, condensing in the void. The body of the mountain and river cauldron had been drawn out by Ji Fei. Buzz. Boundless martial Tao true power poured into the mountain and river cauldron, causing it to emit a rumbling sound. The entire void collapsed. The mountain and river cauldron gave off a terrifying might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing the void to shatter. The Great Obliteration Millstone formed by Yarrow Tien's Semi-Sage Domain collapsed instantly. In front of the mountain and river cauldron, there was nothing that could not be suppressed, even the heaven and earth. The Great Obliteration Millstone formed by Yarrow Tien's Semi-Sage Domain collapsed instantly. In front of the mountain and river cauldron, there was nothing that could not be suppressed, including the heaven and earth. Chapter 12:10. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated, and a supreme aura that could shake the heavens and earth spread out from the cauldron. It was as if chaos was opening up the heavens, and the entire half-sage domain was collapsing. Starting from the inside, the golden millstone began to collapse in all directions. Rays of golden Tao laws that contained Daoist rhymes and Tao power were collapsing. There was nothing that could stop the mountain river cauldron from unleashing an extreme divine might. A flawless extreme saint weapon was terrifying to the extreme. If it could truly display the might of the extreme saint weapon, even a part of the real world would probably be destroyed. It was not an exaggeration to say that the extreme divine weapon had supreme divine might that could destroy the world. The half-sage domain was broken, and Yarrow Tianju almost exploded into a bloody mist. His body and soul were almost destroyed, and countless shocking bloody wounds appeared on his body. Yarrow Tianju was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away by this force, and his blood splattered across the sky. The moment the half-sage domain collapsed, Ji Fei immediately put away the 3 extreme divine weapons. Even so, a trace of the extreme divine might still leaked out. All living beings in the world felt the supreme saint might that made their souls tremble in fear. All the birds and beasts in the mountain involuntarily bowed in the direction of Ji Fei. Even the most powerful beasts in the mountain lowered their hideous heads at this moment. All the cultivators knelt on the ground in fear. The extreme divine might shocked their souls, making it difficult for them to resist. They could only bow down. The trace of supreme saint might flashed past as if it had never appeared. All the spectators in the mountain were drenched in cold sweat. They were frightened and at a loss. Even they themselves did not know why they knelt on the ground. Rumble, in the sky above the mountain, a huge ball of dazzling golden light burst out. It was as if a divine sun had exploded. Terrifying energy ripples spread in all directions. The destructive power spread out, and the earth trembled. Mountains collapsed one after another, as if doomsday had arrived. Dust rose high into the sky, and everyone turned pale with fright. They hurriedly retreated far away. Many people weren't able to dodge in time and were swept into the turbulent flow of energy, causing their bodies and souls to be annihilated without leaving anything behind. Although Yarrow Tianju was seriously injured in the Great Peerless Tomb and lost the Heavenly Dragon Sword, he was still a demonic half-saint and was extremely powerful. The wrath of a half-step saint caused heaven and earth to shatter. Such a scene truly shocked everyone. Even some of the more experienced ancient caverns couldn't help but be shocked. Just as Yarrow Tiando's semisage realm collapsed, several extremely powerful divine thoughts burst out from several dangerous places in the heaven realm. These divine consciousnesses directly traversed the endless territories and descended upon the southern part of the heaven realm. Another extreme path sacred weapon? That seems to be the aura of that legendary thing. Only that thing has the power to shock the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Several divine senses descended upon the mountain, but at this time, Ji Fei had already put away his 3 sacred weapons. Even the divine senses of a peerless expert would find it difficult to detect anything. Peerless Great Tomb and the land of Saint Burial, how could such a thing appear? Has another reincarnation begun? In the end, 3 blurry figures appeared in the sky above the mountain. The blurry figures were faint and illusory, but they emitted a powerful fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate. At this time, Ji Fei had already rushed out from the turbulent flow of energy. The martial path true force in his body was surging violently. His true force circulated rapidly in his body, emitting a thunderous sound. His yin and yang qi and blood soared to the sky and enveloped the entire heaven and earth. The emperor martial body was extremely powerful. It was the strongest physique in the human race, even innate divine beasts couldn't reach it. Ji Fei was like a peerless god of war, his long hair danced in the wind, and his battle intent surged like a rainbow. Qi and blood surged like thunder, the successor of the martial ancestor. Even the successor of the martial ancestor has appeared, the great era is about to open. Several blurry figures emitted waves of divine will. These figures were talking, and everyone could feel the waves of divine will, as if there was a voice ringing in their hearts. These were divine will incarnations, but they were different from the one that had rushed out from the celestial eye demon emperor's body. These 3 divine will incarnations were very powerful, and the mighty aura that emanated from them made even Ji Fei's heart palpitate. A wisp of divine will incarnation was already so powerful, it was hard to imagine how powerful these 3 people's real bodies were. After the great changes of the world, the sages became extinct, and there were no sages in the current world. However, even if these 3 unknown existences were not sages, they had probably surpassed the half-saint realm. Such existences were only half a step away from the Tao realm, and they were the most terrifying and powerful figures in the world. The 3 blurry divine will incarnations finally rushed into the peerless Great Tomb under the ground, and the mighty power of the peerless Great Tomb became even more powerful. However, Ji Fei did not care about that, and he directly rushed towards Yarrow Tiando. He wanted to kill this great enemy, and if this person did not die, he would become a great trouble. The essence of the world in the inner world was continuously guided out by Ji Fei, and there was a divine light flashing between his eyebrows and his dantian, and the essence of the world spread from these 2 places to his whole body. Just now, when he fully activated the power of the cauldron of mountain and river, Ji Fei's martial path true power was almost sucked dry by the cauldron of mountain and river, and an endless amount of essence was consumed. With the nourishment of the essence of the world, Ji Fei's qi and blood were still vigorous. Ji Fei's combat power was rapidly recovering, But Yarou Tiendo was in a tragic situation. His physical body was almost shattered, and he was seriously injured, and he was half-crippled. At this time, he had lost 90% of his combat power, and it was no longer possible for him to compete with Ji Yufei. So what if you're a half-step saint? Die. Ji Yufei let out a furious roar, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. He was extremely domineering and directly struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. There seemed to be 5 worlds surging in his fist. The power of the 5 elements interweaved, forming an indestructible fist force. Even a half-step saint was defeated. How is this possible? What just happened? Yarou Tian was actually defeated by a Monarch realm expert. That's too unbelievable. Defying the heavens and defeating a half-step saint, is this person really the successor of the legendary invincible martial ancestor? Everyone watching the battle was dumbfounded. Yarou Tiendo, a half-step saint of the demon race, was actually defeated by a sovereign in the celestial being realm. This was simply a legend. Half-step saint was synonymous with the strongest power in the world, and there was a difference of 2 great realms between half-step saints and sovereigns. This was the difference between heaven and earth. Since ancient times, there had never been a sovereign who dared to challenge a half-step saint. Even a supreme expert of the Tao-severing realm was like an ant in front of a half-step saint. A half-step saint, such a realm was there, and it was an insurmountable gap, but now, someone had done it. This made everyone feel that everything they saw was very unreal, as if they were in a dream. Bang! Chapter 12:11. Boom! Ji Yufei continued to press forward, unleashing one punch after another. His martial Tao true force surged out from his fists, shattering the void and piercing through the heaven and earth. The entire heaven and earth trembled. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. This wasn't an immortal Tao divine art, it was pure strength. This was a battle technique that was different from other cultivation systems. Using strength to prove the Tao, is this guy really the successor of a martial venerable? Too terrifying. With such strength, even a peak martial emperor would be crushed by his fist. This kind of battle technique has been lost for countless years. I can't believe someone still knows it. The surrounding mountains were filled with people. The battle between Ji Yufei and Yarou Tiendo had attracted the attention of almost all cultivators. Many seniors of the Heaven Realm were discussing among themselves. Supreme Martial Ancestor was just a legend. For millions of years, no one had succeeded. An invincible cultivator hadn't appeared for millions of years. Some people thought that the inheritance of the martial ancestor had already been lost in the endless river of time and would never appear in this world again. But now, with the appearance of Ji Yufei, an invincible inheritance that had been lost for countless years had once again appeared in the Heaven Realm. This inheritance was too powerful. Ji Yufei was only a celestial being realm martial emperor, but he could defeat Yarou Tiendo, a half-step saint of the demon race. This was simply a miracle, a legend. How could a martial emperor defeat a half-step saint? Cultivation bases were insurmountable. Above Deva beings were almighty beings, and above almighty beings were the half-saints. Not only had he defied the heavens, but he had also defeated a half-saint. No one could believe what they were seeing. But the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. There were many demon race experts from the southern mountains. They were shocked, but also felt ashamed. No matter what, Yarou Tiendo was still a half-step saint of the demon race. Bang! Ji Yufei's fist landed on Yarou Tiendo's chest, shattering his ribs and causing his chest to cave in. Blood gushed out from his mouth, he had no strength to fight back. It was only a matter of time before Yarou Tien died. No one knew that Ji Yufei was actually able to defeat Yarou Tianju with the help of the extreme Tao sacred weapon. Even Ji Yufei would find it hard to defy the heavens and defeat a half-sage. If not for the 3 extreme Tao sacred weapons, the one who would have died would have been Ji Yufei. Yarou Tianju was covered in blood. He wanted to roar, but the blood gushing from his throat blocked his mouth, making it difficult for him to speak. Swoosh! Ji Yufei used the 8 desolation steps and used the 8 steps 8 kills. With the first step, Daoist rhymes circulated under his feet, causing the space below to collapse. Boom! Yarrow Tiendo was sent flying by Jiyu Fei's foot and fell from the sky, crushing a mountain below. His physical body was almost destroyed, and blood splattered everywhere. Yarrow Tiendo was enraged. He did not lose to Jiyu Fei, but to the extreme Dao sacred weapon. Jiyu Fei hid it well, so no one knew that he had the extreme Dao sacred weapon. Moreover, no one had expected a celestial emperor to have a sacred weapon of extreme Daos. After Jiyu Fei kicked Yarrow Tiendo down from the sky, he took a second step, not giving Yarrow Tiendo any chance to catch his breath. Just as Jiyu Fei took his second step, a ray of blood-colored light suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, a blood-colored divine spear tore through the air and appeared behind Jiyu Fei, attempting to pierce through Jiyu Fei. Someone suddenly launched a sneak attack on Jiyu Fei with lightning speed. An emperor's might spread out from the divine spear. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. No one had expected that there would be someone who would dare to attack Jiyu Fei at this moment. After all, that young man had defeated a half-saint from the demon race. Jiyu Fei was also shocked. This was an emperor expert of the almighty realm attacking him. This person was clearly hiding at the side, waiting for an opportunity to launch a fatal attack on Jiyu Fei. The blood-colored divine spear pierced through the sky, and a terrifying ray of blood-colored light shot out from it, causing Jiyu Fei to feel a stabbing pain on his back. This shocked him. Jiyu Fei did not have time to take his second step. He directly rushed forward and increased his speed to the limit. His entire body seemed to have turned into a ray of divine light and disappeared on the spot. However, the speed of the divine spear was also extremely fast. It was like a ray of blood-colored light that instantly shot through the sky. It was actually not slower than Jiyu Fei's speed. Jiyu Fei turned around and punched out, hitting the divine spear. He used his flesh and blood to resist the divine spear. The divine spear was immediately deflected by him and flew past his body. Swoosh! A huge hand reached out from the void and grabbed the divine spear. Then, a tall and burly man with crimson hair and a head of black armor appeared on the battlefield. This burly man was over 3 meters tall like a black iron tower. His entire body was covered in a towering killing intent, giving off an extremely powerful pressure. What a burly man! Jiyu Fei couldn't help but be shocked and angry when he saw this man. This man was like an invincible god of war. His large eyes flickered with a terrifying ferocious light. You want to kill Yarrow Tiendo? You have to get past me first. The burly man spoke. His voice was like a great bell, shaking the eardrums of the spectators from afar. Then, he shook the blood-colored divine spear in his hand. His blood-colored hair danced wildly as he directly thrust the spear at Jiyu Fei. The mighty emperor's might and killing intent soared to the 9 heavens. This burly man was a demon emperor in the almighty realm. His cultivation and strength were incomparably strong. When he thrust the spear, it pierced through the void and tore the heaven and earth apart. Humph! Jiyu Fei sneered. He directly struck out the flawless 5 elements fist towards the incoming divine spear. His fist instantly collided with the divine spear. The powerful fist force not only blocked the blood-colored divine spear, but also caused the shaft of the divine spear to bend. Even the burly man was shocked. What? He actually blocked the scarlet blood divine spear with one fist. How is this possible? This person is the Scarlet Emperor of the Nanling demon race. This person's physical body is really abnormally strong. The scarlet blood divine spear of the Scarlet Emperor seems to be a semi-sage weapon. Jiyu Fei and the burly man collided head-on. Both of them flew backwards. Jiyu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. He felt a stinging pain on his right fist. Although the scarlet blood divine spear didn't hurt him, it still made him feel pain. Scarlet Emperor of the demon race? Although Jiyu Fei was engaged in a fierce battle, he still heard the voices from afar. He had never heard of the Scarlet Emperor of the demon race. However, from the words of the bystanders, he knew that this Scarlet Emperor was very close to Yarrow Tiendo, the semisage of the demon race. The two seemed to have formed an alliance. The Nanling demon race was actually not as united as it seemed on the surface. With your cultivation and strength, how could you defeat Yarrow Tiendo? Chapter 12:12. The arrival of the Demon Clan's Scarlet Emperor and his attack on Ji Yufei shocked everyone. One was an emperor in the Almighty Realm while the other was an emperor in the Celestial Being Realm. The two of them couldn't be compared at all. Ji Yufei was truly heaven-defying when he killed a demonic emperor. Such combat strength had once again stunned everyone. When Ji Yufei defeated Yarou Tianju previously, no one knew what happened because of the barrier created by Yarou Tianju's Sage-to-Be realm. But now, Ji Yufei had withstood the attack of the demon race's Scarlet Emperor under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This kind of battle strength was simply unprecedented and would never be matched in the future. For countless years, there was no emperor who could challenge a Dao severing expert. Dao severing was not just a simple increase in strength, it was a metamorphosis. Severing another's Dao and achieving one's own Dao was a true expert in the world. They had already reached the boundary of touching their own Dao. Such an existence could kill a large number of so-called emperors with one hand. However, Ji Yufei was not a Dao severing expert. He was only an emperor, but he had the combat ability of a powerful emperor. How could everyone not be shocked? With your strength, how could you defeat Yarou Tianju? Ji Yufei and the Scarlet Emperor were facing each other. Their gazes collided in the void and sparks seemed to burst out in the void. Their auras were still rising. Everyone couldn't help but be startled when they heard this. How could a sovereign realm expert defeat a half-saint? Could it be that this young cultivator possessed some sort of powerful killing weapon? Humph. Ji Yufei did not say much and took a step forward. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was moving. A powerful aura spread from his body, shaking the entire void around him. Bam! Ji Yufei punched forward. The speed was not that fast, but there was a feeling that it could not be avoided. The dazzling golden light lit up the entire sky. His fist seemed to have turned into a golden sun. Power of metal element. The Scarlet Emperor's pupils shrank. The opponent in front of him was too powerful. He actually displayed a combat ability that did not match his realm. This person did not look like an emperor at all. He looked like an invincible emperor of war. Buzz. The Scarlet Emperor shook the scarlet blood divine spear in his hand and a ray of bloodlight shot out from the tip of the spear. The entire divine spear seemed to have turned into a blood river in the hands of the Scarlet Emperor as it rushed forward. The scarlet blood divine spear manifested a towering blood wave as it pierced towards Ji Yufei. The terrifying demonic energy contained within it directly tore through the void, destroying everything in its path. Kill. The Scarlet Emperor let out a furious roar and his aura was raised to the maximum in an instant. His roar even scattered the clouds in the sky and many of the spectators fell from the sky. Everyone's expression changed, and they retreated far away in fear. A battle between almighty Dao severing experts would be terrifying to the extreme. Even a bit of power would be enough to slay an emperor. At this moment, Yarou Tianju, who had narrowly escaped with his life, fled to the distance in a sorry state. He was on the verge of death and couldn't bear any more attacks. Boom! The golden fist and the scarlet blood divine spear collided fiercely. The power of metal element was surging and mighty. Ji Yufei actually broke the blood river that was rushing towards him with one punch. Ji Yufei's entire right arm was shaking and the sound of bones colliding could be heard. It was as if there was a divine weapon knocking on his arm bones. The terrifying demonic energy from the scarlet blood divine spear flowed through his fist and into his arm. Every single pore on Ji Yufei's arm was leaking out a bloody light. Ji Yufei could clearly feel that the bones in his right arm were cracking as if they could break at any time. He could feel intense pain coming from his arm. He was shocked. This scarlet blood divine spear was not a half-holy weapon refined by a half-saint. It seemed to be a holy weapon. The power of the scarlet blood divine spear actually injured him. Roar. Ji Yufei roared and his black hair danced wildly. Endless martial path true force crazily surged towards his right arm. The scarlet demonic energy that invaded his right arm was immediately forced back. Bang! Ji Yufei shook his arm with all his strength and shook the scarlet blood divine spear away. A trace of blood flowed out from Ji Yufei's fist. He looked down and saw a crack on the place where his fist collided with the scarlet blood divine spear. Martial path true force was mighty and the crack on his arm disappeared quickly. The crack on his fist was also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Someone could actually injure him. This made Jiyu Fei extremely shocked. One should know that the strength of the Emperor martial body was comparable to a half-holy weapon refined by a half-saint. The Scarlet Emperor's Scarlet Blood Divine Spear was probably a holy weapon. However, the Scarlet Emperor was even more shocked than Jiyu Fei. He was very clear about the power of the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear in his hand. Even a half-saint would not dare to take a full blow from him. The strength of Jiyu Fei's physical body made the Scarlet Emperor's heart turn cold. This person was just an emperor martial artist. If he successfully cut his Dao, it would be disastrous. This person must not be allowed to live. The Scarlet Emperor's murderous aura intensified. If he did not kill this cultivator in front of him now, this person would definitely be a huge threat in the future. If this person was allowed to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiyu Fei could feel the Scarlet Emperor's murderous intent towards him. However, he was not afraid at all. His aura was still indomitable. He had the heart of an expert. No matter how murderous or fierce you were, you would not be able to shake his heart. Swoosh! The Scarlet Blood Divine Spear once again turned into a blood-red lightning as it pierced towards the middle of Jiyu Fei's eyebrows. At the tip of the spear, a ball of bloodlight appeared. At this moment, Jiyu Fei was not willing to use the Extreme Dao Holy Weapon. He did not want others to know that he had the Extreme Dao Holy Weapon. Otherwise, all the cultivators in the Heaven Realm would come to snatch it. The Extreme Dao Holy Weapon contained the Extreme Dao imprint. It was equivalent to an extension of the Extreme Dao Saint's life. No one would not be envious of it. The entire Heaven Realm would probably start a bloodbath. Jiyu Fei wanted to use his true strength to fight the Scarlet Emperor. The Almighty of the Dao Severing stage was too powerful. The Scarlet Emperor's attack was extremely fast. As he pierced with his spear, it seemed to have triggered the power of the Great Dao and resonated with it. Jiyu Fei felt danger. Swoosh! A ray of purple divine light shot out from the middle of Jiyu Fei's eyebrows. Then, a small figure walked out from his Niwen palace. With a sway of its body, it turned into a ray of purple Dao light and slashed towards the Scarlet Emperor. At the same time, Jiyu Fei's fist collided with the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear again. He blocked the divine spear that was about to pierce through his eyebrows. The primordial spirit transformed into Dao light. The Dao light formed by Jiyu Fei's primordial spirit contained Dao rhythm and attracted a trace of celestial force. If the Dao light of the Great Dao hit him, even the Scarlet Emperor would die. However, the Dao light formed by the primordial spirit was too fast. It was so fast that the Scarlet Emperor could not dodge it in time. The Scarlet Emperor could not help but be shocked. However, the Scarlet Emperor was a cultivator of the Dao Severing stage after all. His cultivation was earth-shattering and not something that ordinary cultivators could compare with. At the moment when the primordial spirit Dao light slashed in front of him, a ray of red divine light shot out from the middle of the Scarlet Emperor's eyebrows. Within the divine light, there was a red shield. It was an ancient shield. The ancient shield instantly enlarged and the primordial spirit Dao light slashed on the ancient shield. The power of the Great Dao could destroy everything, but it did not break through the ancient shield. Countless Dao patterns appeared where the ancient shield was. The moment Jiyu Fei's essence spirit Dao light slashed at it, countless Dao patterns collapsed. The primordial spirit Dao light flew back to Jiyu Fei and entered the middle of his eyebrows. A small figure sat in the middle of his eyebrows. The figure was surrounded by purple aura and looked like a saint of the celestial Dao. The Scarlet Emperor used the ancient shield to protect himself and quickly retreated. When the ancient shield was slashed by Jiyu Fei's primordial spirit Dao light, it almost destroyed all the Dao patterns on the ancient shield. A deep scar was left on the ancient shield and it almost split the ancient shield into two. The Scarlet Emperor was extremely shocked. This ancient shield had a great history. He kept it in his Niwen palace and refined it day and night with the power of his primordial spirit. He was only one step away from erasing the original owner of the ancient shield and completely controlling this ancient weapon. However, now that the ancient weapon was slashed by Ji Yufei's primordial spirit Dao light, the Dao patterns on the surface of the shield were half destroyed. This ancient weapon was already half useless. The martial ancestor's bloodline only cultivates the physical body and not the primordial spirit. How can you cultivate a primordial spirit? The Scarlet Emperor was really shocked. The opponent in front of him was really unpredictable. He clearly cultivated the supreme martial ancestor's physical body to become a sage, but he actually cultivated a primordial spirit. Who said that I can't cultivate a primordial spirit? There was no expression on Ji Yufei's face. His battle intent was like a rainbow. Although the opponent was a demon emperor, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. He hadn't used his real trump card yet. At this moment, Yarou Tianju had already escaped thousands of miles away from the battlefield. Brother Scarlet, don't kill him so easily. I want to extract his divine soul and suppress it for 10,000 years. Yarou Tianju transmitted his voice to the Scarlet Emperor. He was unwilling to accept this. His reputation was ruined by Ji Yufei today. However, at this moment, Ji Yufei appeared behind Yarou Tianju without a sound and slammed his palm down on Yarou Tianju's head. Fart! Yarou Tianju's head instantly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The headless corpse twitched and fell to the ground. A divine light broke through Yarou Tianju's dantian and rushed out. Second primordial spirit. Ji Yufei attacked directly with a punch. The violent fist force directly shattered Yarou Tianju's primordial spirit. Yarou Tianju's soul was instantly dispersed and he was killed by Ji Yufei on the spot. This scene shocked everyone. How could there be two Ji Yufei? One Ji Yufei was confronting the Scarlet Emperor while the other one killed Yarou Tianju from thousands of miles away. Chapter 12-13. Yarou Tianju, a half-step saint of the demon race, was originally the most promising figure to become the leader of the demon race in the heaven realm. Such a figure was killed by a celestial being realm emperor. This was simply a myth. Nothing like this had ever happened since ancient times. Even those supreme saints who were invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths didn't have such strength when they were young. It was impossible for a sovereign to go against the heavens and kill a half-step saint. But now, this impossible thing had happened. There was no doubt that Yarou Tianju was a half-step saint of the demon race. Once he unleashed his half-step saint domain, even an opponent of the same level would have to retreat. Roar! You! Scarlet Emperor was both shocked and angry. How could there be two identical opponents? This was definitely not an external incarnation, which didn't have such strength. Two Ji Yufeis appeared on the battlefield. Everyone was dumbfounded. One Ji Yufei was confronting the demon race's Scarlet the Arch, while the other Ji Yufei had silently appeared behind Yarou Tianju, who was 1,000 miles away, and killed him on the spot. Yarou Tianju's death caused an uproar in the entire mountain. The death of a half-step saint would definitely cause a huge uproar in the heaven realm. Some great demons who were hostile to the human race might take revenge. After killing Yarou Tianju, Ji Yufei turned into a green mist and disappeared in the void as if he had never appeared. Yarou Tianju cultivated a second primordial spirit, but he still couldn't escape. Ji Yufei killed his second primordial spirit, causing his soul to scatter. Could it be the legendary 3 Pure Ones? A supreme secret art of the immortal Dao? Some of the old antiques in the heaven realm recovered from the shock and couldn't help but be moved again. This was not an ordinary external incarnation art. It was impossible for an external incarnation art to display the same strength as the main body. Only the 3 Pure Ones secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao created by Supreme Dao Ancestor, could have such unfathomable power. 3 Pure Ones. Scarlet Emperor stared at Ji Yufei, his pupils constricting. Wasn't he the successor of martial ancestor? How could he use such a supreme secret art of the immortal Dao? Who was this guy? The Scarlet Emperor couldn't help but feel uneasy. The other party was unfathomable and mysterious. He could use the martial ancestor's battle techniques as well as the immortal path's secret techniques. How was this possible? Swoosh! A purple light appeared between Ji Yufei's eyebrows, and a purple figure could be seen sitting cross-legged in between his eyebrows. It was like a god, and there was a daoist rhyme flowing around it. This was Ji Fei's primordial spirit. You killed Yarou Tianju, so leave your life behind. The Scarlet Emperor roared angrily and charged towards Ji Fei once again. He held a spear in his right hand and used the ancient shield to protect himself while attacking with the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear. Buzz! The Crimson Divine Spear tore through the void. The spearhead vibrated, and rays of divine light shot out, directly piercing the void between heaven and earth, displaying an indomitable and domineering momentum. The Scarlet Emperor moved in the void like a giant mountain. The entire heaven and earth shook from the impact of his powerful aura, as though the heaven and earth couldn't contain his real body. Swoosh! A silhouette rushed out from the center of Ji Fei's eyebrows. Then, it transformed into a sword of the way, heading towards the incoming divine spear. The power of the great path swirled around the sword of the way, and the chilling sword qi slashed through the air. This was the primordial spirit Dao sword, and it was also one of the variations of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, the spirit-snatching secret technique. The Dao sword formed from the primordial spirit could slash through anything in the world. However, the divine spear in the Scarlet Emperor's hand wasn't an ordinary half-sage weapon. The power emitted from the divine spear was able to block the primordial spirit Dao sword. Ji Fei and the Scarlet Emperor started fighting. Both of them were extremely powerful and attacked each other. The sword light emitted from the primordial spirit Dao sword destroyed the void, shattered the heaven and earth, and kept clashing with the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear. The speed of both of them was so fast that it was hard to catch their figures with the naked eye. The void between heaven and earth was as fragile as a piece of thin paper in front of them. This human cultivator is actually able to fight against the Scarlet Emperor. He defies the heavens and slays an emperor. This is too unbelievable. That person can even kill Yarou Tianju. I'm afraid he can also kill the Scarlet Emperor. The demons couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for the Scarlet Emperor. Ji Fei's battle record was there for all to see. If he could even kill the Scarlet Emperor, then it would really be a heaven-piercing matter. To the demons, the death of Yarou Tianju was already an unacceptable loss. However, no one would stand up for Yarou Tianju when he actually became the Crown Prince's enemy. However, there was still a terrifying force supporting Yarou Tianju. Some of them, even the Crown Prince's old subordinates, had scruples. The division of the demon race seemed to be inevitable. Rumble, mountains collapsed one after another. Wherever Ji Fei and the Scarlet Emperor passed, everything was destroyed. Nothing was left. They fought deep into the mountains, scaring the wild beasts into running for their lives. Swish! The blood-red divine spear deflected the Dao sword formed by Ji Fei's primordial spirit and almost pierced through Ji Fei. Ji Fei remained calm in the face of danger and immediately struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. The flawless fist technique created by the flawless martial ancestor was finally executed by Ji Fei after countless years. A terrifying battle strength surged out from both of his fists. It was as though 5 small worlds had appeared around Ji Fei. The power of the 5 elements surged violently. His long hair danced in the wind and each of his fists shattered the void, clashing with the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear. The ferocious fist force caused the Scarlet Emperor's hands to go numb. He almost couldn't hold the divine spear in his hands. The Scarlet Emperor was secretly shocked. This person's physique was so strong that even the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear couldn't pierce through his fists. A cultivator with a high level of cultivation was truly terrifying. If this person could successfully sever his Dao, there would be an invincible martial emperor in the heaven realm. This must not happen. Roar! The Scarlet Emperor roared angrily and his voice shook the sky. He attacked with all his might. The Scarlet Blood Divine Spear in his hands seemed to have transformed into a blood-red dragon as it swooped towards Ji Fei. Bam! Ji Fei was sent flying. Both of his arms felt as though they were broken. The power emitted by the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear was too strong. It was as though a ferocious dragon had awakened within the Divine Spear. Swish! The blood-red dragon flew out from the Scarlet Emperor's hand and instantly pierced through the front of Ji Fei. The Scarlet Emperor wanted to pin Ji Fei to death with a single strike. At this moment, The Tao sword formed by Ji Fei's primordial spirit turned around and slashed at the blood-red dragon. The blood-red dragon that was formed by the scarlet blood divine spear was sent flying. Ji Fei used the 8 desolation steps and quickly retreated. The Scarlet Emperor was, after all, an emperor in the almighty realm. He was a hero of a region. Even among the demon race, he was one of the top experts. Ji Fei was just an emperor in the celestial realm. The difference between the two of them was an entire realm. In the eyes of all cultivators, this was an insurmountable realm. However, Ji Fei could go against the heavens and kill an emperor. The Scarlet Emperor waved his divine spear and rushed towards Ji Fei. His killing intent soared to the sky. Everyone's expression changed. When an emperor was angry, the heavens and earth would collapse. The demon race Scarlet Emperor used the divine spear in his hand to strike the void in the sky into chaos. Ji Fei kept retreating. He was at a disadvantage. With his own strength, he was still not a match for an expert like the Scarlet Emperor. The Scarlet Emperor was a great accomplishment emperor. It was already a miracle that Ji Fei could fight with him. If it had been anyone else, they would not have been able to withstand the emperor's aura, much less make a move. Use your 3 pure ones, or else you won't have a chance. The Scarlet Emperor's battle intent soared to the sky. He was like a supreme demon god from the ancient times. With the scarlet divine spear in his hand, he sent Ji Fei flying again. He was extremely powerful. Ji Fei sneered. He did not use the 3 pure ones. He still used his Yuan spirit to form a sword and a pair of fists to fight with the Scarlet Emperor. His powerful battle strength was shocking. If that's the case, then die. Blood massacre in all directions. The Scarlet Emperor used his killer move. The divine spear turned into countless blood-colored divine lights. In every ray of blood-colored divine light, there was a divine spear. The heavens and earth were shrouded by the blood-colored divine light. Within a radius of thousands of feet, it was densely packed with the blood-colored divine light. They were the shadows of the divine spears. In all directions, the blood-colored divine spears were everywhere and filled every inch of the void. In an instant, Ji Fei was drowned by the countless divine spears. A terrifying power was coming towards him from all directions. This made it impossible for Ji Fei to avoid it. Chaotic reversal. Just as the countless divine spears pierced through the heavens and earth and were about to nail Ji Fei to death, Ji Fei let out a low roar. An unfathomable power surged out from his body. The void around him immediately rippled like waves. The transparent ripples spread out to the surroundings. Then, a scene that made the Scarlet Emperor dumbfounded appeared. The countless blood-colored divine spears were turned around inexplicably. The spearheads were pointed at him. In an instant, he was trapped by his killer move. It was as if he had switched places with Ji Fei. How is this possible? How did he do it? The Scarlet Emperor's shock was no small matter. Not only was his ultimate move reversed by his opponent, he was also giving him a taste of his own medicine. Damn it! The Scarlet Emperor was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He waved the divine spear in his hand and used the blood massacre in all directions again. He used the same killer move to counter the killer move that was reversed. Rumble! Countless divine spears collided with each other in an instant. The entire heavens and earth were instantly shattered. This was a killer move. Its power was terrifying to the extreme and it directly destroyed a part of the void. War. The Scarlet Emperor roared continuously. He rushed out from the shattered void in a disheveled manner. He was fighting against himself. His opponent's technique was too terrifying. What kind of technique is this? How can it reverse my attack? Chapter 12:14. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao had been lost for eons. During the ancient times, the 9 secret skills were incomplete. No one would have thought that Ji Fei would have mastered a few of them. Even the Daoist sects in the heaven realm did not have the complete 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The Daoist sects in the heaven realm only had fragments of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. For thousands of years, no one in the Daoist sects could cultivate the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The fragments of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were almost impossible to cultivate. No one was willing to take the risk. Once Jiyu Fei used the Chaos Reversal secret skill, even the powerful Scarlet Emperor's attack had to be reversed. This was equivalent to Scarlet Emperor going against himself. At this moment, Jiyu Fei seemed to have become an outsider. He only needed to reverse Scarlet Emperor's attack. This was an undefeatable secret skill. Roar! Scarlet Emperor roared. His red hair danced wildly and his demonic aura shot up to the 9 heavens. Terrifying demonic energy spread from his body and the entire heaven and earth shook. Swoosh! Scarlet Emperor seemed to have gone mad. He shook the scarlet blood divine spear in his hand and stabbed it towards Jiyu Fei's forehead. The tip of the spear released a bloody radiance that shot up to the sky. However, Jiyu Fei remained calm in the face of such a big move. His body was intertwined with Tao energy and an unfathomable force surrounded him. The void was twisting and Jiyu Fei's figure became blurry. It was as though he was about to merge with the heaven and earth, giving off a surreal feeling. Void reversal. Jiyu Fei used another secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. His body merged with the heaven and earth as though he was one with the Tao. The terrifying scarlet blood divine spear pierced through the heaven and earth. The scarlet blood divine spear pierced through Jiyu Fei's blurry figure effortlessly. This allowed Scarlet Emperor to rush forward a few steps. In just a few steps, he had already reached Jiyu Fei. Swoosh! A ray of bloodlight appeared from Jiyu Fei's body and a divine spear rushed out from Jiyu Fei's body. This divine spear was exactly the same as the one in the Scarlet Emperor's hand. It also emitted a terrifying aura that could make one's soul tremble. Damn it, it's this move again. The Scarlet Emperor was shocked. He could feel the terrifying power emitted from the divine spear. This was his own power. The opponent had once again reversed his attack. This was not a simple reversal. The divine spear that shot out from Jiyu Fei's body had the same power as the Scarlet Emperor. In a sense, not only did Jiyu Fei reverse the Scarlet Emperor's attack, he also restored the Scarlet Emperor's attack to its original state. Then, he launched the Scarlet Emperor's own attack at the Scarlet Emperor. No matter how powerful a person was, there would only be one outcome in the end, and that was to exhaust oneself to death. Clang! The Scarlet Emperor retreated fiercely. As he retreated, he shook the divine spear in his hand and directly clashed with the divine spear that shot out from Jiyu Fei's body. The sound of metal clashing resounded through the heavens and earth. The ferocious power sent the Scarlet Emperor flying. The scarlet blood divine spear that shot out from Jiyu Fei's body was also shattered by the Scarlet Emperor in the air. The Scarlet Emperor was repelled by his own power and not by Jiyu Fei. This made him extremely depressed. The opponent's great technique was truly unbelievable. One should know that the Scarlet Emperor was an emperor of the demon race. He was extremely powerful. Even among the emperors of the same realm, not many could be his opponent. Before this, the Scarlet Emperor would never have dreamt that someone could reverse his attack. But today, he encountered such an unbelievable thing. A human emperor of the celestial being realm actually killed Yaro Tianju and fought with him endlessly. All kinds of great techniques were at the fingertips of this person's hands. If it wasn't for the fact that this person had mastered all kinds of unimaginable great techniques, the Scarlet Emperor would have killed this person long ago. This human emperor should not be underestimated. What kind of technique is this? It's so magical. Is it the Yin-Yang sect's Yin-Yang Great Shift? It's definitely not the Yin-Yang sect's technique. Even if the Yin-Yang ancestor were here, I'm afraid he wouldn't be a match for the Scarlet Emperor. The spectators from afar were shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. The human emperor who fought with the Scarlet Emperor of the demon race could be said to have endless great techniques. Killing a half-sage and battling an emperor. This battle was definitely a battle that would shake the entire heaven realm. With such a battle record, it was impossible for Jiyu Fei not to be famous. No one knew that the great technique that Jiyu Fei used was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were 9 independent secret techniques. The one turning into 3 pure ones was too famous, so it was not surprising that it was recognized. However, the other secret techniques were mysterious. Even in the ancient times, there were probably not many people who had seen other secret techniques. However, at this time, many people faintly guessed that the great technique that Ji Yufei used was probably one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. How is this possible? The Scarlet Emperor roared. Ji Yufei's great technique was too strange and unpredictable. This made him feel like he didn't know where to start. His attacks would only be directed at himself. I'd like to see if you can reverse all my attacks. The Scarlet Emperor was furious. The opponent was just a human emperor in the celestial being realm. It was already embarrassing for him to not be able to defeat him. He had no choice but to use his killer move. Just bring it on, Ji Yufei said indifferently. He was neither sad nor happy. His state of mind was as calm as a mirror. It actually gave people a feeling that the great Tao was emotionless. His figure was blurry. The void he was in was like a transparent water ripple. The ripples that were visible to the naked eye were spreading outwards. Chaos reversal and void reversal appeared on Ji Yufei's body at the same time. Both of these secret techniques could be said to be heaven-defying. Void reversal could allow the user to be infinitely close to nature. Upon mastery, the user would be able to become one with the Tao, allowing the user to control the void energy of the world at will. However, with Ji Yufei's current cultivation, he was still unable to merge his entire body with the void and truly activate the nature energy of heaven and earth. If he could really control the nature energy of heaven and earth at will, Ji Yufei would have slapped the Scarlet Emperor to death long ago. Heaven devouring. The Scarlet Emperor roared. His entire body emitted a bloody light. A terrifying demonic power exploded from his body and the bloody demonic light drowned the Scarlet Emperor. The Scarlet Emperor is going all out. The legendary blood tiger heaven devouring. Everyone who was watching from afar was instantly stunned by the scene in front of them. In the endless bloody light, a pitch-black hole was forming. Rumble, the heavens and earth collapsed. Terrifying cracks in the space spread out from the black hole in the middle of the bloody light. The blood-red light condensed and did not dissipate. A huge blood-red tiger appeared in the sky. The pitch-black hole was not a spatial hole, but the blood-red tiger's mouth. This bloody tiger was ridiculously huge. It was like an ancient mountain that filled the entire sky. One of its claws was bigger than a mountain. In front of this bloody tiger, Ji Yufei was as small as an ant. If you're so capable, you can create such a phenomenon too. The Scarlet Emperor's voice echoed in the sky. His voice was like rolling thunder, shaking the void and causing the ears of all the cultivators who were watching the battle to buzz. It really is the legendary blood tiger heaven devouring. This is too scary. Someone said that the Scarlet Emperor of the Demon Clan was a scarlet blood divine tiger. Could it be that the Scarlet Emperor is really a bloody tiger? This was a blood tiger that could devour the heavens. Within its pitch-black mouth, the void was collapsing, forming a terrifying destructive power that made people's hearts tremble. Go to hell! The ridiculously huge blood-red tiger raised its claws and slammed them down towards Ji Yufei. A terrifying demonic energy spread out from the tiger's claws, shattering the void in this part of the world. Ji Yufei stretched out his right palm and pressed downwards. Golden light appeared on his palm and the power of the metal element gushed out. A huge golden hand immediately rushed out from his palm. The huge golden hand instantly grew to the size of a mountain and attracted the power of the metal element. Like a huge golden hand, it collided with the bloody tiger claw that was smashing down from the sky. Boom! The huge golden hand and the tiger claw collided, creating an earth-shattering sound. The huge golden hand blocked the bloody tiger claw that was smashing down. At the same time, a bloody tiger appeared behind Ji Yufei. Roar! The bloody tiger roared and the bloody tiger behind Ji Yufei instantly grew to the size of an ancient sacred mountain. It was exactly the same as the bloody tiger displayed by the Scarlet Emperor. The roar of the tiger shook the entire heaven and earth. The terrifying murderous aura spread in all directions, causing one's soul to tremble. What? Everyone's eyeballs dropped to the ground when they saw this scene. This was too unbelievable. How could such an earth-shattering skill be reversed? This was simply a miracle. Impossible. What kind of skill is this? The Scarlet Emperor was really shocked. The other party could actually imitate his attack. Moreover, The power and the wave of the attack was not a simple imitation. Two bloody tigers appeared in the mountains. The aura of the tigers shook the sky and mountains collapsed one after another. The entire heaven and earth was in chaos. Even the countless cultivators who were watching the battle had to retreat far away. If these two tigers were to fight, it would be a total destruction. Jiyu Fei did not say anything. The reason why he could activate the power of the Scarlet Emperor was because his huge golden hand blocked the tiger claw that was smashing down from the sky. The chaotic secret skill was to reverse the opponent's power and recreate the opponent's killer move. As such, the opponent's power had to come into contact with the opponent's power. Power could not be created out of thin air. Jiyu Fei was using the Scarlet Emperor's power to attack the Scarlet Emperor. The Scarlet Emperor did not expect the other party to borrow his power so easily. He had never seen a skill that could completely reverse an emperor's attack. Bang! Jiyu Fei shook the huge golden hand that was blocking the tiger claw. An extremely strong force rushed out from Jiyu Fei's hand and the entire golden hand gave off a dazzling golden light. When Jiyu Fei exerted his strength, the Scarlet Emperor naturally followed suit, raising his fighting strength to confront Jiyu Fei. Boom! Chapter 12:15. The blood-red tigers exuded boundless ferocity. They were like two blood-red mountains standing between the heavens and the earth. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Jiyu Fei displayed a supreme technique. He actually borrowed the power of the Scarlet the Arch and also condensed a scarlet blood tiger. This caused the Scarlet the Arch to be extremely shocked. This guy, the Scarlet Emperor, was shocked. Jiyu Fei's method was too frightening. It was the same scarlet blood tiger and the same power. It was as if there were two Scarlet Emperors. Damn it! The Scarlet Emperor roared. He really didn't expect Jiyu Fei's technique to be so powerful. How did he do it? This was definitely not something that the Yin-Yang Great Shift technique could compare to. The technique that Jiyu Fei used was many times more powerful than the Yin-Yang sect's Yin-Yang Great Shift technique. It was impossible to compare the two. Boom! The heavens and the earth shook. An unavoidable battle broke out again. The two scarlet blood tigers collided with each other and the entire void was shattered. The terrifying roar of the tigers shook the heavens. The pitch-black mouth kept swallowing the chaotic energy. It was a terrifying chaotic black hole with destructive energy. Roar! The scarlet blood tigers roared into the sky. One of them opened its mouth and tried to swallow Jiyu Fei. A heaven-devouring power rushed out from the chaotic black hole. The entire void of heaven and earth was devoured by this blood tiger. Roar! The other scarlet blood tiger roared into the sky. It also opened its mouth and tried to swallow the Scarlet Emperor. The heaven-devouring power was vast and the void collapsed. It turned into chaos and was swallowed by the scarlet blood tiger. It was the same killer move and the same power. It was like two Scarlet Emperors were fighting. Rumble! The entire world was collapsing. Within a radius of 100 miles, the void of the world had turned into chaos. Mountains were being wiped out, and the earth was sinking. This was the power of an almighty emperor. If such an existence attacked with full force, the 100,000 mountains would probably collapse. A Tao-severing almighty was so powerful that it could move mountains and drain oceans. Without reaching this level, one would never know how terrifying a Tao-severing almighty being was. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, every secret had a heaven-defying divine might. Once the chaos reversal secret art was used, Jiyu Fei was undefeatable. He displayed Scarlet Deity's great art and fought against Scarlet Deity. Wherever the two blood-red battle tigers passed, the mountains would crumble and the rivers would be blocked. They fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The depths of the mountain immediately fell into chaos. What kind of divine ability is this? It can actually refine the opponent's killer move. He is already in an undefeatable position, unless the Scarlet Emperor can break the great technique of this human emperor. The circulation of the Tao is profound and unfathomable. Could it be the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? The spectators were discussing in low voices. The great technique Jiyu Fei had displayed was truly too shocking. It was as if they were in a dream. It was very surreal. Ji Fei channeled the Chaos Reversal secret art with all his might and attacked the Scarlet Emperor continuously. The Scarlet Blood Tiger pounced and bit. Its terrifying power tore the void and shattered the heaven and earth. The Scarlet Emperor was fighting against himself. This made him so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He really couldn't figure out what kind of technique Ji Fei was using. In the Heaven Realm, what kind of technique could be used to refine the opponent's great technique? However, the Scarlet Emperor was a Tao-severing almighty being after all. Very soon, he noticed something strange and started to restrain his power. As expected, as the Scarlet Emperor continued to restrain his power, the ferocity of the Scarlet Blood Tiger also decreased. It's like this. The Scarlet Emperor's heart trembled. He finally found the weakness of this secret art. His aura was immediately raised to the extreme. The Emperor's might of an almighty being filled the heaven and earth, causing all living beings to tremble. The power that he had released was drawn by someone. He didn't know what kind of secret technique this human race sovereign had used, but he could actually draw the power that he had released for his own use. As long as he retracted all of his power into his body, the opponent wouldn't be able to feel any of it and wouldn't be able to borrow any power. This great technique would collapse on its own. The Scarlet Blood Tiger that was formed from the Scarlet Emperor's body gradually disappeared into the void. The Scarlet Blood Tiger that was formed from Ji Fei's body also disappeared into the void. It was as if the two Scarlet Blood Tigers had never appeared. Wang. The Scarlet Blood Divine Spear vibrated and a blood-red cold star broke through the void. It was aimed at the space between Ji Fei's eyebrows. It wanted to pierce through Ji Fei's Niwen Palace and destroy his soul. Swoosh! A small figure rushed out from the space between Ji Fei's eyebrows. After that figure rushed out from the space between Ji Fei's eyebrows, it instantly turned into a Dao sword and fought against the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear. Eat my fist! Ji Fei roared and directly punched towards the Scarlet Emperor who was rushing towards him. Bam! Ji Fei's fist landed on a broken shield and the Scarlet Emperor's body shook. The hand that was holding the shield felt a sharp pain and the bones in his arm were almost broken. How can his strength be so strong? The Scarlet Emperor was secretly shocked. His opponent's strength was too terrifying. He actually used his physical body to fight against the ancient shield and he didn't seem to be injured at all. Again, Ji Fei punched out again and landed another punch on the ancient shield, causing the seal of the Great Path on the ancient shield to flicker continuously. The force of his punch was like a landslide. The powerful impact was as heavy as a huge mountain. The Scarlet Emperor's body shook and he finally took half a step back. Ji Fei was extremely powerful. He continuously punched 18 times and forced the Scarlet Emperor to continuously retreat. He was like an immortal god of war that came from the ancient times. Cracks started to appear on the ancient shield. There were fist marks of varying depths and it was shocking to look at. This human emperor's battle strength was really heaven-defying. Clang! The doctrine sword formed by Ji Fei's primordial spirit had the power of the great Tao circulating around it. It continuously clashed with the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear in the Scarlet Emperor's hand and the sound of metal clashing resounded through the 9 heavens. The Scarlet Emperor tried his best to restrain his power. He condensed his power into a single point and then exploded it at the tip of the spear. This made it difficult for Ji Fei to attack. The power of a severing Tao Supreme was condensed and not released. It was difficult for Ji Fei to activate the Scarlet Emperor's power to execute his killing technique. He could only use his own strength to fight against the Scarlet Emperor. The doctrine sword formed by the primordial spirit was able to resist the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear. This allowed Ji Fei to use his martial arts skills to his heart's content and fight against the Scarlet Emperor of the demon race. Close combat was the strong point of a martial artist. No cultivator would dare to let a martial artist who had a high cultivation get close to them. Otherwise, they would be smashed to death by a pair of fists. The Scarlet Emperor didn't dare to use any more mystic arts. He seemed to be a martial artist who had a high cultivation level. He wielded the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear and attacked Ji Fei continuously. Even so, the Scarlet Emperor still had the upper hand. The physical body of a severing Tao Supreme was also extremely strong. The Scarlet Emperor wielded the divine spear in his hand and bloodlight shot up to the sky. It was as though he was wielding a blood-colored lightning and he was constantly piercing towards Ji Yufei. Roar! Ji Yufei roared angrily. He knew that if this dragged on, it would be disadvantageous for him. Activating the 9 esoteric of the immortal path consumed a large amount of Yuan Qi. If he didn't use his killing technique, he would probably die here. Rise to the heavens! Ji Yufei roared in his heart. Then, a dragon-like qi and blood rushed out from the top of his head. An extremely terrifying power instantly exploded from Ji Yufei's body. Boom! The mighty power from Ji Yufei's body directly caused the void around Ji Yufei to collapse and turn into a chaotic void. The secret technique of rising to heaven instantly increased Ji Yufei's combat prowess by 10 times. Beams of divine light vaguely appeared on his body, and the aura of the great path surged. The entire world seemed to be unable to contain such a powerful force and directly collapsed. What? Scarlet Emperor's shock was no small matter. In a close combat situation, he was already being suppressed by Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei's body once again erupted with a terrifying wave of energy. Bam! 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 Ji Yufei punched the ancient shield in the Scarlet Emperor's hand again and again. It was as though he was beating a heavenly drum and there was an earth-shattering sound. Every time he punched, there would be more cracks on the ancient shield. Ji Yufei was brave and powerful to the extreme. He continuously pushed the Scarlet Emperor back and followed him like a shadow. Before the Scarlet Emperor could react, he was already in front of the Scarlet Emperor and fiercely punched the Scarlet Emperor's shield. Boom! Ji Yufei punched the 21st time. There seemed to be 5 small worlds emerging on his right fist. This was the flawless 5 elements fist. The power of the 5 elements exploded from this punch of Ji Yufei. The ancient shield that was full of cracks was smashed into pieces by Ji Yufei's full-force punch. How is this possible? He actually smashed an ancient weapon with his bare hands. This is crazy. His physical body is actually so strong. Everyone who saw this scene was completely dumbfounded. Ji Yufei's pair of fists could actually fight against an ancient weapon and even smashed it into pieces. This was something that no one had expected. The ancient shield was smashed into pieces by Ji Yufei's punch and the Scarlet Emperor was also sent flying by an unstoppable force. The force was so strong that even the Scarlet Emperor felt his heart palpitate. How could this be? How did his combat power increase to such a level? The Scarlet Emperor was secretly shocked. The opponent was too strong and too abnormal. He actually made him feel helpless. Ji Yufei's strength was so strong that it was unimaginable. Ji Yufei's entire body seemed to be burning. Martial path true power was spewing out from every pore of his body. Rays of divine light flashed around his body like lightning. Swoosh! Ji Yufei instantly caught up with the Scarlet Emperor who was sent flying. He then pressed his palm on the Scarlet Emperor's chest. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from the Scarlet Emperor's chest as his entire chest caved in. Roar! The Scarlet Emperor was infuriated. The scarlet blood divine spear turned into a ray of bloodlight and pierced towards the back of Ji Yufei's head. Even the Dao sword formed by Ji Yufei's Yuan spirit could not stop it. Chapter 12:16. The secret skill of ascension increased Ji Yufei's combat power by 10 times. This was definitely a powerful force that could make any severing path powerhouse pale. Bang! Ji Yufei was like an invincible god of war from ancient times. With a wave of his hand, the crimson blood divine spear was knocked away. At the same time, Scarlet Emperor was pressed on the chest by Ji Yufei. A bone-chilling sound of bones breaking could be heard from the Scarlet Emperor's body as his chest caved in from the pressure of Ji Yufei's palm. The violent and powerful force shook Scarlet Emperor so much that blood oozed out of his orifices. He looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. He was hit down from the sky by Ji Yufei's palm, like a meteorite falling from the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, the whole ground shook 3 times. Dust rose high into the sky. A shockwave spread out, and the whole ground undulated like waves. Mountains collapsed one after another, and the whole area was in chaos. More and more people soared into the sky, fleeing into the distance. Everyone was shocked. The might of Ji Yufei's palm was too terrifying. This palm had a terrifying power that could destroy the world. How is this possible? How did his combat power increase to this level in an instant? My eyes are not playing tricks on me. The scene in front of them was too unbelievable. Scarlet Emperor of the Demon Clan was hit down from the sky by the Human Clan's Emperor. It was really unbelievable. This Human Clan Emperor cultivated a secret skill that could increase his strength in an instant. Among the spectators, there were many old antiques of the Heaven Realm. Although they had lived for countless years, they had never made a breakthrough in their cultivation. Among them, there were some who survived from the late period of Untainted Land, and they were still Celestial Realm Emperors. On the path of cultivation, there were times when a breakthrough could not be achieved with a long period of time. Sometimes, a moment of enlightenment was better than 1,000 years of bitter cultivation. Those who could achieve great things all had to be proud of their talent. They were already outstanding at a young age. Could it be the legendary secret skill? Some people vaguely thought of a secret skill that appeared in the ancient times. This secret skill could instantly increase the cultivator's combat power, but there was a time limit. Roar. At this time, a loud roar came from the great earth. Boundless demonic energy surged violently, and a blood-red tiger could be vaguely seen within the dust. Boom! The heavens and earth shattered, and a blood-red tiger head the size of a mountain emerged from the ground. Its pitch-black mouth exuded a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The entire void of heaven and earth was about to be swallowed by this blood tiger. The pitch-black mouth directly swallowed Ji Yufei. Blood tiger devours the sky. Roar. At the same time, an earth-shattering tiger roar came from Ji Yufei's body. A blood-red tiger rushed out from his body. He used the chaotic reversal secret technique and borrowed the Scarlet Theater's power to execute the Scarlet Theater's killer move. Boom! The two tigers collided with each other in an instant. Bloodlight flooded the entire world. The earth was sinking and the sky was collapsing. The terrifying power directly tore apart the void between heaven and earth. The two blood-red tigers that collided with each other dissipated in the void. Terrifying energy waves spread out in all directions, sweeping across the world. Chaotic heaven and earth. Ji Yufei rushed into the terrifying energy storm. After that, he used the chaotic reversal secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, with all his might. Boundless divine light shone from his body as imprints of the great Tao rushed out from his body. The chaotic energy was triggered by him. The imprints of the great Tao triggered the extremely chaotic energy, which then turned into heavenly swords, piercing towards the blood-red figure in the center of the storm. Terrifying destructive energy turned into heavenly swords of destruction. Such power could destroy the heavens and earth, destroying everything. There was nothing that could stop it. The ancient shield of the Scarlet the Arch had already been shattered by Ji Yufei. The Scarlet Blood Divine Spear was also knocked away by Ji Yufei. The Scarlet the Arch no longer had any divine weapons to protect himself. It was difficult for him to block the destructive heavenly swords formed by the destructive energy triggered by the chaotic reversal secret technique by Ji Yufei. Every beam of destructive sword light contained an imprint of the great Tao. These were supreme divine marks of the immortal path. They could draw spiritual chi from all directions to augment the sword light, making the sword light even more resplendent and indestructible. Who exactly are you? The Scarlet the Arch was shocked to the extreme. His opponent was simply too strong. This was an absolute strength that could suppress a mighty cultivator of the severing Tao. As long as one's strength was strong enough, one punch would be able to destroy the heavens and earth. This was the most sought-after strength on the martial path. Even if you were a mighty cultivator of the severing Tao, you could still be destroyed with a single punch. However, Ji Yufei combined the immortal path and martial path, displaying even more terrifying and powerful combat prowess. The Scarlet the Arch felt that his life was in danger. The Scarlet Theater's physical body was almost destroyed by Ji Yufei's palm. His physical body was also extremely tough. It was just the sword of breathing, but his injured body had already recovered completely. Clang! The Scarlet Theacher's body let out a series of metallic sounds. When the beams of destructive sword light pierced through, a set of battle armor appeared on the Scarlet Theacher's body. This was a set of blood-red battle armor. It looked as though it was soaked in fresh blood. There was a bloody light flowing on it. A beam of bloody light rushed over from afar and was caught by the Scarlet the Arch. Boom! The bloody light suddenly brightened. A blood-red divine tiger appeared on the Scarlet Theacher's body. A violent murderous aura spread out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble in fear. It was as though an ancient wild beast had awakened. Clang! Beams of destructive sword light that could destroy everything struck the Scarlet Theacher's body. However, they were all shattered in the void, unable to cause any damage to the Scarlet the Arch. Divine weapon? Ji Yufei could vaguely see that within the bloody light, the Scarlet Theacher's battle armor had the divine marks of the Great Tao faintly appearing. This was a battle armor that was branded with the Great Tao. The demon race's Scarlet the Arch could be compared to Yarrow Tien. The force behind the Scarlet the Arch was not to be underestimated. Even Yarrow Tien had to try his best to rope him in. Such a person should have a divine weapon. Ji Yufei had already thought of this. At this moment, he had forced the Scarlet the Arch to use his final trump card. The secret skill of Ascension had a time limit. Ji Yufei could not maintain his invincible combat prowess forever. He had to defeat the Scarlet the Arch before the time limit was up. Rumble! Ji Yufei's hands conjured the 5 elements. It was as though there were 5 small worlds revolving around his fists. The power of the 5 elements was gathering towards his fists. Kill! The Scarlet the Arch felt a great threat from Ji Yufei. He was wearing the divine armor and wielded the Scarlet Blood divine spear. He was the first to attack Ji Yufei. Swoosh! A ray of bloody light pierced through the void and instantly appeared in front of Ji Yufei. It was extremely fast. The Scarlet the Arch had unleashed his maximum strength and speed in this attack. Bam! Ji Yufei punched out, and a dazzling lightning seemed to appear in the void. His fist, which was surrounded by 5-colored divine light, instantly collided with the Scarlet Blood divine spear that was stabbing at him. Clang! As though 2 pieces of divine metal collided, the sound of the collision pierced through the void and spread far. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar felt as though their eardrums were pierced. Their ears were buzzing and they could not hear anything for a moment. The power of the 5 elements was vast and mighty. Blood-colored demonic chi shot up into the sky. The 2 great experts fought fiercely like 2 invincible gods of war. The entire void was shattered, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Ji Yufei was fighting the Scarlet the Arch, who was wearing the divine armor and wielding the Scarlet Blood divine spear with his fists. Everyone was so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Everyone was so shocked that they could not be described with words. It was too crazy to fight against a divine weapon with his own body. Before this, no one believed that there would be someone whose body was comparable to a divine weapon. But now, the human emperor had done it. His fists were constantly colliding with the Scarlet Blood divine spear, and even the divine weapon could not hurt him. Invincible martial artist? I'm afraid not even a divine beast can be compared to such a physique. He's like a divine weapon in human form. Some of the old antiques knew how terrifying a successful martial artist was. In the immemorial era, such a person was an expert that no one dared to offend. Although there were only a few descendants of the martial progenitors, none of them were weak. They were invincible among their peers and they could do whatever they wanted in the chaos world. One should know that the martial progenitor's battle strength was recognized as the strongest among the extreme Tao experts. The Scarlet the Arch used his divine weapon and the divine armor covered his entire body, including his head. There was not a single part of his body that was not covered by the divine armor, including his eyes. At the Scarlet Theacher's level of cultivation, he could sense everything around him without using his eyes, and his battle strength would not be affected. Ji Yufei displayed the flawless 5 elements fist and threw out one punch after another in a domineering manner to fight against the Scarlet the Arch. At this moment, there was no need for tricks. He wanted to suppress the Scarlet the Arch with absolute strength. However, the Scarlet the Arch was an emperor after all, and he used his divine weapon. It seemed impossible for Ji Yufei to suppress the Scarlet the Arch with absolute strength. Wang. The Scarlet Blood Divine Spear vibrated and Dao patterns appeared on the Scarlet Theater's divine armor. A trace of Dao charm flowed on the divine armor and the energy of the divine armor gathered towards the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear. The Scarlet Blood Divine Spear in the Scarlet Theater's hand and the divine armor on his body seemed to be a set of divine weapons. Such a combination could be said to be armed to the teeth. The Scarlet Blood Divine Spear pierced through the void and swung towards Ji Yufei's chest. Swoosh! Ji Yufei used the 8 desolation steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. He left an afterimage on the spot and his real body soared into the sky and appeared above the Scarlet the Arch. Boom! The yin-yang true power exploded from Ji Yufei's body. The yin-yang true power intertwined and a huge seal appeared in front of him. He clasped his hands together and pressed it down towards the Scarlet the Arch. The Scarlet Emperor's blood-colored fist struck out in defiance of the heavens. With a single punch, the entire void collapsed and turned into chaos. Bam! The yin-yang seal of life and death collided with the Scarlet Theater's blood-red fist. The Scarlet the Arch was knocked down from the sky by the yin-yang seal while Ji Yufei was sent flying by the Scarlet Theater's fist. Again. Chapter 12:17. Ji Yufei and the Scarlet Emperor fought until their eyes turned red. The void that was the size of the flawless 5-elemental fist was collapsing. The Scarlet Blood Divine Spear seemed to have overturned the heaven and earth. The blood-colored demonic light illuminated the entire heaven and earth in a blood-red color. Bam! Ji Yufei's fist landed on Scarlet Emperor's right shoulder and a bone-cracking sound came from his shoulder. His entire shoulder was almost destroyed and his right arm immediately went limp. Even with the protection of the Scarlet Blood Divine Armor, Scarlet Emperor was still severely injured. Swoosh! Blood light appeared. At the moment when Ji Yufei's fist landed on Scarlet Emperor's shoulder, the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear pierced Ji Yufei's chest. The spearhead pierced into Ji Yufei's body and almost pierced through Ji Yufei's body. The Emperor Martial body was extremely strong and was comparable to a half-holy weapon. However, the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear was a holy weapon and was a complete set of holy weapons with the Scarlet Blood Divine Armor. The entire spear had great Dao divine markings and the Dao power gathered at the spearhead. It actually pierced into Ji Yufei's body. Roar! Ji Yufei roared. His eyes shot out brilliant divine light and a terrifying power surged around his body. Scarlet Emperor wanted to pierce through Ji Yufei's body but the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear could only pierce a few inches in and could not go any further. Bam! Ji Yufei kicked Scarlet Emperor's body and sent him flying 100 miles away. He could clearly feel the minute changes in his blood when the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear was pulled out of his body. This Scarlet Emperor, Ji Yufei, was secretly shocked. Scarlet Emperor's combat power had also increased to a frightening level. The Scarlet Blood Divine Spear in his hand was surrounded by Dao power. He realized that the bloody hole in his chest was actually very difficult to heal. There was a force attached to the wound and this force was preventing the wound from healing. This was caused by Dao power and it was very difficult to heal. Even if Ji Yufei's life force was as strong as a dragon's, it was difficult to heal his body in a short period of time. However, Scarlet Emperor's right shoulder was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Preposterous! Seeing this, Ji Yufei couldn't help being startled and infuriated. His opponent's injuries could heal, but his own couldn't. This couldn't continue. Moreover, there was a time limit to the soaring secret skill. If he couldn't defeat Scarlet Emperor within the time limit, there would only be one ending for Ji Yufei: death. Swoosh! Ji Yufei suddenly disappeared into the void. No one could catch a trace of him. It was as if he had jumped out of this world. All of Ji Yufei's aura, all of his fluctuations, suddenly vanished, causing everyone's hearts to pound. What? Where did he go? He couldn't have escaped. The spectators were dumbfounded. Ji Yufei's sudden disappearance startled them all. Some people opened their heavenly eyes to look around, but they couldn't find anything. It was as if Ji Yufei had really evaporated from this world. Only Scarlet Emperor knew that Ji Yufei didn't leave because he could still feel a terrifying killing intent. He didn't dare to be careless and held the Scarlet Blood Divine Spear tightly. Without any warning, Ji Yufei's figure suddenly appeared behind Scarlet Emperor. Bam! Without any hesitation, Ji Yufei exerted the flawless Five Elements fist and punched Scarlet Emperor's back. Boundless five-colored fist force instantly drowned Scarlet Emperor. It was as if 5 small worlds had swallowed Scarlet Emperor. Then, the extremely compressed fist force instantly exploded like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. Boom! A terrifying fist force swept out in all directions. It was as if a 5-colored divine sun had exploded. The entire void of heaven and earth turned into nothingness in an instant. A crimson figure flew out from the terrifying destructive force. Scarlet Emperor was sent flying 10,000 feet away by Ji Yufei's punch. His scarlet blood divine armor was covered in blood, and even the scarlet blood divine spear flew out of his hands. The flawless Five Elements fist was a supreme fist technique created by martial progenitor Wu Wu. Each of Ji Yufei's punches contained a trace of Tao force. However, the Scarlet Emperor was wearing the scarlet blood sacred armor, which could counteract the Tao power, causing him to only be injured and not die. This made Ji Yufei very depressed. If this punch landed on the Scarlet Emperor's body, it would definitely be able to blast this demon race Scarlet Emperor's body apart. Die. Ji Yufei was extremely ferocious as he charged forward once again. However, just as he took his first step, his figure disappeared once again. The billowing blood chi and boundless killing intent disappeared in an instant. The terrifying wave of energy also disappeared completely. This was unbelievable. How did he do it? Could it be some kind of mysterious secret technique? This time, no one could see how Ji Yufei disappeared. Even Scarlet Emperor couldn't sense Ji Yufei's presence. This was a miracle. Ah! The Scarlet Emperor roared like an injured beast. Boundless blood light rushed out from his body, and the blood that seeped out from the scarlet blood holy armor flowed back into his body. His injured body was actually healed in an instant. A supreme expert of the Severing Tao had an incomparably strong body. As long as his primordial spirit was destroyed, he could recover instantly even if his body was destroyed. Scarlet Emperor extended his hand and retrieved the scarlet blood divine spear. At this moment, Ji Yufei's figure appeared beside him again. Ji Yufei seemed to have walked out from the void. He was silent and didn't cause any waves. Bam! Ji Yufei's right leg was like a divine whip as it ruthlessly swept across the waist of the Scarlet Emperor. The Scarlet Emperor was sent flying thousands of feet away. The extremely ferocious power injured the Scarlet Emperor through the scarlet blood holy armor. Fresh blood flowed out from the scarlet blood divine armor. Shameless rat. Come out and fight me fair and square if you have the guts. Scarlet Emperor was extremely depressed. He couldn't even catch a trace of Ji Yufei. It was as though his opponent had merged with the Tao of heaven and earth. No matter how strong his divine will was, he couldn't sense where Ji Yufei was. You have the cheek to say fair and square. Don't you feel ashamed? Ji Yufei disappeared into the void again. His voice reverberated in the void. His voice was like a heavenly voice that echoed in all directions. No one could sense his exact location. Scarlet Emperor was speechless. He was the demon emperor of the demon race while his opponent was an emperor of the human race. He was bullying the weak and they weren't on the same level. Moreover, this emperor of the human race had the upper hand in the battle. Scarlet Emperor was speechless. Even the demon race at the scene felt embarrassed after hearing Ji Yufei's words. It was indeed embarrassing that a demon emperor couldn't even take down an emperor of the human race. If it was an ordinary emperor, Scarlet Emperor could kill as many as he wanted. However, this emperor of the human race was a monster. His combat strength was heaven-defying and he could fight against a supreme being of the Severing Tao. Bam! A huge foot suddenly appeared on top of Scarlet Emperor's head and stomped him down from the sky. This made Scarlet Emperor furious. This was a blatant humiliation to him. Ah! Scarlet Emperor flew into the sky like a madman. The crimson blood divine spear in his hand shot out thousands of rays of bloody light and pierced through a figure that was about to disappear into the void. However, the crimson blood divine spear seemed to have pierced through a mirage. There was no sense of force behind it at all. It was as if it had pierced through the air. Then, the blurry figure disappeared into the void before Scarlet Emperor's eyes. Not only was Scarlet Emperor dumbfounded, but everyone who was watching the battle from afar was also stunned. What kind of secret skill was this? How could he transform into the void without a trace? This time, everyone saw how Ji Yufei disappeared into the void. It was as if he had merged with the void. This kind of secret technique was too terrifying. There was probably nothing in the world that could trap this human race sovereign. Transforming into the world, this kind of supreme technique seemed to be something that only sages who had comprehended the Tao could do. Is the 9 secrets of the immortal path going to reappear? In the distant sky, an ancient bronze chariot stood a burly figure. This person's body was surrounded by a trace of Emperor's aura. This was a power of the severing Tao. In other directions, there were also powerful figures looming. The battle between Ji Yufei and Scarlet Emperor had alarmed these power of the severing Tao. In the heaven realm, severing Tao were respectfully called emperors. Every power of the severing Tao was an emperor and was the most powerful existence in the heaven realm. And in the area where the peerless tomb was located next to Scarlet Plains, there was a vast and mighty sage aura. There were powerful figures fighting with holy weapons. Those power of the severing Tao who did not have holy weapons had all withdrawn from the terrifying battle for the fruit of the way. Even though those people were fighting in the peerless tomb could not block the sage aura emitted by the holy weapons. No one could get close to that area. Therefore, the battle between Ji Yufei and Scarlet Emperor attracted everyone's attention. Ji Yufei used the anti-void secret technique and turned himself into the world. He was invisible, traceless, and shadowless, shielding the heavenly secrets and concealing all of his aura. Unless a saint jumped out, no one would be able to accurately sense his location. The Scarlet Emperor roared in anger. He kept thrusting the scarlet blood divine spear in his hand in all directions. The crimson light that was emitted from the scarlet blood divine spear pierced through the void, leaving huge black cracks in the void. It was extremely terrifying. However, such attacks were useless against Ji Yufei, who had transformed into the heaven and earth. He could easily guide these attacks into the void of the heaven and earth. The Scarlet Emperor's entire body was covered with the scarlet blood sacred armor. Ordinary attacks would not be able to kill him. Ji Yufei was secretly anxious. The time limit of the Ascension secret technique was almost up. He could not maintain this state forever. If the time limit of the secret technique of rising to heaven was up, he would not be able to transform into the heaven and earth again. At that time, Scarlet Emperor, who used the divine weapon, could easily kill him. What should I do? Chapter 12:18. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the secret art of ascension, had a time limit and could not maintain an invincible state for a long period of time. This made Ji Yufei very anxious. If he could not finish off Scarlet Emperor within the time limit, he would be the one in trouble. Rumble, Ji Yufei traversed through the void and continued to use his killer moves. The flawless 5 elements fist was like a landslide that bombarded Scarlet Emperor continuously. The sky and earth collapsed and the mountains crumbled. However, Scarlet Emperor was covered in scarlet blood holy armor. The powerful fist force that could destroy a part of the void was nullified by the armor. Tao rhymes circulated around the scarlet blood holy armor. The great Tao divine patterns that were imprinted on the armor were faintly discernible. The power of Tao interweaved and protected Scarlet Emperor within it. Unless it was a sage or someone with a holy weapon, no one would be able to break through the defense of the Scarlet Emperor's scarlet blood holy armor. This was the power of a sage being activated. Although it was not the true power of a sage, it was still very terrifying as it could kill a half-sage. This Scarlet Emperor of the Demon Clan was able to be on the same level as half-sage Yarrow Tien. This meant that he was quite capable. His set of holy weapons gave him the ability to challenge a half-sage. Swoosh! The Tao sword formed from the primordial spirit broke through the void of the heaven and earth, slashing out from the void towards the Scarlet Emperor. This was a type of power formed from the power of the immortal Tao triggered by the secret techniques of the immortal Tao. This power could destroy the void of the heavens and earth. When cultivated to the great perfection realm, The primordial spirit could turn into the true great Tao killing light that could destroy everything in the world. The primordial spirit Tao light was extremely fast and Scarlet Emperor had no way to avoid it. The primordial spirit Tao sword slashed at his waist and he was sent flying. However, such a killer move could not truly threaten Scarlet Emperor, who was wearing the Scarlet Blood Holy Armor. It could only injure him but not kill him. It could not threaten his life. "You can't kill me," the Scarlet Emperor roared angrily. He was being suppressed by Ji Yufei and was already enraged. However, Ji Yufei's great techniques were too unpredictable and unbelievable. He was unable to defend himself and was hit repeatedly. If he wasn't wearing the Scarlet Blood Sacred Armor, he would have been killed by Ji Yufei with all kinds of great techniques. No one could withstand the power of the Great Way. Not even a semisage could do it. The supreme secret technique could attract the power of the Great Way. This was the terrifying part of the supreme secret technique. 3 pure ones in one breath. Ji Yufei was going all out. If he didn't go all out now, he might not have the chance to go all out in the future. He created another Taoist body and attacked the Scarlet Emperor. The two Ji Yufeis moved rapidly in the void and attacked at the same time. They immediately suppressed the Scarlet Emperor to the point where he couldn't retaliate at all. This was the embodiment of absolute power. Ji Yufei's 3 pure ones in one breath could only create one incarnation of the Great Way. If he could create 3 incarnations of the Great Way, the Scarlet Emperor would probably be defeated even if he was wearing the sacred armor. Unfortunately, with Ji Yufei's current cultivation, he could only create one incarnation of the Great Way even if he used the secret technique of ascension. Even so, this was already quite a miracle. The 3 pure ones in one breath was a secret technique that was very difficult to cultivate among the 9 secrets of the immortal path. This was because to create the incarnation of the Great Way, it was equivalent to cultivating a second self. The incarnation of the Great Way created by the 3 pure ones in one breath was different from the ordinary incarnations. The strength of the incarnation of the Great Way was similar to the original body. If he could create 3 incarnations of the Great Way, it would be equivalent to 4 Ji Yufeis attacking together. No one would be able to resist such a combat strength. He was absolutely invincible among those of the same cultivation level. Bam! The Taoist body struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist and smashed the Red Emperor into the sky. Then, Ji Yufei's original body descended from the sky like an ancient god of war. He stomped in all directions and stomped the Red Emperor down from the sky. Boom! The Scarlet Emperor was like a scarlet meteorite, falling from the sky, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to collapse. This kind of extremely ferocious power caused him to suffer a great impact. However, regardless of whether it was the flawless fist of 5 elements or the desolation steps, the power of the Great Way contained in the Scarlet Emperor's body was blocked by the Scarlet Blood Armor. The Scarlet Emperor was still only injured but not dead. Although his physical body in the Scarlet Blood Armor suffered a great impact, it could still recover quickly. The power of the Great Way could not hurt the Scarlet Emperor. Damn it! Ji Yufei already felt that there was not much time left for the secret technique of ascension. However, the power of the Great Way that he attracted could not hurt the Scarlet Emperor and could not threaten his life. It was not an easy task to kill a mighty figure of the Severing Path. The life force of a mighty figure of the Severing Path was so strong that it was unimaginable. As long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, the physical body would not be destroyed. The Scarlet Emperor hid in the Scarlet Blood Armor and it was difficult for Ji Yufei to hurt his primordial spirit. Now, there was only one way, and that was to use the power of the sacred weapon of the Extreme Path to kill the Scarlet Emperor. However, there were countless pairs of eyes watching him in the surrounding area. If he used the sacred weapon of the Extreme Path, the surrounding spectators would definitely feel the existence of the sacred weapon of the Extreme Path. In this way, the old antiques in the dark would not be able to sit still and fight for the sacred weapon of the Extreme Path. If this really happened, even if he was not killed by the Scarlet Emperor, he would probably be killed by others. Ji Yufei did not want to become the enemy of all the cultivators in the Heaven Realm. The sacred weapon of the Extreme Path could make any cultivator go crazy. Even a half-sage was no exception. No one could sit still and not be jealous. Ji Yufei did not dare to use the sacred weapon of the extreme path. Swoosh! A scroll suddenly rushed out from Ji Yufei's body and quickly unfolded. On the scroll, there was a scenery of mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers on the scroll seemed to have come to life, and there seemed to be a world evolving on the scroll. A wave of saintly might spread out from the scroll. Rumble, the divine mark of the great path, appeared on the scroll. The scroll produced a heaven-devouring power that swallowed the void of the world and sucked the Scarlet Emperor who had just rushed out from the ground. This scroll was the spoils of war that Ji Yufei obtained when he killed Dongfang Chen, the mountain river diagram. Since he could not use the sacred weapon of the extreme path, he would use the sacred weapon. Ji Yufei still had a sacred weapon. Once the mountain river diagram appeared, it immediately sucked the Scarlet Emperor into it. There seemed to be a world evolving in the mountain river diagram. A wave of power of heaven and earth was emitted from the surface, and the mountains and rivers on the surface started to gradually turn into a diagram. In the mountain river diagram, there was a blood-red figure rushing left and right, trying to rush out. That blood-red figure was the Scarlet Emperor of the demon race who was wearing the scarlet blood sacred armor. The Scarlet Emperor roared again and again. The scarlet blood divine spear in his hand kept piercing the void. Scarlet divine light kept bursting out from the mountain river diagram, and the whole mountain river diagram was shaking. The Scarlet Emperor was really impressive. He actually broke through the mountain river diagram and showed signs of killing his way out. Ji Yufei performed a great technique and continuously used the power of the mountain river diagram to suppress the Scarlet Emperor. However, the Scarlet Emperor also had a sacred weapon, and the power of the mountain river diagram could not completely suppress him. Good Lord! Ji Yufei did not care so much. He directly rolled up the mountain river diagram and then used the desolate steps. He rushed into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Scarlet Emperor has been suppressed. What kind of sacred weapon is that? It can actually suck the Scarlet Emperor in. Has the Scarlet Emperor been defeated? Countless cultivators who were watching the battle from afar suddenly burst into an uproar. This scene happened too suddenly. Before they could react, the Scarlet Emperor was taken away by Ji Yufei. Some people hurriedly chased in the direction where Ji Yufei disappeared. However, some real strong cultivators did not chase after him, especially the powerful cultivators of the Dao-severing realm. They were not willing to leave just like that. At this time, the battle in the Peerless Tomb had probably reached the climax. Everyone was coveting the fruit of Dao that was bred in the Peerless Tomb. The powerful cultivators of the Dao-severing realm had the opportunity to fight for it. No one was willing to give up the fruit of Dao. However, the cultivators below the Dao-severing realm knew that the fruit of Dao that was bred in the Peerless Tomb was not for them to touch. Even the emperors had to retreat. The powerful cultivators of the Dao-severing realm did not chase after Ji Yufei. With the speed of the emperors, it was impossible for them to catch up with Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei easily shook everyone off. Even some of the emperors who were proficient in the tracking technique could not track down Ji Yufei. In the end, Ji Yufei opened the Void Matrix platform and directly teleported thousands of miles away. He appeared in the sky above an unknown mountain in the southern region. He then shook the mountain and river diagram in his hand and threw the Scarlet Emperor out of it. This was a desolate place in the southern domain with barren mountains and unruly rivers. No cultivator would like to live in a place like this. The barren land had very little spiritual chi. It was not suitable for cultivation. No cultivator would enter such a barren land to cultivate. In this area, Ji Yufei could fight to his heart's content. Rumble, just as the Scarlet Emperor was thrown out of the mountain and river diagram by Ji Yufei, a huge cauldron fell from the sky and pressed down on the Scarlet Emperor before he could see his surroundings clearly. An extremely terrifying aura spread in all directions. Even the Scarlet Emperor, who was wearing the scarlet blood sacred armor, felt his soul trembling. He turned pale with fright. This was an aura that was many times stronger than the sage's aura. This was the aura of the extreme path. Someone was using the extreme path sacred weapon. The Scarlet Emperor did not hesitate. He turned into a ray of bloody light and broke through the void. He escaped into the void and disappeared. He was extremely fast. This guy, seeing this, Jiu Fei was dumbfounded. The Scarlet Emperor escaped too quickly. Before the mountain and river cauldron could really suppress him, he had already disappeared. The Scarlet Emperor was protected by the scarlet blood sacred armor. Even the power of the mountain and river cauldron could not suppress him. He escaped. All of this was because Jiu Fei was not strong enough. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to truly activate the mountain and river cauldron and let the mountain and river cauldron display the true sage's aura. This gave the Scarlet Emperor the opportunity to escape. Boom. Chapter 12:19. The moment the Scarlet Emperor sensed the aura, he immediately broke through the void and escaped into the chaotic nothingness, disappearing without a trace. The mountain and river cauldron fell and crushed the void, but it still couldn't stop the Scarlet Emperor from escaping. Jiu Fei couldn't help but feel a little unwilling to accept this. The Scarlet Emperor and Yarou Tianju were so close, so he must be the old tortoise's enemy. Although Yarou Tianju was dead, the force behind him was still not to be underestimated. If it weren't for the old antiques of the demon race, Yarou Tianju wouldn't have dared to attack the old tortoise. One should know that the old tortoise was the son of the Tai Huang. His status and identity were absolutely supreme within the demon race. The Heaven Realm demon race wasn't united. There were internal conflicts within the Heaven Realm demon race. Some viewed the Tai Huang as a supreme god and respected him as the demon ancestor. However, there were also those who respected another supreme existence as the demon ancestor. The Grand Sovereign and the Heavenly Demon were the two greatest existences of the demon clan during the primordial era. The two great demon clans had no existence and each had their own followers. However, in the end, the Grand Sovereign unified the primordial demon clan and single-handedly established the primordial demon clan's heavenly court. The supreme Tai Huang's followers were much more numerous than the sky demons. The ones who secretly incited Yarou Tianju to go against the old tortoise were the descendants of the great demons that followed the sky demon. Only such people would dare to go against the Tai Huang's old subordinates. It could be said that the conflict within the demon race involved the grievances between the ancient demon race. Jiu Fei didn't know about the various secrets of the demon race, nor did he want to know. His thinking was very simple. The old tortoise's enemy was also his enemy. An enemy must be eliminated. What a pity. Jiu Fei originally wanted to detain the Scarlet Emperor in a secluded place and then use the extreme path sacred weapon to kill him. However, he didn't expect the Scarlet Emperor to escape without a fight. At this time, Jiu Fei sensed a few powerful auras appearing in the distance. He quickly put away the mountain and river cauldron and used the 8 desolation steps to leave this barren land. The Scarlet Plains, which lay between the southern mountains and the central plains, attracted cultivators from all 5 regions of the Heaven Realm due to the appearance of the land of buried saints and the peerless tomb. From time to time, the figures of cultivators would appear between the mountains. From time to time, resplendent divine rainbows would fly past in the sky. Those were the streaks of light that cultivators rode. The holy aura of the extreme Tao spread throughout the boundless region. The battle in the peerless tomb affected the entire vast territory, and even the land of Saint Burial was affected. Jiu Fei sensed the aura of the Grand Sovereign Seal. At the same time, he sensed another ripple that was no weaker than the Grand Sovereign Seal. It seemed that someone had arrived with an extreme divine weapon. The ripples from the other saint artifacts spread out, causing all the living beings in the region to tremble. This was a battle between saints. No one could intervene, unless a saint jumped out. However, there were no saints in the current Great Era. It seemed that it would not be easy for the old turtle to obtain the Tao fruit nurtured in the peerless tomb. No one was willing to give up the hope of becoming a sage. Hey Tian, that guy. Jiu Fei carefully searched the mountains in the southern part of the central region and finally found the unique mark that Hey Tian had left behind. Hey Tian had chased after the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor, but he did not know if he had succeeded in killing the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor. The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor was extremely powerful. Before he met Jiu Fei, he was the Emperor of the Emperors in the Nanling Demon Clan. His combat strength could be said to be invincible among his peers. However, It was unfortunate that he met Jiyu Fei, who had the human race martial body. His physique was unparalleled in the world. Even the celestial eye demon emperor could not compare to him. In the end, he was defeated by Jiyu Fei. The legend of the celestial eye demon emperor, who was invincible among his peers, came to an end at the hands of Jiyu Fei. Jiyu Fei followed the mark left behind by He Tian and chased all the way. Soon, he arrived near the Red Plains. The Red Land suddenly appeared outside the mountains. Such a terrain seemed impossible. Could the Red Plains really be a battlefield from ancient times, and the blood of the ancient gods and demons dyed the entire land red? The inexplicable aura that emanated from the Red Plains made Jiyu Fei feel uneasy. He seemed to hear the sounds of fighting and saw countless gods and demons falling. They entered the Red Plains. At this time, although it was noon and the sun was hanging high in the sky, there was not a trace of sunlight in the Red Plains. It gave people a cold feeling. There was a great danger in the Red Plains. This was something that all the cultivators in the Heaven Realm knew. Some cultivators who walked into the Red Plains often disappeared inside and never came out again. This was a barrier between the Central Plains and the Nanling Mountains. This was also the reason why the demons of the Heaven Realm rarely appeared in other regions of the Heaven Realm. To enter the Central Plains and then the other major regions, one had to first pass through the Red Plains. All the major forces in the Heaven Realm had set up a teleportation array that connected the Nanling Mountains and other major regions. The demons should also have such an array. However, the demons were the land of the entire Heaven Realm. If the array set up by the demons was discovered, it would be destroyed directly. Even so, many experts of the demons walked out of the 100,000 demon mountains and entered the major regions of the Heaven Realm. This caused many battles between the gods and demons, which caused the Heaven Realm to be in turmoil. Jiyu Fei discovered that the mark left by He Tian actually pointed to the Red Plains. In other words, He Tian had really entered the Red Plains, which was not a good thing. No one knew what dangers there were in the Red Plains, but not everyone dared to enter the Land of Saints. Perhaps even the old antiques in the Heaven Realm did not know what dangers there were inside. It seemed that the celestial eye demon emperor had nowhere to go and was forced to escape into the Red Plains by He Tian. Jiyu Fei hesitated for a moment, but finally walked into the Red Plains. When Jiyu Fei stepped on the dark red soil of the Red Plains, a cold aura hit him. The Red Plains was vast and lay between the Central Plains and the Nanling Mountains. It seemed to be an evil land with no end. Ever since the Red Plains appeared, not many people had been able to successfully cross this barrier. Even under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible for a cultivator to cross this barrier. Even a half-saint would not be willing to set foot in such an area. After walking into the Red Plains, Jiyu Fei felt that the extreme saint power that enveloped the entire area had weakened by more than half, which shocked Jiyu Fei. The Land of Saints was indeed extraordinary. It could actually weaken the fluctuations of the extreme saint weapon. He Tian's mark had been pointing to the depths of the Red Plains, which made Jiyu Fei frown. This guy did not have any deep hatred for the celestial eye demon emperor, so why did he take this risk? As Jiyu Fei walked along the Red Plains, chilly winds howled and stirred up layers of bloody mist from time to time, as if there were countless ghosts howling in the bloody mist. This was a dangerous place, and there were no signs of life. Boom! Just as Jiyu Fei was about 500 kilometers into the Scarlet Plains, a loud noise suddenly rang out from up ahead. The entire Scarlet Plains shook as a powerful ripple spread out from up ahead. Jiyu Fei was shocked. He could feel the aura of He Tian and the soaring demonic aura. These fluctuations had suddenly appeared, which was very strange. Your formation is only SOSO. An emotionless voice came from ahead. Someone spoke, and the voice was extremely old. The person who spoke should be an old antique. Whoosh! Jiyu Fei immediately used the 8 desolation steps and showed his extreme speed as he approached. He saw a few figures standing on the red hills in front of him. He Tian was blocked in the middle by 3 people dressed in black. Near the red hills, there were countless sparkling jade pieces scattered around, and each jade piece had spiritual light flowing around it. This was the divine sheepfat jade, which contained spiritual qi. On the divine sheepfat jade, one could also see the incomplete formation patterns. When Ji Yufei saw this, he immediately understood why these people's aura suddenly appeared. The three experts of the demon clan should have been trapped by He Tian's formation. However, among the three experts of the demon clan, one of them broke He Tian's formation. These people could actually break He Tian's formation, which made Ji Yufei secretly shocked. He was very clear about He Tian's attainments in formations. The killing formation that He Tian had set up could kill any opponent of the same level. Ji Yufei's arrival surprised everyone. He Tian was surprised and delighted. He had been plotted against. The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor had actually led him into an ambush. Among the three black-clothed people, the young expert of the demon clan was the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor with 3 eyes. Ji Yufei's arrival really frightened the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor. Ancestors, this is the person who killed Yarou Tianju. Yarou Tianju's death could be said to have pierced the sky. Even the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor, who was fleeing, also learned of Yarou Tianju's death, which shocked and angered him. Since Yarou Tianju was dead, who else in the demon clan could compete with the crown prince for the throne of the demon clan? The people of the celestial demon lineage had been restless in recent years. Wasn't it because they wanted to control the demon clan in the heaven realm? The celestial demon lineage would definitely not lose to the crown prince's lineage. The grievances between the primordial demon clan had continued into the present age. Swoosh! 2 pairs of eyes that seemed to be able to pierce through the void immediately fell on Ji Yufei. They were the eyes of 2 white-haired old men with wrinkled skin. You killed Yarou Tianju? The 2 old men could not maintain their composure at this time, and they were both shocked. Yarou Tianju was a half-saint of the demon clan. Before the crown prince returned, Yarou Tianju was regarded as the hope of the entire demon clan. How is this possible? When the 2 old men sensed the fluctuations in Ji Yufei's body, their wrinkled old faces showed a look of disbelief. An emperor killed a half-saint. Was this possible? 2 Dao severing almighties? When Ji Yufei saw the 2 old men, his pupils involuntarily shrank. No wonder even a half-step mighty like He Tian was at a disadvantage. It turned out that the opponents were 2 almighties. Bam! One of the old men directly attacked Ji Yufei. A huge green hand rushed out from the old man's hand and directly grabbed at Ji Yufei. Humph! Ji Yufei sneered. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he also pressed his palm forward. An earth-shattering palm force surged forward and smashed the heaven and earth. Boom! With a loud sound, Ji Yufei's palm collided with the huge green hand. Ji Yufei was like a huge primordial mountain and did not move an inch. However, the old man who attacked shook his body and took a step back. This. Chapter 1220. Ji Yufei had made a move to fight against a powerful figure at the severing path and even forced him to retreat. Such combat power shocked everyone, and everyone was dumbfounded. Even He Tian, who knew the ins and outs of Ji Yufei, was shocked. Ji Yufei's timely arrival made He Tian secretly heave a sigh of relief. The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor had lured him to the Red Plains, where 2 old guys were waiting. They were 2 powerful figures of the demon clan who had been at the severing path for countless years. Such figures had lived for a long time, and their cultivation and strength were not comparable to ordinary powerful figures. Even a half-step powerful figure like He Tian, who was proficient in formations, had almost been killed by these 2 old guys. The killing formation that he had set up could not trap these 2 guys at all. It was known that the killing formation that He Tian had set up had the power to fight against a powerful figure at the severing path. He had become one with the killing formation, and his combat power had been raised to a frightening level. You are. The old powerful figure who had exchanged a blow with Ji Yufei was very surprised. His eyes shot out rays of light, and he glanced at Ji Yufei, trying to see through Ji Yufei. Human martial body? The other old monster at the severing path was also shocked. He had already seen the origin of the combat power that Ji Yufei had displayed. It was not a divine technique of the celestial path, but a direct manifestation of a powerful force. This was a supreme cultivation method that had disappeared for countless years. I didn't expect someone with this kind of physique to appear again. You obtained the inheritance of the martial ancestor? The two old monsters at the severing path looked at each other, and they could not help but be moved. In ancient times, human warriors were synonymous with power. Warriors who had reached the great accomplishment realm had heaven-defying combat power, and they were invincible among their peers. Humph. Ji Fei did not say anything, and then he directly pressed forward. Even Yao Tian had died at his hands. Although these two old monsters were powerful, they were not as powerful as Yao Tian. Furthermore, this was the Scarlet Plains. A strange power enveloped the entire place. Even if an extreme Path Saint weapon was used, the people outside would not be able to sense it. In the Scarlet Plains, Ji Fei had no scruples. You can't stay. You must die. After the two old demons of the Severing Path found out about Ji Fei's background, they were determined to kill him. It was not a legend that a martial arts practitioner of the upper realm was invincible among his peers. If the person in front of them who had obtained the inheritance of the martial ancestor was allowed to grow, the descendants of their bloodline would definitely be suppressed by the martial physique of the human race. The path of Dao corroboration was incomparably difficult. 100 clans contended for supremacy, and the two Dao severing old demons wanted to do something exterminating. They wanted to kill geniuses and clear away the obstacles on the path of Dao corroboration for their clan's inheritors. Bam! The entire space trembled as the gigantic green hand appeared once more, exuding a monstrous amount of demonic energy as it grabbed towards Ji Fei. This grab seemed to be able to tear the entire space apart. The great demons of the Severing Path were incomparably powerful. With a wave of their hands, they could pierce through the heavens and the earth and shatter the space. They displayed such great power that it was terrifying. Swoosh! A purple divine light flashed between Ji Fei's eyebrows, and a tiny figure flashed out from between Ji Fei's eyebrows. It then turned into a divine light of the Great Path and rushed towards the gigantic green hand. The divine light of the Great Path contained a trace of the power of the Great Path. It immediately destroyed the gigantic green hand. Like a stream of light, it instantly streaked across the sky and pierced towards the great demon of the Severing Path. The killing light of the primordial spirit was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Every one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path had heaven-defying power. They were the 9 life-killing techniques created by the supreme Great Path ancestor. As soon as the 9 secrets of the immortal path were used, the expressions of the 2 Severing Path demons immediately changed. The great demon quickly retreated. A blade of light rushed out from his body and blocked the attack. The green blade of light illuminated the entire world and tore through the sky. This was a great demon's war blade. It was green, and the divine patterns of the Great Path were faintly discernible. These were the patterns that the great demons of the Severing Path had imprinted on the war blade. The great demons of the Severing Path severed other paths to achieve their own. They could already develop their own patterns of the Great Path and use them to draw on a trace of the power of the Great Path for their own use. This was a qualitative transformation. The extreme sublimation of one's cultivation and strength. At this level, one's cultivation had already begun to break away from the scope of immortals. However, when the killing light of the Great Path that Ji Fei's primordial spirit had turned into clashed with the war blade of the great demon of the Severing Path, it actually blocked the war blade. The clanging sounds did not stop. The killing light of the Great Path that Ji Fei's primordial spirit had turned into clashed with the war blade of the great demon of the Severing Path. Sparks flew in the sky. In the end, Ji Fei and the great demon of the Severing Path were sent flying. Ji Fei withdrew the killing light of the Great Path that his primordial spirit had turned into. The great demon of the Severing Path also held the war blade in his hand and was on guard. The bronze war blade was covered with slashes, and there were even countless nicks on the blade. The killing light of the Great Path that Ji Fei's primordial spirit had turned into had actually damaged the war blade of the great demon of the Severing Path. How is this possible? The 2 great demons of the Severing Path were extremely shocked. The killing technique that Ji Fei had displayed was actually a killing technique of the immortal path. He was a warrior. How could he have cultivated a primordial spirit of the immortal path? Had he gathered the immortal path and the martial path in one body? The two great demons, who could not be any older, had looks of disbelief in their eyes. They could not believe what they were seeing. Swoosh! Jiu Fei directly used the desolate steps and rushed over. He struck out with the flawless fist of the 5 elements. The extremely ferocious fist force shattered everything. Nothing could be preserved under his fist. The other old demon also made a move. An ancient bell rushed out from the body of this old demon. It vibrated with the heavenly voice of the great path. The sound waves formed a terrifying sound of killing that attacked Jiu Fei. Clang! Jiu Fei was extremely ferocious. He blasted his fist on the ancient bell, causing it to shake again and again. It was almost blown away by Jiu Fei's punch. On the ancient bell, the divine runes of the great path were faintly discernible. They offset the ferocious power of Jiu Fei's punch. This ancient bell was also a divine weapon of a great demon. Swoosh! The war blade swept across the sky and slashed at Jiu Fei with the power to destroy the heaven and earth. The extremely powerful blade Qi rushed up thousands of feet and strangled everything. Swoosh! Jiu Fei used his hand as a blade and similarly slashed out. A dazzling golden blade aura rushed out from his hand and met the incoming war blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded through the 9 heavens. It was as if 2 peerless divine weapons had collided. The blade Qi swept out in all directions, forcing He Tian and the celestial Eye Demon Emperor to retreat far away. Jiu Fei was fighting 1 against 2, but he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. After a series of battles, Jiu Fei had a deeper understanding of the path of martial arts. He had obtained great benefits. As long as he took another step forward, he would be able to make another breakthrough. Again, Jiu Fei roared angrily. His blood and qi were surging and mighty. Martial true power seeped out from the pores of his body and formed a divine light outside his body. His entire person was like a burning divine fire, giving off an illusion of invincibility. Jiu Fei skillfully used all kinds of martial arts battle techniques. He used his martial will, and a trace of the power of the great path surged out from his hand, causing the 2 old demons to be shocked and angry. Boom! The giant hand covered the sky. Jiu Fei used the heaven-covering palm and slapped the ancient bell thousands of feet away. The old demon controlling the ancient bell suffered a great impact, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Bam! Jiu Fei used the 8 steps 8 kills. He only took 2 steps and stepped on the mighty war blade. He was extremely powerful, and this was the stance of invincibility. He Tian saw this scene from afar and was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that his big brother's cultivation and strength had increased to such a level. The celestial Eye Demon Emperor's expression was a bit ugly. As long as the 2 old demons were defeated, he could already imagine his fate. However, the 2 old demons were old monsters who had lived for countless years and had extremely rich battle experience. He could already see that Jiu Fei only wanted to completely defeat them in one go. Jiu Fei was unparalleled in the beginning, but as time went on, he would definitely be defeated. Sure enough, Jiu Fei's strength gradually disappeared. He used all the martial true power in his body to fight against the 2 great demon experts. Moreover, they were great demons of the Dao-severing realm. He felt a little powerless. Insufficient strength. When the 2 old demons saw this situation, they couldn't help but be surprised and happy. Just as they had guessed, the power that Yi Futian displayed would become weaker as time went on. Dang! The ancient bell rang, and a terrifying sound wave spread in all directions. In the void, there were ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. The ancient bell vibrated with the sound of absolute death. Vroom! The old demon holding the saber used all his strength to activate the bronze saber in his hand. On the bronze saber, an unprecedentedly powerful saber radiance rushed out. Swoosh! The old demon held the Dao-severing saber and slashed with all his might. The terrifying saber radiance suddenly soared to thousands of meters. All the divine patterns of the great path that were imprinted on the saber lit up, drawing the power of heaven and earth from all directions. This slash caused the world to lose its color. It was extremely terrifying. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and then directly used the chaotic secret technique. A mysterious power spread from his body, and the void around him immediately became rippling like water. He reversed the sound of killing that came from the ancient bell. The terrifying sound of killing changed its direction and shook toward the great demon holding the saber. The terrifying saber radiance that soared to thousands of meters was also reversed by Gu Fei and slashed toward the other old demon of the Dao-severing realm. What? The two old demons of the Dao-severing realm were really shocked. The killing move that they had unleashed was actually reversed by their opponent, and he attacked their companion. Bam! The sound of killing that came from the ancient bell directly knocked away the old demon holding the saber, and the dazzling saber radiance that was thousands of meters long slashed past the other old demon, chopping off one of his arms. Gu Fei pretended to be weak, and then he lured the two old demons to attack with all their strength. He then suddenly reversed their killing move and made them kill each other. He actually succeeded. Raw. War. Chapter 1221. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the chaotic secret art, was too unimaginable. Not only could it shift the opponent's killer move, but it could also evolve the opponent's killer move to attack the opponent. What Gu Fei was using now was merely shifting the killer move of the two old monsters, causing them to involuntarily kill each other. Clang! The murderous sound of the Grand Tao shook the heavens and earth. The old monster covered in green demonic energy was immediately sent flying by the terrifying sound wave, vomiting blood. The ancient bell was an ancient weapon, a killer weapon refined by an ancient almighty. This kind of holy weapon was very terrifying, much more powerful than the holy weapons of the current almighty. The murderous sound of the Grand Tao almost tore the old monster's body apart, causing him to suffer a great impact. The saber light that caused the heavens and earth to lose color brushed past the other old monster. There was a flash of blood, and an arm fell from the sky. Ah! The old monster let out a mournful howl and was sent flying thousands of feet away. His entire body was covered in purple demonic energy, wanting to regrow his flesh and repair his broken arm. However, no matter how much the old monster urged his demonic energy, his wound was still bleeding. Every drop of purple demonic blood was emitting a purple demonic light, containing demonic energy. This was the terror of a Dao-severing monster. Every drop of blood, every strand of hair contained demonic energy that could kill a sovereign. However, Gu Fei was different. The human martial body was a special kind of body. This kind of body could grow infinitely. In ancient times, cultivators who had cultivated the indestructible martial body were absolutely invincible among their peers. Even divine beasts of the same level didn't have a physique as strong as the indestructible martial body. What kind of magical power is this? The two old monsters were shocked to the extreme. They never thought that the other party could reverse their attack. One had to know that they were great monsters of the demon race who had cut their Tao for countless years. They had lived long enough and were almighty figures of the previous generation of the demon race. Ever since they had cut their Tao, they had never encountered such a thing. The divine art of the immortal path. Could it be the secret art of the legends? The two old monsters were very knowledgeable and soon thought of a supreme secret art from the ancient Tao sect. Legend has it that this secret art was created by Tao ancestor Supreme Tao. If one were to successfully cultivate this secret technique, they would not be affected by all techniques. Moreover, they would be able to replicate the great techniques that their opponents used. It could be said to be an invincible great technique. If this human cultivator had really cultivated that legendary secret technique, then there would be no need to fight anymore. The other party was already in an invincible position. How could they fight? In the distance, apart from Hei Tian, the heavenly eye demon emperor's expression became very unsightly. Gu Fei's strength had already exceeded his expectations. Even his two ancestors had been injured. Although the sky demon lineage kept a low profile and did not have much of a reputation, every single one of them was extremely powerful. Furthermore, Yarrow Tiendo was a half-step saint of this lineage. Although these two old monsters weren't from the same era as the heavenly demon, they were still descendants of the heavenly demon's followers. They were super ancient beings who had been fortunate enough to survive the late prehistoric era. Such figures could challenge the Grand Emperor's old subordinates who had awakened from their deep slumber. The Grand Emperor's old subordinates were figures from the same era as the Grand Emperor. They were the oldest experts of the demon clan. They had used a special method to sleep in the present world. Countless years had passed. Although the Grand Emperor's old subordinates hadn't fallen into a deep slumber, their cultivation and strength had been weakened to the lowest level by the merciless passage of time, just like the old tortoise. The Grand Emperor's old subordinates had used 1,000 years to recover their cultivation. Now, every ancient monster had regained the cultivation and strength of a mighty figure. Such a force was enough to deter the entire demon clan, so the experts of the sky demon lineage didn't dare to act rashly. When the old tortoise returned, the Grand Emperor's old subordinates immediately supported the old tortoise as the leader of the demon clan. No one had any objections. Even the sky demon lineage had to swallow their anger. Seeing that the two old monsters seemed to be no match for Ji Fei, the Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor wanted to retreat again. He didn't want to die in the Red Plains just like that. The Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor's Dao heart was already unstable. I've always been the one to trick people. No one has ever dared to trick me. You've got guts, kid. He Tian approached from afar. His murderous aura soared into the sky as he stared coldly at the Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor. He Tian was really angry this time. The Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor had actually lured him into a killing trap. If Ji Fei hadn't arrived in time, his life would probably have been lost there. The two old guys had the divine weapons of ancient mighty figures, which could seal the entire void of heaven and earth. He Tian couldn't even teleport to escape. Whoosh! A huge star rose from the top of He Tian's head. The power of the stars suddenly spread between heaven and earth, and the starlight shone, illuminating the entire area. He Tian also had a divine weapon of a mighty figure. Even when he was in danger just now, he didn't use it. That was He Tian's final trump card. At this time, He Tian no longer had any other plans. He didn't intend to let the Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor leave the Red Plains alive. Do you think you can kill me? The Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor said coldly. Although He Tian was powerful, it would still be difficult for He Tian to stop him if he was bent on escaping. So what if I kill you? He Tian was extremely powerful. He reached out and attracted a starlight, which turned into a sword of stars. It then pierced towards the Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor. The sword of stars contained vast power of the stars, which directly tore the void. Wherever the divine sword passed, it left a pitch-black spatial crack in the void. Whoosh! The divine light between the eyebrows of the Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor flickered. A dazzling divine light shot out from the Heavenly Eye between his eyebrows and met the sword of stars that pierced through him. Fart! With a soft sound, the sword of stars collided with the beam of divine light shot out from the Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor's Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor's Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor's Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor. A blinding light burst out, as if a divine sun had appeared on the red ground. The destructive power spread in all directions. Transparent ripples that were visible to the naked eye first appeared in the entire void, which then directly collapsed and was annihilated. The full attack of a half-step mighty figure displayed great power. He Tian rushed directly and fought with the Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor. The power of the stars continuously turned into the Sword of Stars. The sword light crisscrossed the sword of heaven and earth, causing the Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor to be in danger. The Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor was also powerful. The heavenly eye between his eyebrows constantly opened and closed, shooting out beams of destructive divine light that contained a trace of the power of the way, which continuously collided with the Sword of Stars. However, even though the Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor had cultivated was unparalleled, it was difficult for him to truly compete with the divine weapon of a mighty figure. Soon, he could not hold on anymore. Whoosh! The Heavenly Eye Demon Emperor did not hesitate and directly turned to rush into the depths of the Red Plains. His heart of the way was already unstable, and even if he had a heaven-defying combat strength, he would still be defeated. He had already lost his invincible heart. At this time, Ji Fei also fought with the two old monsters again. The ancient bell continued to ring, emitting the heavenly sound of the great path as it attacked Ji Fei. The bronze battle saber cut through the void, and the saber light rushed tens of thousands of feet, as if it wanted to cut the entire world in half, strangling towards Ji Yufei. However, even so, the two old monsters could not do anything to Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei stood in the void like that, allowing the two old monsters to attack him. He only moved between the two old monsters, causing them to kill each other. The two old monsters were completely shocked. They really could not continue fighting like this. If this went on, the other party would simply be able to exhaust them to death without any effort. The two old monsters' minds were connected. They looked at each other and knew what the other was thinking. Then, they put away the holy weapon of the mighty figure and directly turned to escape in the opposite direction. Trying to escape? Ji Yufei sneered. Since they were related to the heavenly eye demon emperor, none of them could escape today. The old tortoise's enemy was Ji Yufei's enemy, and Ji Yufei wanted to help the old tortoise get rid of him. Whoosh! A purple divine light emerged from between Ji Yufei's eyebrows, and a small figure walked out from between his eyebrows, chasing after the old monster whose body was emitting a green demonic light. Meanwhile, Ji Yufei's real body chased after the other old monster shrouded in purple demonic light. What? The two old monsters were shocked to see this scene. This human cultivator was so powerful that he actually formed a primordial spirit body. This was the legendary Three Pure Ones' secret technique of the Immortal Path. The Three Pure Ones' secret technique of the Immortal Path was too famous in ancient times. It was the only secret among the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path that was known to the world. In ancient times, many immortal Dao powerhouses cultivated this secret art. Whoosh! Ji Yufei used the 8 desolation steps. Every time he took a step in the void, a Daoist rhyme appeared under his feet. It was a great technique created by a sage. 8 desolation steps was unparalleled in the world. Even the powerful figures of the older generation could only eat dust behind Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei only took a few steps to catch up with the old monster. Buzz! A huge cauldron rushed out of Ji Yufei's dantian and smashed directly at the old monster in front of him. The ancient cauldron did not have a monstrous energy wave, but it smashed the entire void until it collapsed. Boom! The entire void turned into a chaotic void in an instant, and the destructive power immediately engulfed the old monster in front of him. The old monster roared in anger in the chaotic void, as though he had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. His voice was filled with fear. Rumble! In the shattered void, a heaven-devouring force appeared, swallowing everything into a bottomless black hole. In the absolute darkness, a huge cauldron floated. The old monster was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron and then refined to death by Ji Yufei. Chapter 1222. A great demon that had lived for countless years was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by Ji Yufei. Then, the primordial chaos chi in the mountain and river cauldron directly refined the great demon. The primordial chaos chi was the ancestral chi of heaven and earth. A trace of it could crush an ancient being. Even if a sage was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron, he would not be able to withstand the obliteration of the primordial chaos chi. The old demon perished, and an ancient bell flew out of the mountain and river cauldron. Although Ji Yufei killed the old demon with the mountain and river cauldron, he did not destroy the ancient bell. This ancient bell was an ancient weapon. It was a magic treasure refined by an ancient mighty figure and had great power. Although Ji Yufei could not use it, he could give it to others. Ji Yufei calmly put away the mountain and river cauldron and the ancient bell, then rushed in another direction. At this time, the Dao body that Ji Yufei had evolved with the Three Pure Ones secret technique had already fought with another great demon, causing a part of heaven and earth to collapse and shatter. Boom! Ji Yufei's Dao body displayed the flawless 5 elements fist, attracting the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The 5 elements' true power in his body was vast and mighty, as if there were 5 small worlds revolving around him. Every punch he threw out attracted the powerful and ferocious 5 elements' true power. Each punch shattered the void of heaven and earth, forcing the old demon to retreat. Swoosh! The green saber light flashed across the sky. The old demon shrouded in green demonic light was fighting desperately. He did not hesitate to consume his true essence to activate the bronze saber in his hand, wanting to cut down Ji Yufei's Dao body. However, Ji Yufei's Tao body was equivalent to Ji Yufei's real body. There was almost no difference between it and the real body, and it could display all the great techniques of the real body. There was Tao rhyme flowing under the Tao body. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when the immortal Tao divine technique was displayed to its limit, drawing a trace of Tao power between heaven and earth. Ji Yufei's Taoist body used the 8 desolation steps and moved quickly in the void. He dodged the saber lights and approached the old monster with a strong will to fight. At this time, Ji Yufei's real body also arrived, but he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he just stood aside and watched. His Taoist body was equivalent to himself, so it was equivalent to his real body attacking. However, Ji Yufei's Taoist body didn't have a holy weapon. Even though he had the upper hand, it was still difficult for him to kill the old monster. After all, the old monster's bronze saber was also an ancient weapon. Clang! Ji Yufei's Taoist body approached the old monster and directly clashed with the bronze saber in the old monster's hand. Sounds of metal clashing rang out, but the bronze saber failed to hurt Ji Yufei's Taoist body. The flawless 5 elements fist technique caused the war saber in old Yarrow's hand to shake again and again. The ferocious power caused blood to flow out of old Yarrow's hands, which were gripping the saber, and the war saber nearly flew out of his hand. The human tribe's martial body is actually so powerful. The old monster was shocked to the extreme. He never thought that his opponent could fight endlessly with a Taoist body and even had the upper hand. Swoosh! A divine light rushed out from Ji Yufei's body, and there was a scroll wrapped in the divine light. Ji Yufei's Taoist body took the scroll and shook it. Rumble! The void trembled, and the scroll suddenly unfolded. A wave of the power of heaven and earth surged out from the scroll, and there seemed to be a world evolving on the scroll. This was the mountain and river diagram, a holy weapon. The holy aura emitted from the mountain and river diagram made the world lose its color. It was as if a saint had suddenly descended. What? The old monster was really shocked. His opponent had actually used a holy weapon. This was bad. He didn't think and immediately turned around to escape. However, at this time, the mountain and river diagram in the hands of Ji Yufei's Taoist body had already unfolded. It expanded infinitely, enveloped the whole world, and sealed the void. A world of mountains and rivers emerged from the scroll, and the power of heaven and earth surged violently. It was as if a world was pressing down from the sky, and it directly sucked the old monster into the mountain and river diagram. There was no suspense. If one wasn't a saint, he was still an ant. The mountain and river diagram was a holy weapon, and the power of heaven and earth directly killed the old monster. After the old monster was killed by Ji Yufei's Taoist body, the bronze war saber also fell into the hands of Ji Yufei's Taoist body. This was an ancient weapon of the demon tribe. It was a bronze war saber, and it was branded with ancient demon tribe Taoist patterns. It was a demon saber refined by a great demon in ancient times. Ji Yufei's Taoist body flew towards Ji Yufei, and then it quickly shrank and disappeared between his eyebrows. After killing the 2 old monsters, Ji Yufei chased in the direction where He Tian disappeared. He Tian chased after the celestial eye demon emperor and walked into the depths of the Red Plains. In the depths of the Red Plains was the legendary place where saints were buried. It was said that ancient saints were buried there, and it was the most dangerous place in the Red Plains. No one dared to walk into the depths of the Red Plains. In the Red Plains, apart from the Red Land, there was also a blood mist that floated around all year round. The originally boundless Red Land would suddenly surge with a monstrous blood mist. Such changes came without warning and were unpredictable. In the depths of the Red Plains, the blood mist was steaming. Even though Ji Yufei had cultivated the martial path Heavenly Eye, he couldn't see far. The divine thoughts that he released were also greatly weakened in this place. The entire Red Plains was shrouded in an unfathomable power. Ji Yufei followed the traces left behind by He Tian and only chased for 500 kilometers before he found a headless corpse under a hill. Judging from the clothes of the corpse, it was the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor. The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor was actually dead. His head had been blown up, and his primordial spirit had been destroyed. His body and spirit had been destroyed, leaving behind only a headless corpse. Who killed the celestial eye demon emperor? Ji Yufei knew that this wasn't He Tian's method. If He Tian wanted to kill someone, he didn't have to blow up a person's head. Such a method was too bloody. Ji Yufei suddenly frowned. He sensed a strange fluctuation and hurriedly looked at the wound on the celestial eye demon emperor's neck. He saw a trace of black qi lingering around the wound on the celestial eye demon emperor's neck. It was not an ordinary black qi. Ji Yufei sensed the fluctuation of demonic power from the black qi. Could it be that the person who killed the celestial eye demon emperor was an expert of the demons? Did the experts of the demons also enter the Red Plains? Ji Yufei's eyes flickered. He hurriedly scanned his surroundings, but he did not find any fluctuations of demonic power. He Tian had also disappeared. Just as Ji Yufei was feeling bewildered, there was a sudden tremor under his feet. Then, the entire ground suddenly collapsed. At the same time, a large black hand directly grabbed out of the ground. A monstrous wave of demonic power spread between heaven and earth. This is. Ji Yufei displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps and soared into the sky, avoiding the black hand that had grabbed out of the ground. He had never expected that there would be a demon lurking nearby and attacking him. Demon? Ji Yufei stood high in the sky and stared coldly down below. The black hand dissipated in the void, and then a faint black figure appeared below. Human martial body? The blurry figure emitted 2 blood-colored evil lights and stared at Ji Yufei. This demonic figure could see through Ji Yufei's physique at a glance. Kill. Without any hesitation, Ji Yufei directly used a killing technique. A large golden hand rushed out of his right hand and then slapped down. Bam! The large golden hand shattered the void, and the vast power of the 5 elements shrouded the blurry demonic figure below. The demons were the archenemy of all the cultivators in the world. All the cultivators in the heaven realm would immediately attack a demonic cultivator if they saw one and would not bother to ask anything. This was especially true for the demons and the human clan. For countless years, the demons and the human clan had been in a situation where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Therefore, when Ji Yufei saw that it was an expert of the demons, he immediately attacked. Martial arts combat technique? An illusion of a divine demon rushed out of the demonic figure, and its demonic power was mighty. The divine demon made its move and directly raised its palm to meet the large golden hand. Boom! With a loud sound, Ji Yufei was sent flying by an extremely powerful force, and the demonic figure below was slapped into the ground by Ji Yufei's palm. Roar! A muffled roar was heard from the ground. Then, an extremely powerful demonic power erupted from underground, causing the entire area to shake. Swoosh! A figure with monstrous demonic qi rushed out from the ground. The demonic aura that made people's hearts palpitate immediately spread between the heavens and the earth. This was a demonic power that caused the color of the heavens and the earth to change. Yin-yang seal of life and death. Ji Yufei activated the yin and yang true force, and directly formed a seal with both hands, evolving a large seal with the power of yin and yang intertwining. This large seal had Tao rhymes circulating around it. Boom! The yin-yang seal descended from the sky and smashed towards the demonic figure that rushed up to the sky. The power of yin and yang was vast and mighty, and the void collapsed. Demonic chaos of heaven and earth. With a loud shout, the demonic figure unleashed a demonic killing technique, causing the entire void to suddenly distort. Then, Ji Yufei's yin-yang seal smashed into the distorted void around the demonic figure. Ji Yufei only felt that his yin-yang seal was guided away by a force. The yin-yang seal did not hit the demonic figure, and instead, its attack was almost reversed by the demonic figure. Ji Yufei was extremely shocked. The demonic technique that the demonic figure used seemed to be somewhat similar to the chaotic secret art, one of the 9 secrets of immortal path. Both were used to guide and shift the opponent's killing technique, so that the opponent's killing technique could be used by the user. Could it be that this demon had also cultivated the chaotic secret art? Or could it be that he had cultivated a supreme demonic power that was comparable to the chaotic secret art? Sky Demon Saber. The demonic figure's battle intent was like a rainbow. He separated his hands, and a pitch-black arc-shaped saber light immediately appeared between his hands, and then slashed at Ji Yufei. The pitch-black saber light was like a ray of death, destroying everything in its path. It emitted a demonic aura that made one's scalp numb, and the void was silently torn apart. Chapter 1223. The celestial eye demon emperor died, Hei Tian disappeared, and a mysterious demon suddenly attacked Ji Yufei. All of this happened in an instant, which made Ji Yufei feel great danger. Swoosh! The arc-shaped sky devil saber cut through the void and suddenly slashed in front of Ji Yufei. It was so fast that Ji Yufei's heart skipped a beat. Ji Yufei did not dare to neglect. His right hand emitted a bright golden light, and his whole palm became like a divine hand cast from fine gold. The big golden hand directly met the sky devil saber's saber radiance. The power of metal was vast, and the big hand shook the void of heaven and earth. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard. Ji Yufei's big golden hand fiercely slapped the pitch-black demon saber's saber radiance. It was like two pieces of peerless divine iron colliding, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. What? The hazy demonic shadow hidden in the devil Chi saw this scene and could not help but be shocked. No one had ever dared to fight against his sky devil saber with flesh and blood. Is the human tribe martial body really that strong? In the devil Chi, there was an extremely weak wave of divine thoughts. The mysterious demon could not help but be shocked. Ji Yufei could actually fight against the sky devil saber's saber radiance with his bare hands. The clanging sound was endless. Ji Yufei's big golden hand constantly collided with the arc-shaped sky devil saber's saber radiance, and actually blocked the sky devil saber's saber radiance. Swoosh! The faint demonic shadow rushed over, and a black demon saber floated in the devil Chi, emitting a demonic aura that made the world tremble. Holy weapon! Ji Yufei was taken aback. The devil saber floating in the devil Chi made him feel a great sense of danger, as if there was an ancient devil sleeping in the devil saber. Swoosh! Ji Yufei did not hesitate. He immediately used the desolate steps and retreated. This demon saber was most likely the real sky demon saber, a demonic weapon refined by the great sage of the ancient demons. Although it wasn't an extreme demonic weapon, it still had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The demonic shadow in the devil Chi was like a shadow following the body. The floating black demonic saber vibrated, and a trace of demonic power came out from the demonic saber. The demonic blade seemed to be awakening. Ji Yufei took out the two ancient demon weapons that he had just obtained from the two old demon emperors. He displayed the cultivation method of the two old demon emperors and urged the two ancient demon weapons forward. Clang! The ancient bell rang, shaking out the heavenly sounds of the great Tao, shattering an area of the void, enveloping that demonic figure within the demonic energy. The destructive power was vast and mighty. Buzz! The black saber vibrated, and a circle of pitch-black demonic light spread out from the demonic saber. Then, the ancient bell that shrouded from the sky immediately cracked. The next moment, boom! With a loud sound, the ancient bell shattered into thousands of pieces, shooting in all directions. Each piece pierced through the void. When the black saber shattered the ancient bell, the bronze saber's attack also arrived. Swoosh! The cyan saber light rushed thousands of feet, like a cyan dragon, rushing towards the mysterious demon in the devil Chi. In the saber light, there were ancient demon patterns faintly visible. The mighty figures of the severing path could already evolve their own divine patterns of the great Tao. The divine weapons refined by the mighty figures were all branded with the divine patterns of the great Tao. Although it was only the embryonic form of the Tao pattern, it could also attract a trace of the power of the great Tao to bless the divine weapon of the mighty figure, multiplying the power of the divine weapon. This strike of Ji Yufei's was even more powerful than the strike that the old demon emperor had unleashed with all his strength. The cyan saber light illuminated the entire blood-red world. However, under the demonic light that burst out from the black saber, the cyan saber light was directly annihilated in the demonic light. There was no suspense at all, the disparity in strength was too great. The bronze saber shattered in Ji Yufei's hand, losing all its spiritual chi and turning into thousands of pieces of scrap metal. This shocked Ji Yufei so much that he retreated again. The divine weapon refined by the mighty figures of the severing path was simply like a child's toy in front of a true divine weapon. There was no comparison at all. Two divine weapons of the mighty figures were destroyed. Even Jiyu Fei could not help but feel pained. These were weapons refined by the mighty figures of the ancient times, and they had great power. The black demonic saber floated in the demonic energy. The demonic figure reached out and held the demonic saber in his hand. The demonic aura that emanated from the demonic saber immediately multiplied. Buzz! The demonic saber was vibrating as if it had a life of its own. Many demonic patterns of the great path appeared on the demonic saber, and traces of demonic power lingered around it. The might of a demon saint appeared between heaven and earth. The demon saint was a saint among demons. It was an existence that could compete with the saints of the human clan and the demon saint of the demon clan. This demonic saber was definitely the weapon of a demon saint. Jiyu Fei could not help but change his expression when he sensed the might of the demon saint. "Who are you?" Jiyu Fei stared at the blurry demonic figure in the demonic energy and asked in a deep voice. Was this person a great demon from the 100,000 demon mountains? "You don't even know me. Those who don't know fear nothing. No wonder you didn't run away as soon as you saw me, like that guy just now." A wave of divine thoughts came out from the demonic figure in the demonic energy. Hei Tian ran away. Jiyu Fei could not help but be startled when he heard this. Hei Tian chased after the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor and encountered this demon. The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor was killed by this demon. Hei Tian must have seen how powerful this demon was and fled immediately. This demon was so powerful that it was no wonder that even Hei Tian had to escape and the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor had to die. Humph! No matter who you are, I'm not afraid. Jiyu Fei's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He was a natural warrior who was born to fight. He became stronger when he met strong opponents. Moreover, he still had many powerful trump cards that he had not used. He could already see that the other party was probably not here in person, but an incarnation. However, the black demonic saber was not easy to deal with. It was a real weapon of the demon saint. Good, you are indeed the successor of the martial ancestor. The demonic figure could not help but nod. The combat strength that Jiyu Fei had displayed surprised him, especially the indomitable momentum that Jiyu Fei had, which shocked him even more. Let me see how powerful the inheritance of the martial ancestor is, the demonic figure hidden in the demon chi said as he directly held the black saber in his hand and slashed at Jiyu Fei. The black saber light silently cut through the void, as if the entire world was cut in half. Whoosh! A scroll rushed out of Jiyu Fei's dantian and then spread out in front of Jiyu Fei. The scroll was filled with a mighty power of heaven and earth. In the hazy, the earth, mountains, and rivers appeared on the scroll. This was the heaven and earth mountain river diagram, which Jiyu Fei had obtained after killing Dongfang Chen. In front of the mountain river diagram, the power of heaven and earth was mighty. The earth, mountains, and rivers gradually became clear, and a world was evolving inside. The black saber light silently slashed down and was absorbed into the mountain river diagram. The saber light raged inside the mountain river diagram, causing mountains to collapse and rivers to flow in reverse. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Even the sacred tool mountain river diagram could not erase the black saber light for a while, which made Jiyu Fei secretly shocked. Was this demonic saber really the legendary sky demonic saber? Rumble, the mountain river diagram constantly trembled, and the power of heaven and earth surged. The world inside the diagram began to evolve again, and the black saber light was gradually erased by the power of the mountain river diagram. This is, seeing the mountain river diagram in Jiyu Fei's hand, the demonic figure in the demon chi seemed to be very surprised. He seemed to know the origin of this human race sacred weapon. Even Jiyu Fei did not know the origin of the mountain river diagram, but he knew that this was a human race sacred weapon refined by a human race saint. Because the mark of the great path in the mountain river diagram was in the shape of a woman, a peerless female saint of the human race. Jiyu Fei did not erase the mark of the great path in the mountain river diagram. Mountain river diagram? Her sacred weapon? The demonic figure muttered to himself. He seemed to have thought of something and did not continue to attack Jiu Fei. Instead, he stopped. Swoosh. After obliterating the black saber light, Jiu Fei shook the mountain and river diagram, causing it to expand infinitely, covering the entire world. The mountains and rivers in the mountain and river diagram looked like they were about to rush out of the mountain and river diagram. The mountains and rivers all emitted the power of heaven and earth that made people's hearts palpitate. Such power could erase everything. Even if a saint-level existence was sucked into it, they would probably die. The power displayed by the mountain-river diagram could kill a saint. The power of the saint level was vast and mighty in all directions. The demonic figure in the demon chi woke up, and then directly slashed out. The demonic saber in his hand turned into a ferocious and terrifying demonic dragon, soaring into the sky and breaking into the mountains and rivers in the mountain-river diagram. The demonic dragon was too powerful. It directly rushed into the mountains and rivers in the mountain-river diagram. Wherever it passed, the mountains collapsed, the rivers flowed backward, and there was great destruction. Jiu Fei was shocked to the extreme. This demonic saber was too terrifying. He used all his strength to activate the mountain and river diagram, drawing the endless power of heaven and earth. It took him a great deal of effort to suppress that demonic dragon. However, cracks appeared in the mountain-river diagram, and the sacred weapon was damaged. Jiu Fei retreated 1,000 feet away. When he saw the cracks in the mountain-river diagram in his hand, he could not help but be shocked. The Sky Demon Saber. This was definitely the Sky Demon Saber refined by the great demons. Only the Sky Demon Saber refined by the great demons could damage the mountain-river diagram of heaven and earth. There were great saints among the saints. They were the saints among the saints. They were powerful to the extreme. The great Tao cultivated by such an existence was almost perfect. They were only one step away from the extreme saint who was invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The Sky Demon Saber refined by the great demons was only inferior to the extreme saint weapon. I know you have a powerful weapon in your body. If you don't use it now, you won't have a chance. The demonic figure did not hide his killing intent towards Jiu Fei. A martial artist at the great accomplishment level was invincible among the same level. If this human martial body was allowed to grow, it would be a disaster for the entire demons. In the ancient times, martial ancestor Wu Wu alone had slain countless Yantian demon lords that were born from the heavens and earth. He had slaughtered 1,000,000 miles away and dyed the earth red. He had almost wiped out the entire demon race. Chapter 12:24. Amidst the devil chi, there was a black light flashing. It was a pair of devil eyes that had Tao rhymes circulating within. It was as though they could see through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In front of this devil, Jiu Fei seemed to have no secrets at all. Jiu Fei was a little uneasy. This demon was more terrifying than he had imagined. Swoosh. A sword light rushed out of Jiu Fei's dantian and was grasped by Jiu Fei. An extremely sharp sword chi fluctuation immediately spread out from the long sword in Jiu Fei's hand. After the demon in the devil chi saw the long sword in Jiu Fei's hand, its expression changed as if it had seen the most incredible thing in the world. An unfinished sword made from the immortal material 9 heaven star iron. How is this possible? The mysterious demon saw the origin of the divine sword in Jiu Fei's hand. It was an unfinished sword made from the immortal material 9 heaven star iron. The 9 heaven star iron was an immortal material exclusive to the extreme path saint. An immortal material was a supreme material that could exist in the world forever. The divinity contained in this material would never disappear, and it was said that it could coexist with the world. The ancient extreme path saints, Cheongbai Luo, went to the Yellow Springs to find immortal materials as the carrier of the Great Path to refine an extreme path saint weapon. However, not all extreme path saints could find immortal materials. In ancient times, 1 or 2 famous extreme path saints did not leave behind an extreme path saint weapon. Even ancient extreme path saints had a hard time finding one. It was enough to show how rare and precious this immortal material was. This was something that even extreme path saints would covet. Extreme path saints were invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They were the most powerful existence in the world. It could be said that besides immortal materials, there was nothing else in the world that could tempt them. Jiu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw that the mysterious demon hidden in the devil chi actually attracted the 9 heaven star iron. Very good. I didn't expect to have such a big harvest today. This trip is really worth it. The mysterious demon seemed very happy. It was as if the 9 heaven star sword in Jiu Fei's hand was already in his pocket. Jiu Fei sneered, but didn't say anything. He held the 9 heaven stars sword and stared at the terrifying demonic shadow in front of him. He didn't dare to be careless. I'm really happy today. I can leave your corpse intact. The mysterious devil directly approached Jiu Fei, the heavenly devil ominous blade trembling. Who do you think you are? The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. The other party was simply too arrogant. He didn't seem to place him in his eyes at all. This caused Jiu Fei to feel somewhat angry. Even if the other party had the sky demon blade, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Jiu Fei. Swoosh. The demon in the demonic chi didn't say anything else. Instead, he directly attacked Jiu Fei. The sky demon blade's light tore through the void, turning into a beam of deathlight that slashed towards Jiu Fei. A terrifying demonic aura that caused one's heart to palpitate spread out from the sky devil blade. It was unknown how many creatures this demonic blade had killed. The demonic aura was monstrous. There seemed to be a ferocious and terrifying demonic soul looming on the blade. Buzz. Jiu Fei shook his head, and the divine sword in his hand moved forward to block. A ring of transparent ripples immediately spread out from the divine sword, and 9 ancient characters vaguely appeared on the body of the sword. These were the 9 martial arts characters that Jiu Fei had imprinted on the divine sword when he was refining the 9 heaven stars sword. These were the imprints of the great path. This kind of imprint allowed the 9 heaven stars sword to gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth on its own. Clang. The 9 heaven stars sword and the peerless demonic blade fiercely collided. The sword light and the blade chi tore through the void and shot out in all directions. The entire void of heaven and earth almost collapsed. Cracks in the space extended for dozens of miles. Jiu Fei was sent flying backward. He only felt that his hands were numb. He almost couldn't hold the 9 heaven stars sword tightly. The divine sword almost flew out of his hand. The mysterious demon hidden in the demon chi was also forced to retreat more than 10 steps by Jiu Fei's sword strike. An incomparably ferocious force came from the 9 heaven stars sword and almost sent the peerless demon saber flying with a single strike. Human martial body is not bad, but you still have to die. After the mysterious demon stabilized his body, he continued to press forward. He was like a primordial demonic mountain, giving people a strong feeling of invincibility. The immortal divine material 9 heaven stars iron was indeed worthy of its reputation. It could actually withstand the peerless demonic blade, the sky devil blade, without being destroyed. This made the great demon secretly shocked. Boom! Monstrous demonic chi suddenly erupted. 1,000 feet tall demonic body appeared between heaven and earth. It was like a supreme demonic ancestor had descended on the earth. The whole area was shaking. Sky Devil Incarnation. The mysterious demon used a supreme demonic technique and turned into 1,000 feet tall demonic body. This demonic body exuded a terrifying demonic aura. The whole area was shrouded by demonic chi, and the sky and earth darkened. Roar. The 1,000 feet tall demonic body roared to the sky. Its voice shook the vast sky. Even the floating blood mist in the surrounding area was dispersed. The earth trembled. It was extremely terrifying. Buzz. A demonic blade soared into the sky and fell into the hand of the 1,000 feet tall demonic body. The moment the peerless demonic blade was grasped by the demonic body, the blade light soared for hundreds of feet. A pitch-black death blade appeared in the hand of the demonic body. The power of the great path in the peerless demonic blade seemed to have been activated. Countless demonic patterns appeared on the blade. In the dark light, countless demonic shadows could be vaguely seen. Without any words, the Sky Devil Incarnation directly attacked. The Sky Devil blade in its hand shattered the void. The blade light soared into the sky, and the power of the demonic path surged in the world. Just as the 1,000-feet-tall demonic body slashed out with the blade, a strange fluctuation rushed out from Ji Yufei. Then, Ji Yufei's body also condensed into a 1,000-feet-tall figure. Swish! The incarnation condensed from Ji Yufei's body also slashed out with its sword. It had no intention of dodging at all. It was coming with its strongest attack. Seeing Ji Yufei unleash the same grand art as him, the devil hiding in the darkness was startled. Ji Yufei had the same power, but he was so weak that he was fighting against him. Ji Yufei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the chaotic reversal secret art. He imitated his opponent's technique and even drew out his opponent's power to counterattack. Boom! With an earth-shattering rumble, the entire scarlet ground shattered. The 1,000-feet-tall demon incarnation disappeared, and so did Ji Yufei's demonic body. Without any suspense, Ji Yufei was forced back again. Damn it! Ji Yufei used the 8 desolation steps to rush out of the energy storm. His opponent was too strong, even stronger than Yarrow Tian. Could this guy be a super antique among the demons? 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The demon incarnation reappeared, demonic patterns faintly appearing in the void. A terrifying demonic aura swept through the world, intimidating everyone. The demon could tell that Ji Yufei was using a supreme secret art of the immortal Tao that had been lost for countless years. Ji Yufei was shocked. One had to know that the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao had already been incomplete since ancient times. No one had ever seen the complete 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, and no one had ever gathered all of them. Is this an ancient demon? Ji Yufei was shocked. He could tell that this demon wasn't simple. He was definitely a super antique and seemed to know many secrets of the world. Swish! A beam of divine light shot out from Ji Yufei's glabella and slashed at the mysterious great demon in front of him. This was a killing light of the great Tao. It contained the power of the great Tao and could injure a half-step saint. However, the demon merely waved the peerless demonic blade in his hand and the killing light of the great Tao from Ji Yufei was shattered in the void. I didn't expect you to be proficient in the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. I will extract your soul and obtain this supreme secret art. The mysterious demon's words were extremely cold. Not only did he have his eyes on the sword made from the 9 heaven star iron in Ji Yufei's hand, but he also wanted Ji Yufei's 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Ji Yufei wore the mountain and river painting and held the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand. His battle intent surged. Swish! He took the initiative and used the 8 desolation steps, displaying the extreme speed of 8 steps. He soared into the sky and stomped down on the demon below. A terrifying power surged under Ji Yufei's foot. The demon punched down and the fist collided with Ji Yufei's foot. The demon did not move an inch, but Ji Yufei was sent flying and landed hundreds of meters away. It's useless. Your fate is sealed. The demon was very confident. It seemed that he already had Ji Yufei in his grasp. The demon looked down on the world as if a supreme demon had descended. I'm invulnerable. How are you going to kill me? Ji Yufei said in a low voice. As he said that, an unfathomable power surged out from his body. The rhythm of the great Tao circulated. Then, the void around Ji Yufei began to ripple like water. The void was constantly changing shape under the influence of a strange power. In the face of absolute power, all immortal techniques are useless. The demon continued to press towards Ji Yufei. At this time, Ji Yufei felt a great danger enveloping him. It was as if he would die in the next moment. This made Ji Yufei feel like he was being stared at by a dead man. What should I do? At this time, if he didn't use the divine weapon of Great Path, he would definitely not be able to fight against this demon. However, if he used the divine weapon of Great Path and couldn't kill this demon, he would be in great trouble. If this demon escaped, all the experts of the demons in the heaven realm would probably come after him. Once the news that he had a divine weapon of Great Path spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. The divine weapon of Great Path and the perfect imprint of the Great Path were enough to make all cultivators go crazy. Ji Yufei had already thought of this. Therefore, He was not willing to use the divine weapon of great path until the last moment. Whatever, my life is more important. Chapter 12:25. The mysterious demon was extremely powerful. With the Sky Devil saber, he forced Ji Yufei to retreat step by step. There were signs of him being suppressed, which shocked Ji Yufei. No wonder the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor was beheaded and died tragically on the spot. Even the Hei Tian had to escape as soon as he saw this demon. This demon was too powerful. Moreover, what made Ji Yufei's heart palpitate was that this demon did not seem to have come with his real body. There was no fluctuation of life, and it seemed to be an incarnation. Even an incarnation was so powerful. Could it be that this demon was actually a demon saint? Ji Yufei felt a chill just thinking about it. In this world, sages were extinct. If there was really a demon saint alive in this world, it would be a catastrophe for all living beings in the world. Demonic chi was monstrous, and there were demonic patterns circling around the body. This was the power of the Great Path. There were 3,000 great paths, and the demonic path was also a kind of great path. Rumble, a pitch-black demonic hand directly slapped down on Ji Yufei from the sky. The whole sky shook under the big hand, and the demonic power came down from the big hand, sealing a part of the world. Ji Yufei, who was under the big hand, only felt that the surrounding void had solidified. Endless power came down from the side, as if there was an ancient demonic mountain pressing down on his body, making him almost unable to straighten his back. This was the incarnation of a true demon. Even if a half-saint came, he was afraid that he would be defeated. Roar! Ji Yufei roared to the sky, and yin and yang qi rushed out of his body. There was a thunderous sound in his body, which was produced by the rapid flow of qi and yang in his body. Every pore of his body was spewing yin and yang qi, and the yin and yang true force intertwined in his body. There seemed to be a world inside his body evolving. The human martial body is indeed extraordinary. I can't let you live. The demon spoke, and the whole world was roaring. The voice penetrated the void and spread far away, dispersing the blood fog in the nearby area. If it was not in the Red Plains, the whole area would have collapsed. This demon, as the huge hand pressed down, Ji Yufei's entire body emitted the sound of his bones vibrating. Even if he circulated his yin-yang true power with all his might, it was still difficult for him to contend against the demonic power of the demonic hand. The demonic hand covered the sky, and the entire world fell into absolute darkness. This kind of power had already surpassed the half-step saint realm. Ji Yufei couldn't believe that there was such a powerful existence in this world. The strength of this demon body was probably infinitely close to the saint realm. Even the void between heaven and earth was sealed by the giant hand that came crashing down from the sky. It was impossible for Ji Yufei to rush out from under the giant hand of the 1,000-foot-tall demon. Damn it! Even if Ji Yufei was wearing the mountain and river diagram, it was difficult for him to resist this terrifying demonic power. Buzz! A rumbling sound rang out from Ji Yufei's dantian. Then, the shadow of an ancient cauldron emerged from Ji Yufei's body and enveloped him within it. Rumble! The cauldron vibrated. The flowers, birds, insects, fishes, and all kinds of ancient beasts seemed to have come to life. There seemed to be a world emerging from the cauldron. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was drawn out by Ji Yufei. A terrifying fluctuation that could shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths spread out from the illusory cauldron. Bang! The pitch-black hand that came crashing down from the sky was immediately repelled. Endless demonic aura dissipated, and the entire world lit up again. What? The 1,000-foot-tall demon body was shocked to the extreme. Mountain and river cauldron, how is this possible? Although the demon's eyes could see that there was a great treasure in Ji Yufei's body, it would never have thought that it was the extreme sacred weapon, the mountain and river cauldron. One should know that although the extreme saints left behind the extreme sacred weapons, they were scattered across the 3 realms and 6 paths. The extreme sacred weapon was branded with the perfect Tao of the extreme ancient saint. It was the carrier of the Tao. It was publicly recognized as the strongest sacred weapon in the world, and it had the terrifying power to destroy the world. Rise to the sky! At this moment, Ji Yufei let out a low roar. His body once again erupted with a shocking aura. It was as if an ancient beast had awakened in his body. Boom! The yin and yang qi in Ji Yufei's body erupted like 100,000 volcanoes at the same time, shining in all directions. The true power that emanated from his body suddenly became more than 10 times stronger. He was going to fight with all his might. Buzz! A purple-gold divine light rushed out from Ji Yufei's body. In an instant, it strangled the demon body. The sword light fell and directly cut the demon body into two. The purple-gold sword light turned in the void and fiercely slashed the peerless demon blade. The peerless demon blade could not resist the purple-gold sword light. Its demonic aura was dispersed, and it was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. Roar! The mysterious demon roared, and his demonic power surged through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He wanted to reform the 1,000-foot-tall demon body, but he found that it was a wound of the Tao. It was difficult to reform the demon body for a while. Another divine weapon of the Great Path? The shock of the mysterious devil was no small matter. This human martial body actually had 2 extreme Tao holy weapons. How was this possible? This was absolutely impossible. The divine weapon of the Great Path was not an ordinary instrument. It could be seen everywhere. For thousands of years, the divine weapon of the Great Path rarely appeared. Once it appeared, it would cause chaos in the world. With the appearance of the divine weapon of the Great Path, the whole world would often experience a dark and chaotic era. Ji Yufei gathered all the true power in his body into this sword. After this sword strike, his whole body felt exhausted. The sword light flew backward and sank into his dantian. The 1,000-foot-tall demon body was cut in half. The mysterious demon also suffered great damage. The heavenly demon body almost collapsed, and the Taoist body was almost cut in half. Very good. I want the 9 secrets of the immortal path and the divine weapon of the Great Path. Although the mysterious demon was seriously injured and the heavenly demon body was almost cut in half, he was still extremely powerful. At this time, he could see that Ji Yufei was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The extremely powerful force that erupted from Ji Yufei's body was all poured into the sword. The time of the secret technique of rising to heaven had been used up in that instant. Ji Yufei used the power of rising to heaven to launch an ultimate attack. Unexpectedly, the opponent was not killed. This was something that Ji Yufei could never have imagined. Even a saint would not be able to withstand a single blow from the purple-gold divine sword. However, this mysterious demon had done it. Although his 1,000-foot demon body had been destroyed, the sky demon body did not dissipate. This demon still had great combat power. Swoosh! The sky demon blade flew back from afar and landed in the hands of the demonic figure. Then, without any hesitation, the demonic figure slashed at Ji Yufei with the blade. Chapter 12:26. The demon's ferocious might was unparalleled. Although he had been struck by the purple-gold divine sword, he still had unparalleled combat strength. With the sky demon saber in hand, he was like the reincarnation of the war demon. He attacked Ji Yufei directly, and his saber almost split the sky and earth in half. Buzz! The illusion of the mountain and river cauldron outside Ji Yufei's body vibrated. Ancient Tao patterns appeared faintly, and an ancient aura like the beginning of chaos spread out. Swoosh! The peerless demonic saber light soared for thousands of miles and slashed fiercely at the illusion of the mountain and river cauldron outside Ji Yufei's body. The power of the demonic way surged and shattered the void between heaven and earth. The illusion of the mountain and river cauldron enveloped Ji Yufei within it. Ancient Tao patterns appeared around Ji Yufei's body, intertwining with the power of the Great Path and vast Daoist rhymes. The power of the Great Path blocked the peerless saber light. The terrifying saber strike from the sky demon saber was unable to break through the power of the mountain and river cauldron. However, the demonic power from the demonic saber penetrated the illusion of the mountain and river cauldron. Ji Yufei suffered a great impact, and he vomited blood as he flew backward. A demonic power invaded his body, causing his blood and qi to be in a mess. The circulation of his martial way true force was almost cut off. If Ji Yufei had not cultivated the emperor martial body, even with the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, he would have been killed by the saber strike. Jiyu Fei had just used the secret technique of rising to heaven and poured all the power of rising into the purple-gold divine sword. He launched a fatal attack to kill the demon. Now, Jiyu Fei was in a state where his old power had been exhausted and he had not yet recovered. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was very limited, and he was directly sent flying by the demon's saber. Roar! Jiyu Fei roared angrily. He used all the power of heaven and earth in his body. Endless heaven and earth spiritual qi surged out from his dantian, between his eyebrows, and his heart, quickly nourishing his body. The aura of his body quickly became stronger. Buzz! The cauldron of mountains and rivers vibrated continuously, emitting a vast aura of the great path. Jiyu Fei guided the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers into his body. Within a few breaths, the demonic power that invaded Jiyu Fei's body was immediately obliterated inside Jiyu Fei's body. Kill! Vast and mighty demonic qi covered the sky. The mysterious demon was enraged. He directly summoned a demonic cloud and displayed a supreme demonic might. Holding a peerless demonic saber, he rushed towards Jiyu Fei. This demon, Jiyu Fei couldn't help being startled when he saw this. This demon was extremely powerful, and the consequences would be unimaginable if he were to descend with his true body. Swoosh! Jiyu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and used the 8 desolate steps to quickly retreat. He used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. Even so, he was still very wary of the Sky Devil blade. The peerless demonic blade refined by the great Saint Demons was not an extreme demonic weapon, but it was not something that Jiyu Fei could contend with because Jiyu Fei couldn't display the power of an extreme sacred weapon. One retreated and the other pursued. Soon, the two rushed out thousands of miles away. The black demonic cloud covered the sky and the earth. The mysterious demon was like a peerless demonic ancestor. His demonic might spread in all directions. Wherever he passed, the bloody mist floating in the scarlet plain was dispersed by the demonic qi. You can't escape. The mysterious demon was really angry. Who was he? The heavenly demon incarnation had almost been killed by a mere human martial body. This was simply a disgrace. Jiyu Fei didn't say anything. He used the 8 desolate steps. His speed was so fast that it was absolutely impossible to catch up with him. However, the speed of the demon was also extremely fast. He could actually catch up with Jiyu Fei. Undying Sky Devil Blade. The demon roared and attacked Jiyu Fei again. The demonic blade in his hand bloomed with tens of thousands of demonic light. Each demonic light pierced through the sky and the earth. The terrifying power of the demonic path spread between the sky and the earth. Demonic inscriptions appeared on the demonic blade, interweaving with the power of the great path. It was as if a peerless demonic beast had awakened within the demonic blade, emitting a terrifying aura that caused all life in the world to tremble. Go to hell! The demon roared. Endless demonic qi surged directly between the sky and the earth. He used all his strength to slash with the strongest blade. In an instant, countless ancient demonic lines rushed out of the demonic blade. The lines quickly interweaved and a demonic blade that was thousands of feet long appeared between the sky and the earth. It slashed towards Jiyu Fei in front of him. What? When Jiyu Fei saw this scene, he was shocked. This was a sign that the mark of the great path in the demonic blade had been activated. The huge demonic blade was condensed from the power of the great path. Even a half-step saint could be killed with one slash. The great path demonic blade was extremely terrifying. It was like a heavenly blade that could destroy everything. It fell from the sky. Wherever it passed, the sky and the void were silently annihilated, leaving nothing behind. The blood fog in the area of thousands of miles was dispersed. Rays of sunlight fell from the sky. The mysterious power that had enveloped the Kai Yuan for countless years was actually broken. The blade qi covered the sky and the earth, covering Jiyu Fei below. In the face of this earth-shattering blade, even with the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, Jiyu Fei couldn't help but change his expression. This was the Great Path demonic blade. It was very difficult to resolve. Ji Fei had to mobilize the power of the mountain and river cauldron with all his strength again. He made the mountain and river cauldron vibrate with the Great Path heavenly melody and emit the power of the Great Path to resist the Great Path demonic blade that fell from the sky. However, with Ji Fei's current cultivation and strength, it was not easy to make the mountain and river cauldron vibrate with the power of the Great Path. Am I going to be forced to hide in the inner world by this guy today? Ji Fei cultivated martial arts. He was born to be a warrior. He didn't want to retreat, but if he didn't hide in the inner world, he would probably die here today. At this critical moment, suddenly, a pitch-black stick stretched out from the distance. It directly blocked the Great Path demonic blade that was coming down. Clang! In a deafening sound, the Great Path demonic blade that fell from the sky was blocked by the black stick. The black stick not only blocked the Great Path demonic blade, but also knocked the Great Path demonic blade away. What? Seeing someone save Ji Fei, the great demon in the demonic chi couldn't help but be shocked. The person who came was so powerful that he could knock the Great Path demonic blade away. This shocked the great demon. It should be known that the Great Path demonic blade was a blade condensed from the power of the Great Path. This was an attack of the power of the Great Path. It could kill half saints. Even saints could only retreat. The undying demon saint. A mighty silhouette appeared in the field. He was wearing black battle armor and held a black iron spear in his hand. He exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Even though he was standing there without moving, he gave off a powerful sense of oppression. You are, in the demonic chi, the demon shadow held the sky demon blade. His figure was faintly discernible. He was shocked. This expert who suddenly appeared seemed familiar. Old Turtle. Chapter 1227. The old tortoise saved Ji Fei with the black stick and confronted the mysterious demon in the devil chi. The two were at daggers drawn and could clash at any time. Immortal devil saint. The old tortoise stared at the figure in the devil chi and said coldly. His body emitted a golden chi and blood, which was the unique aura of the immortal martial body. An avatar of the immortal martial body? Seeing this, Ji Fei couldn't help but come to a realization. It was not the real body of the old tortoise, but the avatar of the old tortoise's indestructible martial body. However, even if it was not the real body of the old tortoise, it was no different from the real body. This avatar was refined by the old tortoise's divine thoughts into the immortal martial body. It had been refined by the old tortoise for hundreds of years. As the old tortoise's cultivation increased, the power of the immortal martial body also increased. Ji Fei felt that the aura of the immortal martial body came from the same source as his emperor martial body. This was a martial body that could be said to be immortal. Within the body of the immortal martial body, there was a vast and boundless ocean of martial way true power. This was the strongest power contained in the martial body. Even though the soul of this ancient invincible martial artist had dissipated, this martial body still survived. Old Tortoise, Ji Fei wanted to say something but was stopped by the old tortoise. You step back first. It won't be too late to talk after I kill this guy. The old tortoise seemed to have figured out the origin of the opponent. Even with the black stick in hand, his face was still extremely solemn. He had already regarded the demonic figure in the devil chi opposite him as a formidable opponent. You are strange. You are not the owner of this body. The demonic figure called the immortal devil saint by the old tortoise seemed to be very surprised. He sensed the strangeness of the old tortoise's body. He had a strong body, but the divine soul in the body was very weak, which did not match the body. Humph. Stop pretending to be a god. If your real body was here, I might have some scruples, but now, I can't keep this heavenly demon incarnation of yours. The old tortoise's words were very cold. Who are you? The incarnation of the undying devil saint sensed the murderous aura of the old turtle, but the old turtle was not here in person. Therefore, the incarnation of the undying devil saint did not recognize the old turtle as a demon expert. The chi and blood of the indestructible martial body was too strong enough to cover up everything. No one could see into the body of the indestructible martial body, not even those who had cultivated the heaven's eye. The one who will kill you. Old Tortoise said no more and rushed forward with the black rod in his hand. He then smashed the demonic shadow in the devil chi. The heavy devil chi dissipated under his rod, and the golden chi and blood swept through the world. This strike shook the heavens and the earth, directly piercing through the void and shattering everything. Swoosh! The heavenly demon incarnation felt a great pressure and had no choice but to slash out with all his strength. The heavenly demon saber rushed out like a black demonic dragon rushing out of the saber. Bam! The black rod and the heavenly demon saber collided fiercely. A circle of visible ripples spread from the point of impact. Wherever the ripples passed, the void was directly annihilated. The indestructible martial body was extremely powerful, suppressing the world. Old Tortoise smashed the incarnation of the undying devil saint down from the sky with a single strike. The golden chi and blood illuminated the entire world. The incarnation of the old turtle was like a real indestructible martial body reincarnated, delivering the strongest strike. Even the powerful incarnation of the undying devil saint was completely suppressed by the incarnation of the indestructible martial body. Wow! Who the hell are you? The incarnation of the undying devil saint was enraged. He set off a monstrous devil chi and rushed up from the ground. The pitch-black devil saber silently cut through the void and slashed at the indestructible martial body. Humph! Old Tortoise sneered and smashed down with the rod again. Without any suspense, the black rod in the old turtle's hand was as heavy as an ancient sacred mountain. It once again shattered the heavenly demon saber's saber radiance and smashed the incarnation of the undying devil saint down again. Boom! The entire red land was shaking. The undying devil saint's incarnation that fell from the sky caused the ground to sink. A huge pit appeared on the cold red land. With the crater as the center, hideous cracks spread out in all directions. Nice. Jiu Fei watched the battle from afar. He could not help but feel relieved when he saw the incarnation of the undying devil saint being suppressed by the old turtle. At this moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere and came to Jiu Fei's side. This mysterious person was Hei Tian. Boss. Hei Tian stood behind Jiu Fei. Why are you still alive? Jiu Fei said impatiently when he saw Hei Tian. This guy would definitely run faster than anyone else when he was in danger. Hehe, if it was someone else, I'm afraid they would not be able to escape. But who am I, Hei Tian? Even the undying devil saint would not be able to do anything to me. Hei Tian was very proud of himself. The undying devil saint. Jiu Fei could not help but frown. A person who could be called the undying devil saint was definitely not an ordinary person. This person probably had a great background in ancient times. This undying devil saint is also an extraordinary person. Unfortunately, he is a demon, otherwise, I would be able to make friends with him. Hei Tian said with some regret. It turned out that this undying devil saint was a great saint of the demons in ancient times. This great saint of the demons was extremely powerful. He once used the undying devil blade to kill tens of thousands of miles. Within a day, he wiped out the 10 major tribes of Untainted Land, shocking the entire Untainted Land. Even the Supreme Saint of Untainted Land wanted to attack him. However, this undying devil saint had received the news beforehand and hid in the demon area. At that time, the demon area was guarded by the Supreme Demon Venerable. Even the Supreme Saint of Untainted Land was not willing to step into the demon area to challenge the Supreme Demon Venerable. During the late period of Untainted Land, the world changed greatly. Even the Untainted Land collapsed. No one knew how many powerful existences had disappeared or fallen. However, unexpectedly, this great devil had fallen. Hei Tian knew the origin of this undying devil saint. After he escaped, he tried to contact the old tortoise's indestructible martial body doppelganger. Then, the doppelganger of the old tortoise arrived and saved Jiu Fei. The old tortoise's indestructible martial body doppelganger did not enter the peerless tomb to fight for the Dao fruit. Instead, it guarded outside. The peerless tomb was a great formation of heaven and earth set up by the supreme ancient masters. It was protected by the supreme formation. Even if the supreme saint of Untainted Land came, it would take a lot of effort to break this tomb. Even if the old tortoise and the others used the supreme saint weapon in the peerless tomb, it would be difficult for them to break it. After learning about the origin of the undying devil saint from He Tian, Ji Yufei could not help but be shocked. The undying devil saint was too powerful. An existence like the great saint of the demons could probably kill him with one finger. Chapter 12:28. The golden chi and blood swept across the world, and a terrifying pressure almost collapsed the sky. The old turtle's indestructible martial body doppelganger was extremely strong. The black stick in its hand swept through the void, pierced through the world, and continuously smashed down the undying demon saint doppelganger that rose from the ground. The undying demon saint's heavenly demon doppelganger was also extremely strong, and it also controlled the peerless heavenly demon saber, but it was still beaten by the old turtle. Roar! The heavenly demon doppelganger roared again and again, setting off endless demonic chi. The pitch-black demonic chi shrouded the earth, and the demonic power spread in all directions, making people's hearts palpitate. Ji Yufei and He Tian were also shocked to see this scene from afar. Only the old turtle's indestructible martial body doppelganger could suppress this demon. Die! The black stick in the old turtle's hand turned into a destructive divine light, constantly smashing the saber radiance of the heavenly demon saber that rose from below, and the endless demonic chi dispersed. The terrifying demonic shadow was almost destroyed. I am immortal, no one in this world can kill me. The undying demon saint's heavenly demon doppelganger roared. No matter how ferocious it was, it had to accept the reality at this moment. The indestructible martial body was too powerful, almost like the arrival of a martial saint. The mighty golden chi and blood of the indestructible martial body shook the heavens and earth, forming a terrifying domain. The old turtle seemed to be standing in a world formed by gold, and he was the only ruler of this world. Bang! The old turtle swept away the heavenly demon saber with his stick again, and then stretched out his hand and pressed down. A huge seal rushed out from his hand, emitting a dazzling golden light, and pressed down on the demonic shadow below. Even if you don't die, I'll still beat you to death. The old turtle used a great technique, activating the monstrous combat strength of the indestructible martial body, evolving a huge golden seal, and pressed down on the demonic shadow. Rays of golden light interweaved into mysterious and ancient Tao patterns, activating the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. This was a Tao pattern. The demonic shadow seemed to be shocked at the sight of this huge golden seal, and directly dodged to the distance, as if it had some scruples and did not dare to take it head-on. A Tao pattern created by Jiyu Taihuang? Which of the Grand Emperor's 9 sons are you? The demon shadow was the sky demon body created by the undying demon saint. With the memories of the undying demon saint, he was equivalent to another undying demon saint. He could see the origin of the Tao pattern of the golden seal. 9 deaths devil art, 9 deaths in 100 lives, 9 lives. Today, I will take one of your lives. The golden seal pressed down, and the power of the great Tao spread out in all directions. The indestructible martial body used the true power of the martial way to evolve the supreme power of the Tai Huang, sealing the heavens and earth in all directions, displaying a terrifying divine might, just like the attack of the Tai Huang seal. The power of the great Tao could cut through everything. It didn't matter how many lives you had. He really is one of the 9 sons of the Grand Emperor. He deserves to die. The 9 incarnations of the undying demon saint went all out. Demons and demons had been irreconcilable enemies since ancient times. During the era of Tai Huang, countless demons had died in the hands of Tai Huang. Buzz! The undying sky demon blade let out a deafening sound. Then, the pitch-black blade light shot up into the sky from the hands of the 9 incarnations of the undying demon saint like a pitch-black river. Boom! The golden seal and the terrifying blade light of the sky demon blade collided instantly. It was a great destruction. The void between heaven and earth was directly shattered by the mighty power. The ground within a radius of 10 miles was shaved off by several feet, and the earth sank. Even the mysterious power that enveloped the Kai Yuan could not seal this power. This was the collision of the power of the great Tao. Terrifying waves spread out from the Kai Yuan. Seeing this, Ji Yufei and He Tian had to retreat. The old tortoise was extremely powerful. The blade light of the sky demon blade could not stop him. He smashed the blade light of the 9 lives demon body with a single strike, then instantly approached the 9 lives demon body and dispersed the demonic shadow in the demon chi with a single strike. This, Jiu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene with his martial eyes of heaven. The undying martial physique was so powerful. This undying martial physique was definitely comparable to a great saint when he was alive. The combat power of the undying martial physique was monstrous. No matter how powerful one's magic power was, one strike from the undying martial physique would break it all. The peerless demon blade floated in the demon chi, emitting a terrifying demonic aura that could intimidate all living beings in the world. Dao patterns could be seen faintly on the blade. Although it kept clashing with the black rod, the demon blade remained undamaged. This surprised the old tortoise. It should be known that the inconspicuous black rod in his hand was a peerless divine material. The black rod contained a wisp of chaotic chi from the beginning of the world. It was a piece of chaotic divine iron, an immortal divine material. It was a divine item exclusive to extreme saints. Even with the old tortoise's current cultivation and strength, it was still difficult to refine the black rod in his hand. Dead. The old tortoise smashed the 9 lives demon body with one strike, but he still did not relax. A pair of golden divine eyes swept in all directions. The surrounding demon chi was dissipating. The demon shadow seemed to have been killed. However, the opponent was, after all, the 9 lives demon body cultivated by the undying great demon saint. How could it be killed so easily? It seemed too easy. It did not match the title of undying. I am undying. A faint wave of divine thoughts suddenly appeared in the void. The old tortoise's expression suddenly changed. The 9 lives demon body was indeed not destroyed. Without any warning, a vague figure appeared in the void. The faint and illusory demon shadow seemed to have walked out directly from the void. The old tortoise did not say anything. He directly rushed over and smashed the demon shadow with another strike. However, in just a few breaths, the demon shadow that was smashed by the old tortoise reappeared. Roar. The old tortoise's black hair danced wildly. He swung the rod with all his strength, smashing the entire void of heaven and earth. The demon shadow was directly swept into the destroyed void. However, what caused everyone to be dumbfounded was that when the shattered void was restored, the demonic figure appeared once again. The 9 lives undying demon body seemed to be truly indestructible. The demon body had some kind of undying imprint. Even if the demon body was smashed, it could still be reassembled. Jiu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. The undying great demon saint seemed to have really cultivated a heaven-defying undying great demon technique. Damn it. I don't believe that you really can't die. The old tortoise was ruthless. He triggered the monstrous true power of the undying martial body. Golden true power erupted from his body. He used a great divine ability to support the golden battle domain of the undying martial body. The golden battle domain was a kind of combat technique of the undying martial body. There was a golden world inside. This was a great technique that opened up the void of heaven and earth. Rumble. Chapter 1229. The golden battle domain was a domain formed by the martial Tao true power of the undying martial physique. It was equivalent to opening up a world that belonged to the undying martial physique with great power. Once the battle domain was released, the undying martial physique would be the supreme god in the battle domain. It could control everything, and the Tao marks formed by the martial Tao true power could slay anything in the world. Swish. The dazzling golden Tao marks constantly flashed in the golden battle domain. The destructive power was enough to kill a sage. The demonic shadow that was sucked into the golden battle domain was directly slashed by the Tao marks without any suspense. Nothing was left. Rumble. The entire golden battle domain was shaking. The power of the Tao marks obliterated everything. The old tortoise was very careful. He used the undying martial physique to draw the power of the great Tao to support the golden battle domain and suppress everything. The demonic shadow was slashed cleanly. No one could survive such an attack. The undying demon saint's 9 lives undying demon body should also be destroyed. The old tortoise released a powerful divine sense to scan the surroundings. He couldn't sense any strange phenomenon. The undying demon saint's 9 lives undying demon body was truly destroyed. What 9 deaths demon art? What undying demon body? Aren't they all destroyed? The old tortoise was very disdainful. There was nothing in this world that was eternal. Even a powerful sage would fall. Even if the undying demon saint cultivated a heaven-defying demonic art and was known as undying, it wasn't absolute. He put away the golden battle domain. This combat skill was inadvertently triggered by him. When the golden true power of the undying martial physique operated to the peak, it would evolve into such a great technique. Although the undying martial physique was just a body, it had become an avatar of the old tortoise after being controlled by the divine sense. However, the undying martial physique would often instinctively resist when it was threatened. This was a physical instinct. The undying martial physique had experienced hundreds of battles. The instinctive protection of the physical body made the old tortoise gasp in amazement. It was hard to imagine that there was such a magical physical body in this world. In the void, the undying demon blade was floating. Amidst the lingering demonic chi, ancient demonic patterns could be vaguely seen on the blade. The devil Dao was also a type of great Dao. Devil patterns were a type of Dao pattern of the devil Dao. The sky devil saber emitted a demonic aura that could cause one's heart to palpitate. It was as if it could demonize everything that got close to it. The demonic aura could affect the minds of cultivators. The old tortoise put away the black rod, and was about to use his great technique to put away the undying Tianmo blade. But at this moment, the undying sky devil saber suddenly buzzed. Then, it turned into a pitch-black blade light in the void and slashed at the old turtle. A soul fluctuation emanated from the demonic saber. What? Old tortoise was taken aback. The demonic saber's saber light was extremely fast. In just a flash, the saber chi had already attacked him. A stream of demonic power directly drilled into old tortoise's body. Boom! The golden aura suddenly erupted, and old tortoise seemed to have turned into a golden divine sun. The power of martial arts spread between heaven and earth, and the terrifying coercion made the world pale. Every pore on old tortoise's body was gushing with golden aura. The attacking demonic power was immediately dispelled by the golden aura emanating from old tortoise's body. Old tortoise directly stretched out a big golden hand and grabbed at the sky devil saber that was slashing down. Old tortoise's big hand continuously collided with the sky devil saber. The indestructible martial body was extremely strong, and it could resist the undying sky devil saber refined by the great sage of the demons with its bare hands. In the distance, Ji Fei saw this scene and was shocked. He could already feel the soul fluctuation coming from the sky devil saber. How was this possible? Although the great sage of the demons was only one step away from cultivating a perfect great Tao, it was difficult to refine a sacred weapon of the great path with soul if one was not an extreme saint. The reason why the great sage of the demons was that there was a soul in the weapon. In a sense, the sacred weapon of the great path was a sacred weapon with life. No matter how heaven-defying the undying demon saint was, it was impossible for him to refine a sacred weapon of the great path with soul. However, at this time, the soul fluctuation coming from the undying sky devil saber was real. Could it be that this demonic saber had transformed into a sacred weapon of the great path? I see. He Tian, who was beside Ji Fei, opened his yin-yang divine eyes. His left eye was pitch black, and there was a vague black moon floating in it, while his right eye emitted a bright white light, and a divine sun rose in his right eye. The power of yin and yang intertwined and generated Dao rhymes, attracting a trace of Dao power, which allowed He Tian to see a subtle detail that others could not see. Raw. You actually refined a demon soul into this demonic saber, old tortoise roared. The undying demon saint had refined a demon soul from the 9 lives demon body into the undying sky devil saber. No wonder the old tortoise could not really kill the undying demon saint's 9 lives demon body despite using all kinds of methods. The undying demon saint was an extraordinary figure among the demons. He created the 9 deaths demon technique and cultivated the 9 lives undying demon body through 100 reincarnations. This great sage devil had 9 lives, and as long as one of them survived, he would be able to cultivate another 8 lives. The 9 deaths devil art was known as the number 1 devil art, second only to the ultimate devil art. The undying sky devil saber and the old tortoise's hands collided 1,000 times in an instant. Old tortoise's hands felt bursts of pain. Although the peerless demonic saber refined by the great demons could not break the defense of the indestructible martial body, it still made the indestructible martial body feel pain. The demonic patterns of the undying sky devil saber were constantly destroyed by the old tortoise's hands, and they kept buzzing. Swoosh! After a head-on collision with the old tortoise, the pitch-black demonic saber soared into the sky, broke through the void, and rushed into the chaotic void, escaping in an instant. "Where do you think you're going?" The old tortoise roared angrily, and the whole world seemed to collapse because of his roar. He directly punched out, pierced through the void, and chased after the undying demon. This, Jiu Fei and He Tian could not help but be dumbfounded. The old tortoise was too fierce. It actually chased into the chaotic void. If they were lost in the chaotic void, they would never be able to get out. The broken void quickly reorganized, and the aura of the indestructible martial body completely disappeared between heaven and earth. After this battle, the corpse of the celestial eye demon emperor was completely destroyed, and his body and soul were destroyed. Among the demons, the celestial demon lineage could be said to have suffered a heavy blow. Just as Jiu Fei and He Tian were about to leave, a mighty holy aura came from afar. Then, a figure separated the layers of blood fog, and in a few steps, came close. A semi-sage. Chapter 1230. Jiu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of saintly might coming from afar. "Let's go." Without any hesitation, He Tian threw out the formation platform and rushed up with Jiu Fei. They used the platform to teleport away from this place. Boom. At this moment, a huge purplish-green hand stretched out from the sky and grabbed at them. The huge hand covered the sky and shattered the void, but even so, it couldn't stop Jiu Fei and He Tian. "Count yourselves lucky." With a cold snort, the huge purplish-golden hand disappeared into the void. Then, a white figure appeared high in the sky, looking down. The aura of a demonic saint filled the sky and earth, shaking the world. This was a demonic half-saint. Before the demonic saint made its move, the formation platform had already emitted rays of divine light that pierced through the void. Jiu Fei and He Tian borrowed the power of the formation platform to escape into the chaotic void. Jiu Fei and He Tian traveled through the void and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, their eyes lit up and they rushed out of the void. However, as soon as they emerged from the void, they were immediately dumbfounded. They saw a bloody mist all around them, making it impossible to see far. Even with the heavenly eye, they couldn't see clearly. There seemed to be an unfathomable power interfering with everything in the world. Jiu Fei felt that even his divine sense was suppressed, almost unable to pass through his body. Below Jiu Fei and He Tian was a bottomless crack. Blood-colored mist constantly gushed out from the crack, like blood that couldn't be dissolved, causing one's heart to palpitate. Oh no! Jiu Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. They had actually appeared at the entrance to the Land of Saints. The Land of Saints was under the crack in the ground. There were many famous danger zones in the heaven realm. These places were extremely dangerous and no one would easily set foot in them. One of these danger zones was the Saint burial ground under the Scarlet Plains. Legend had it that there were ancient saints buried there. When did the land of the buried saints appear? How did it form? Did saints really die? There were many things that could no longer be investigated. The secrets of ancient times seemed to have disappeared over the endless years. Some people said that the entire Scarlet Plains was dyed red by the blood of the saints, and that the blood-colored mist was formed by the blood of the saints that hadn't dissipated since time immemorial. How did I end up here? He Tian's expression changed when he saw his surroundings. The land of Saint Burial was a forbidden ground in the heavenly realm. It opened once every 10,000 years, and who knew how many geniuses had been buried there? He was proficient in matrices and was good at seeing the general trend of heaven and earth. However, He Tian was actually unable to see the general trend of heaven and earth in the land of Saint Burial. It was difficult for him to determine. It was as if the power of the Great Path was interfering. No one could divine what dangers there were in the land of Saint Burial. Boom! Just as Ji Yufei and He Tian were bewildered, a terrifying aura surged up from the crack in the ground below, causing Ji Yufei and He Tian's minds to tremble. They almost fell from the sky. Extreme Saint Might. He Tian was shocked to the extreme. The aura that came from below made his soul tremble. He almost wanted to kneel down. This was too terrifying. This aura that could make even heaven and earth submit beneath its feet. Apart from the extreme saint realm, there seemed to be no one who could trample the great path of heaven and earth under their feet. It's just a wisp of aura. I'm afraid that even an advanced Ren Huang wouldn't be able to withstand it. Ji Yufei was also shocked. He had an extreme saint weapon to protect him, but he still felt great danger. It was as if there really was an invincible saint sleeping below. He Tian also had an almighty divine weapon to protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this aura. The land of Saint Burial, there might really be an extreme saint buried inside. He Tian muttered to himself. A place like this definitely hid a great secret. He couldn't help but be tempted. Don't even think about it. This isn't a place we can set foot in. Ji Yufei saw He Tian's eyes glowing as he looked at the bottomless abyss below. How could he not know what this guy was planning? The land of Saint Burial wasn't a place they could enter. We've already entered the Supreme Great Tomb. Even if there really is an extreme saint buried in the land of Saint Burial, it might not be able to stop us. He Tian was well aware of his own capabilities. Without Ji Yufei, he definitely wouldn't dare to enter the land of Saint Burial. This was because Ji Yufei had an extreme saint weapon on him. Even if he really encountered danger in the land of Saint Burial, he would be able to protect his life. I know what you're trying to do. Ji Yufei glanced at He Tian and snapped. This guy must be trying to use my extreme Dao sacred weapon to barge into the land of Saint Burial. However, Ji Yufei wasn't willing to take the risk. No one knew what was inside the land of Saint Burial. Ji Yufei had already seen the Supreme Great Tomb. If it wasn't for the extreme saint weapon protecting him, he would have most likely been buried inside. The great necropolis contained boundless entities that had given birth to Dao fruits. Perhaps only the great necropolis of extreme Dao saints could compare to it. Although the dangers inside the land of Saint Burial weren't as terrifying as the Supreme Great Tomb, they weren't far off. One could imagine how dangerous it was if even a saint had been buried inside. Boss, there must be a supreme divine treasury in the land of Saint Burial. If we miss it, we'll have to wait another 10,000 years, said He Tian. He didn't want to miss such an opportunity. The supreme divine treasury is great, but we need to be alive to enjoy it. Ji Yufei's attitude was very firm. Even if he had the extreme saint weapon to protect him, he would still encounter great danger in the land of Saint Burial that could bury even a saint. It would be a tragedy if he got trapped inside and couldn't get out. I never thought that the fearless boss would be afraid, said He Tian. Ji Yufei couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He then said, goading me won't work on me. You'd better save it. No, boss. We can take advantage of the fact that those half-saints are fighting each other in the Supreme Great Tomb to seize the initiative. Who knows, we might really be able to obtain the Supreme Divine Treasury. He Tian couldn't help feeling a little anxious when he saw that Ji Yufei was really going to leave. Ji Yufei ignored He Tian and turned to leave. However, at that moment, something unforeseen happened. A huge purple hand appeared in the void without any warning and swatted at Ji Yufei and He Tian. Bam! Without any hesitation, Ji Yufei and He Tian were sent flying over 10,000 zhong away by the purple hand. They were both shocked and enraged by the impact. Rumble, as soon as Ji Yufei and He Tian were sent flying, an unimaginably powerful immortal aura burst out, causing the entire place to tremble. A half-saint, Ji Yufei and He Tian stabilized themselves, before being shocked again. The violet hand slammed towards Ji Yufei and Mai Tian once again. This time, There was no longer any need for them to hide themselves. The violet golden hand exuded towering immortal power, moving through the air like an ancient divine mountain. Everywhere it passed, the space would shatter, obliterating everything. Preposterous. Ji Fei was infuriated. His long hair fluttered despite the absence of wind as a torrential battle intent gushed out from his body. He took a step forward and sent a palm strike towards the purplish golden palm in a domineering manner. The hand blotted out the sky. The entire place was covered by the shadow of Ji Fei's palm. It was a martial art battle technique, the heaven-shrouding hand. An endless amount of martial force surged from the hand and surged forward. Boom. Following a deafening explosion, Ji Fei was sent flying over 10,000 zhong away again. Even He Tian was sent flying by the destructive force. What? A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Ji Fei's mouth. His yin and yang qi surged, yet he was sent flying by a single palm. This was something that he had rarely encountered. After being sent flying twice, Ji Fei's sovereign martial physique was on the verge of shattering. It's a semi-sage. He Tian escaped immediately. A semi-sage sneak attacked Ji Fei. He was unlucky to be standing next to Ji Fei, so the semi-sage killed him as well. However, Ji Fei had the emperor martial body, which was invincible among his peers, and He Tian had the almighty divine weapon to protect him. Thus, the hidden half-step sage didn't kill Ji Fei and He Tian with a single blow, as the hidden half-step sage had expected. Yuan Ji Fei stared at the void in front of him. The purple golden hand dissipated, and a figure appeared in front of Ji Fei. It was a middle-aged man with a sage-like demeanor. This middle-aged man was tall and slender, but his face couldn't be seen. His face seemed to be covered by a layer of hazy mist. Even Ji Fei couldn't see through this mist and could only see a silhouette. Humph! I didn't expect you to walk out of the supreme tomb alive. The middle-aged man's body was surrounded by an immortal aura. He looked like a celestial emperor descending. Although he had a sage-like demeanor, he had a supreme majesty that gave people a great sense of oppression. Oh no! He Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the conversation between Ji Fei and the semi-sage. This person was the Eastern Earth's Emperor Xian, Yuan Ji. Ji Fei and Yuan Ji had a great enmity. Ji Fei had fought with the Violet Emperor in the Eastern Earth and killed him. The Violet Emperor was the only son of the Eastern Earth's Emperor Xian. Moreover, his cultivation talent was extremely high, and he was expected to become the youngest Dao-severing emperor in the Eastern Earth. However, such a genius of the Eastern Earth had been killed by Ji Fei. It would be strange if Yuan Ji Emperor Xian didn't go crazy. The enmity of his son's death wouldn't end until one of them died. Between Ji Fei and Yuan Ji, one of them had to fall to resolve this enmity. This was an irreconcilable enmity. No one had thought that Yuan Ji Emperor Xian would appear here. This Emperor Xian was definitely not simple. He had actually given up the hope of becoming a saint to explore the place where saints were buried. Yuan Ji Emperor Xian's immortal aura surrounded him as he approached Ji Fei step by step. Ji Fei felt a great pressure as a dangerous aura had already enveloped them. Swish! Ji Fei used the 8 desolate steps and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared next to He Tian. He grabbed He Tian and rushed down into the bottomless abyss. Want to escape? Do you think you can? Chapter 1231. A wisp of an extreme Dao aura lingered below the crack, intimidating everything in the world. No one dared to approach it, let alone enter it. The aura of an extreme ancient powerhouse was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Even a wisp of extremely weak aura could stop a sovereign realm expert at the advanced level. However, Ji Fei had no choice but to drag He Tian into this dangerous place because he did not want to be killed by Yuan Ji Emperor Xian on the spot. Ji Fei and Yuan Ji had a great enmity. Yuan Gu's son, the Purple Emperor, had died at the hands of Ji Fei. Yuan Ji Emperor Xian had great luck and had obtained several secrets of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. It could be said that he was in an invincible position and Ji Fei was no match for him. Ji Fei could use his extreme sacred weapon to fight against other semi-sage experts, but he could not do so against Yuan Jiyu. As long as he used the chaotic chaos secret technique, all attacks would be reversed. Of course, if Jiyu Fei was also an almighty expert at the severing Dao realm, he would not be afraid of Yuan Jiyu Emperor's Yan. The problem was that Jiyu Fei was still a long way from the severing Dao realm. The current Jiyu Fei could only retreat if he encountered Yuan Jiyu. Where do you think you're going? Yuan Jiyu Emperor's Yan did not hesitate. His body was shrouded in immortal light, and he swung away the bloody mist. He directly rushed down from the sky. He had no intention of letting go of his great enemy, Jiyu Fei. Wait until I cut my Dao. I will definitely fight you. Now is not the time. Jiyu Fei's voice came from below. Yuan Jiyu Emperor's Yan's murderous intent intensified. This person would become a great threat in the future if he was not eliminated. The human race martial body was too powerful and had unparalleled combat power. If he truly matured, he would be invincible among his peers. Perhaps no one could suppress him except the descendants of extreme powerhouses. Swoosh! Yuan Jiyu Emperor's Yan turned into a ray of immortal light and broke through the darkness like a meteor, illuminating the nearby void. His speed was so fast that even Jiyu Fei was shocked. This is the immortal light escape technique. Seeing this, Mahakala was also incomparably shocked. The speed of the celestial light escape art was truly frightening. The distance between the two of them was actually shrinking rapidly. Even Jiyu Fei's 8 desolate steps could not catch up. Damn it! Jiyu Fei had no choice but to use his extreme speed 8 steps to widen the distance between them once again. With every step he took, Daoist rhymes circulated beneath his feet as if he was walking on the great Dao. This, Yuan Jiyu, who had transformed into an immortal light, couldn't help but frown when he saw Jiyu Fei's extreme speed. This guy was indeed quite capable. It wasn't an injustice for my son to lose to him. Buzz. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the body of the Yuan Jiyu Emperor's Yan as a shocking sword chi erupted from his body. Then, a divine sword emitted thousands of swordlights and directly slashed at Jiyu Fei and He Tian below. Ghastly cold sword chi swept out in all directions and illuminated the entire heavens and the earth. It even sliced space apart and revealed a great might that seemed capable of slashing the heavens and the earth into two. Flying immortal sword. The sword light was extremely fast, streaking across the void in an instant. It actually caught up to Jiyu Fei and He Tian, causing Jiyu Fei to be inexplicably shocked. The Yuan Jiyu Emperor's Yan cultivated the immortal sword Dao and used the sword to form his Dao. This was the immortal Dao that focused on killing and had the heaviest murderous aura. It was often seen as a cultivation method that harmed the harmony of the heavens and was very different from the peaceful and inactive immortal Dao. However, the immortal sword Dao was the cultivation path with the most offensive power. Sword emperors who severed the Dao were stronger than ordinary immortal emperors. They were the warriors among the cultivators. Boss, sensing the might of this sword, He Tian's expression became very unsightly. Dao patterns appeared on the divine sword, and a trace of saintly might spread out. This was a divine sword, and it was difficult to resist. The Yuan Jiyu Emperor's Yan had a divine weapon. At this point, he didn't hesitate to use it to kill Jiyu Fei. A divine sword refined by an immortal saint. Endless sword chi came from above, causing Jiyu Fei to feel a chill run down his spine. He sensed a dangerous aura from the Yuan Jiyu Emperor's Yan's sword. Jiyu Fei didn't stop using the 8 desolate steps. Instead, he punched out with a backhand and a dazzling golden light erupted from his fist. This punch contained the profound meaning of the supreme fist technique of the martial way. It was the metal element fist of the flawless 5 elements fist. When the punch was thrown, it drew upon the metal element power of the world. The vast metal element power on Jiyu Fei's fist seemed to interweave into a blurry Dao pattern. Using his body to fight a divine weapon? He Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Although he knew that Jiyu Fei's emperor martial body was incomparably powerful, he had never imagined that it would be strong enough to fight a divine weapon. Cultivators were really terrifying. They could cultivate their bodies to the point where they could fight a divine weapon. It was no wonder that even great accomplishment cultivators didn't have any weapons. Their bodies were the best weapons in the world. Boom! When Jiyu Fei's fist collided with the flying immortal sword light that pierced through from behind, the void trembled violently. The sword of the Yuan Jiyu Emperor's Yan was blocked. The divine sword flew back, but Jiyu Fei felt a sharp pain in his fist. He quickly retracted his fist and saw that there was a deep sword scar on the back of his hand. The skin and flesh of the wound were split open, and the bones of his hand could be clearly seen. This was only an external wound. What really made Jiyu Fei's expression change was the sharp sword qi that had invaded his arm. Roar! Jiyu Fei shook his right arm, which immediately emitted a powerful sword qi. In the next moment, the sleeve of Jiyu Fei's arm was instantly turned into thousands of pieces. He used his martial path true power to force out the sword qi on his arm. On his right arm, every pore was spewing out sword qi, and the void was being slashed by these sword qi, causing transparent spatial ripples to appear. In an instant, Jiyu Fei expelled the sword qi from his arm. Again, Yuan Jiyu Emperor's Yan was ready to attack again. However, at that moment, a mournful scream suddenly came from the bottom of the pitch-black crack in the ground. No one knew what they would encounter in this place of absolute darkness. Just as the scream was heard, a ray of light appeared below. Yuan Jiyu Emperor's Yan's speed immediately slowed down. However, Jiyu Fei didn't care and continued to rush forward. A figure was wrapped in the ray of light. The person who charged out from the depths of the pitch-black rift was a tall, middle-aged cultivator. His appearance was ordinary, but his body was stained with blood. Roar! Suddenly, a roar was heard from below. One could vaguely see a demonic shadow hidden in the darkness, chasing after the man who had transformed into a ray of light. This book was first published. Chapter 1232. An almighty emperor rushed out of the bottomless abyss. He was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable, as if he had just experienced a great battle. Roar! An earth-shaking roar suddenly rang out from the pitch-black abyss. A demonic figure hidden in the darkness chased after the almighty. Dao, save me! When the person saw Jiyu Fei and Yuan Jiyu, he immediately flew towards Jiyu Fei and Yuan Jiyu. He was panic-stricken and had completely lost the spirit that an almighty should have. It should be known that Dao-severing almighties were supreme emperors in the heaven realm. It seemed that this almighty was really frightened. It was hard to imagine what he had experienced in the bottomless abyss. Jiyu Fei opened his martial Dao heavenly eye and saw a demonic figure hidden in the darkness. A 10,000 zhong demonic figure rushed out from the depths of the abyss, and a gigantic demonic hand was grabbing at the fleeing supreme expert. This demonic figure used demonic magic and merged with the void. If it wasn't for Jiyu Fei's martial path heavenly eye, he wouldn't have been able to see any clues. The demons also have their eyes on the land of the buried saints. He Tian cultivated the yin-yang divine eye. Yin and yang rotated in his eyes, and the sun and moon descended. The power of extreme yin and extreme yang interweaved to form a trace of Dao charm. The yin-yang divine eye could see through everything because it was a Dao eye. There was nothing that could not reveal its true form under He Tian's yin-yang divine eye. The Almighty's escape light was extremely fast. He was fleeing for his life. His divine power was vast and mighty, and Dao patterns appeared on his body. The Almighty was also wearing a layer of soft armor under his clothes. The Dao patterns on the Almighty's body had appeared from this soft armor. Just as the black hand was about to grab the mighty being, a beam of divine light shot out from between Jiyu Fei's eyebrows. The Dao sword formed from his primordial spirit instantly sliced apart the black hand that was hiding in the void and reaching for the mighty being. The primordial spirit Dao sword specialized in slaying the primordial spirit. The great demon below was using the primordial spirit great art, forming a demonic shadow that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Jiyu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword was the nemesis of this demonic supreme divine art. That supreme being didn't know that he was on the verge of death just now. Thank you for your help. The supreme being flew in front of Jiyu Fei and clasped his hands in thanks. Then, he did not stop and directly flew into the sky towards the crack in the ground. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sword light flashed, and a beam of dazzling divine light descended from the sky, instantly cutting the powerful being who thought he had escaped into 2 pieces. Roar! You! That supreme being roared in anger. He had never thought that someone would attack him at this moment. The flying immortal sword light was unbelievably fast. From the moment the sword light rose to the moment his body was sliced into 2 at the waist, it only took an instant. Yuan Jiyu, when Jiyu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but be startled. His 2 sword-like eyebrows were raised. He didn't expect that the primordial Emperor Xian would actually attack an almighty emperor of the human race. Primordial Emperor Xian, I'm not done with you. That supreme being roared. His lower body fell into the bottomless abyss and disappeared into the darkness. His upper body was wrapped in the escape light and shot up into the sky, trying to escape from this place. This was a god emperor with mighty divine power. His soft armor had been split open by the primordial Emperor Xian's sword. If it wasn't a divine artifact, it wouldn't be able to withstand the flying immortal sword light. You won't have a chance. Immortal Emperor Yuan Jiyu directly attacked. The flying celestial sword flew back like a bolt of lightning and instantly killed the mighty being again. Half of the mighty being's body was minced into a bloody mist, leaving nothing behind. This Yuan Jiyu, Jiyu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but be shocked when they saw Yuan Gu's decisiveness. This person's temperament was too terrifying. He killed without any scruples. It was no wonder that the primordial Emperor Xian could become an ambitious and ruthless person who dominated the Eastern Territory and became an emperor who overlooked the entire Eastern Territory. A half-step saint killing a supreme being was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. This was the gap between them. Even a supreme being was as weak as an ant in front of a half-step saint. However, Jiyu Fei was an exception. At this time, Jiyu Fei already knew why the primordial Emperor Xian had killed that human supreme being. He didn't want others to know that he had come to the saint burial ground. Now that the Tao fruit nurtured in the Great Peerless Tomb had appeared, it had attracted the attention of all the powerhouses. However, the saint burial ground was currently deserted with no one around. The primordial Emperor Xian didn't have the ability to fight for the Tao fruit in the Great Peerless Tomb, but he had the ability to enter the saint burial ground. The saint burial ground was rumored to have a saint buried there. There was most likely a peerless divine treasury inside. This was the reason why the primordial Emperor Xian had risked his life to come here. Who wouldn't be tempted by a peerless divine treasury? All of you must die too. After killing the supreme being, the primordial Emperor Xian once again closed in on Jiyu Fei and the others. However, at this time, the bloody mist that had yet to dissipate suddenly bloomed with a demonic bloody light. A soul fluctuation spread out from the bloody light. What? The primordial Emperor Xian stopped in his tracks with a look of disbelief on his face. At this time, the bloody mist of the supreme being killed by the primordial Emperor Xian continued to burn. Every drop of blood, bone, and flesh was blooming with bloody light. That person didn't die. Jiyu Fei and He Tian were a little dumbfounded. After being killed by the flying immortal sword of the primordial Emperor Xian, the human race's supreme being should have been destroyed in both body and soul. How could he still be alive? It must be known that the flying immortal sword was a sacred sword that was branded with the sword saint's Tao pattern. The condensed sword qi could cut through everything and was definitely not something that an emperor at the almighty realm could contend with. Although the soul power fluctuation was weak, it still existed. This meant that the supreme being hadn't truly died and his divine soul was still present. This is, immortal Emperor Yuan Gu's expression suddenly became very unsightly. Then, he hurriedly attacked again. The flying immortal sword light suddenly surged and a cold sword qi shot straight towards the blood mist that was emitting a bloody light. However, at this time, the bloody mist suddenly shrank to the center and a blood-colored ancient talisman appeared in the void. Then, the ancient talisman disappeared. Swish! The sword light fell and the void was shattered. However, the blood-colored ancient talisman was nowhere to be seen. No one could see how it had escaped. This is troublesome. The primordial Emperor Xian knew that he had provoked a formidable enemy. If that supreme being didn't die, it would bring him a lot of trouble. The power behind that supreme being couldn't be underestimated. Mysterious heaven holy talisman? He Tian couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene. He knew the origin of the blood-colored ancient talisman. It was a life-saving holy talisman refined by a great sage of the human race. No wonder that supreme being didn't die even after his body was shredded by the sacred sword. It turned out that he had such a life-saving talisman with him. This holy talisman protected the supreme being's divine soul and then escaped into the void. Chapter 1233. The primordial Emperor Xian had never imagined that he would offend such a powerful force in the heaven realm. He had also never expected that the other party would be able to escape from his sword. He was a half-sage, while the person who had escaped from the abyss was just an almighty at the Tao-severing realm. A half-sage and an almighty were not on the same level. A half-sage was like an immortal in the 9 heavens, while an almighty was like a mortal on earth. For a half-sage to kill an almighty was as easy as killing an ant. However, no one had expected that the mysterious heaven holy talisman would not only prevent the almighty's spiritual soul from dissipating, but also allow the talisman to protect the almighty's spiritual soul as it escaped. Thinking of the impending revenge, the primordial Emperor Xian's face turned ugly. Damn it! The primordial Emperor Xian was both shocked and angry. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Ji Yufei and He Tian below. If he had not chased after these two, he would not have met the descendant of the mysterious heaven bloodline, and there would have been no karma. I'm going to tear you into pieces. The primordial Emperor Xian was furious. His killing intent soared to the sky as he closed in on Ji Yufei and He Tian. The flying deity sword transformed into a sword light that danced around his body. The divine sword emitted a trace of holy might. At this time, the great demon, who had been hiding in the void, once again rushed up from the abyss. Just now, his palm had been cut off by Ji Yufei's primordial spirit Dao sword and he had been seriously injured. With the primordial Emperor Xian above and the great demon below, Ji Yufei and He Tian could not help but feel a little uneasy. Boom! A huge star rose from the top of He Tian's head. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, and thousands of starlight rays fell from the star, enveloping He Tian and Ji Yufei. Let's go. He Tian growled. He immediately used the almighty divine weapon to protect himself and rushed down. Clang! Streaks of starlight transformed into swords of starlight, blotting out the heavens and covering the earth as they pierced through the demonic shadow below. It was an incomparably vast scene. Even the great demon that rushed out of the abyss was shocked. Swoosh! A beam of purple light appeared between Ji Yufei's eyebrows, as if an eye had opened. Rays of light formed by his primordial spirit constantly shot out, sweeping towards the demonic figure below. This kind of Tao light formed from the primordial spirit specialized in attacking the divine soul. That great demon had no choice but to retreat. Ji Yufei and He Tian rushed past it, heading deeper into the abyss. At this time, they couldn't care less. Even if it was a dangerous place in front of them, they had to go through it. Run! Where can you escape to? Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian sneered. His entire body was shrouded in celestial light as he strode in the void like a celestial emperor on an inspection tour. His speed was so fast that it didn't seem to be any slower than Ji Yufei's 8 steps. Roar! That great devil roared and stretched out his devil hand, grabbing towards immortal Emperor Yuan Jiyu. Devil chi filled the sky. At this time, this great devil no longer concealed his presence. You're courting death. Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian was incomparably powerful as he pointed his finger forward. Swoosh! The sword light of the flying celestial sword, which was dancing around his body, immediately turned into a sword rainbow that was thousands of feet long. It emitted a sword chi fluctuation that made the heavens and earth lose their color as it rushed forward. Boom! The huge hand that was directly grabbing at Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian shook, and a pitch-black millstone appeared in the hand. A terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth spread out. This was a powerful demonic weapon that was branded with demonic patterns. The dazzling sword light collided with the pitch-black millstone. The Tao patterns were destroyed, and the sword light also dimmed. The world-exterminating millstone had blocked Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian's flying celestial sword. The sword light that shot out in all directions directly pierced through the void. Immortal Emperor Yuan Jiyu was taken aback. His opponent was actually able to withstand his sword. This had exceeded his expectations. Could it be that this great demon was actually a demi-saint of the devil race? At this time, the world-exterminating demonic plate flew up from the great demon's hand and floated above the great demon's head. The pitch-black demonic aura that looked like a demonic dragon descended from the demonic plate and enveloped the great demon. A half-sage demons that came from the 100,000 demon mountains? Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian had no doubt that the world-exterminating demonic plate floating above the great demon's head was definitely a sacred weapon that could compete with his flying celestial sword. No wonder that Almighty had wanted to escape just now. It seemed like there was a half-sage demons entrenched in this abyss. If he had been a little slower, he would have lost his life. There was nothing much to say. When a half-sage human race encountered a half-sage demons, they could only fight. Boom! With a loud sound, a great battle broke out. Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian and the great demon clashed. The sword light of the flying celestial sword soared thousands of feet and split the heaven and earth. The half-sage demons was also amazing. He used the world-exterminating demonic plate in his hand to resist the flying celestial sword light of Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian and continuously clashed with Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian. Swish! The world-exterminating demonic plate soared high into the sky and then became as huge as a mountain. It covered the entire heaven and earth and shrouded Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian. It wanted to trap Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian in the demonic plate. Rumble! The world-exterminating demonic plate was like an ancient demonic mountain that pressed down from the sky. The vast and mighty demonic aura engulfed the heaven and earth as if doomsday had arrived. However, Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian, who was shrouded by the world-exterminating demonic plate, did not panic. When the world-exterminating demonic plate was about to fall on Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian's head, his figure suddenly became transparent and disappeared into the void. The great demon was shocked. A living person had actually disappeared under his gaze. How was this possible? Was this a special technique? At this time, Jiyu Fei and He Tian had already disappeared, which made Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian furious. In the next moment, Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian's figure silently appeared behind the great demon. He then stretched out his right hand and pressed it on the great demon's back. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-void secret technique. The great demon could transform his body into the void and travel anywhere in the world. Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian was in an invincible position. Bam! Catcher! Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian's palm force erupted like a mountain torrent. When it pressed on the great demon, it rushed out and even broke the great demon's spine. The sound of bones breaking was hair-raising. The great demon roared as his demonic power surged. Demonic light constantly shot out from his body as the broken bones reassembled. In just a few breaths, the great demon's body was completely healed. The body of a half-step saint was incomparably strong and not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian and the great demon were fighting endlessly. Terrifying holy power spread in all directions, and the bright divine light illuminated the entire dark area. At this time, Jiyu Fei and He Tian had already reached the bottom of the abyss. Both of their feet stepped on the soil. It was pitch black all around, and the silence was frightening. Chapter 1234. Cracks in the ground were spewing blood mist. There was no light here, so it was impossible to see the color of the mist. However, there was a flickering light ahead. That light seemed to be very far away from Jiyu Fei and He Tian. Even with their divine eyes, it was difficult for them to see what it was. The entrance to the land of buried saints. Jiyu Fei muttered to himself. The land of buried saints was below the Scarlet Plains. They had already gone who knew how many miles underground, but there was a trace of saintly might lingering here. This saintly might was not as faint as it was above. Here, Jiyu Fei and He Tian could clearly feel the supreme aura that made their hearts palpitate. If it was someone else, they might have already collapsed. This was the saint's might, the aura emitted by a saint who had proven his Tao. Just a strand of qi could crush the void. Without reaching that level, it was impossible to know how powerful a saint was. Rumble, a thunderous sound came from above. Primordial Emperor Xian and the demons were fighting. Dazzling sword lights illuminated the dark world from time to time. He Tian looked up at the sky and said, "That demon is really amazing. He actually hasn't been defeated even after fighting with that guy Yuan Jiyu for so long." He wasn't optimistic about the demon's chances. After all, the primordial Emperor Xian was a half-saint who mastered several of the 9 secrets of Immortal's Path. Each of the 9 secrets of Immortal's Path had heaven-defying power. Primordial Emperor Xian had mastered several of the 9 secrets of Immortal's Path. It could be said that he was in an invincible position. "Let's go." The sky was sealed by Yuan Jiyu. Since they couldn't leave, Jiyu Fei decided to go to the sacred tomb to see if there really was a legendary peerless divine treasure inside. The virtual sky world, the land where the phoenix perished and the dragon perished, the pseudo-heaven realm that used heaven and earth as a killing trap, as well as the peerless tomb, Jiyu Fei had definitely gone through many dangerous places. However, these perilous lands couldn't do anything to Jiyu Fei. He successfully broke out of them and obtained the treasures inside. Jiyu Fei's luck was definitely not inferior to that of the primordial Emperor Xian. This was exactly what He Tian wanted. He Tian was very tempted by this saint burial ground. However, when they walked towards the light in the distance, they had not gone far when they suddenly heard the sound of bones being crushed under their feet. Jiyu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. They looked down and saw that there were many bones scattered around them. A black skull had been crushed by He Tian. The sound of bones breaking just now was the sound of He Tian stepping on the black skull. Demon bone? Jiyu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but look at each other. This black skull no longer had any luster and its demonic nature had completely disappeared. This skull was almost weathered. It was unknown how long this unlucky great demon had fallen here. Even its bones were almost completely corroded by the power of time. Jiyu Fei noticed that there were faint traces of demonic marks on the broken bones of the skull. This guy was at least a half-step saint of the demons. He had already branded the demonic marks on his bones. His cultivation level and strength were very strong, He Tian said. He had also noticed the strangeness of the skull. A half-step saint of the demons fell here? Jiyu Fei couldn't help but be stunned. The saint burial ground seemed to have a well-deserved reputation. They had not even entered that dangerous place, but they had already found the bones of a half-step saint. There shouldn't be any danger here, right? The space between Jiyu Fei's eyebrows twitched and a purple divine mark appeared on it. It was flowing with divine light as if a divine eye was about to open. A powerful divine will spread out from the purple divine mark on Jiyu Fei's eyebrows. He could sense all the details in the surroundings in an instant. Jiyu Fei noticed that there were many bones scattered around them. Some of the bones were crystal clear like the 9 heavens divine jade. They still had their divinity. They seemed to have been formed by the decay of the corpses of those who came later. Some of the bones were clearly not the bones of humans. They were the skeletons of strange creatures. Some of the skeletons were extremely huge. They were lying on the ground like small mountains. There were also many rusty ancient weapons and fragments of magic treasures scattered on the ground. The spirituality of these things had disappeared without exception. They were not immortal divine materials. They could not withstand the erosion of time. Even a piece of divine iron would become a piece of scrap after endless years. Buzz! A ball of starlight rose from the top of He Tian's head. The power of the stars was vast and mighty. The starlight illuminated the surrounding area and dispersed the surrounding mist. It was like a resplendent star had appeared in the darkness. When Jiyu Fei and He Tian saw the scenery in front of them, they couldn't help but gasp. The ground before them was densely packed with skeletons. Who knew how many people had fallen here? Who knew how many lives the saint burial ground had devoured over the years to reach its current state? The path was paved with white bones. The bones of a half-step saint did not seem very conspicuous among them. The terrain before them was undulating as if there were huge dragons lying on the ground. There were no mountains, only undulating hills and slopes. The saint burial ground is indeed extraordinary. This is the layout of the 9 heavens hidden dragon. He Tian's mastery of formations was definitely at the Grandmaster level. He could tell at a glance that the undulating terrain was a rare layout of the 9 heavens hidden dragon. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the terrain before them seemed to have 9 huge dragons lying on the ground. They were inconspicuous and formed the posture of a hidden dragon. If someone were to make use of the terrain here to set up a killing trap, then this place of the 9 heavens hidden dragon would turn into an absolute killing formation. Anyone who entered would die. Ji Fei knew a little about formations because he had refined the memories of the god race patriarch Li Xuandao's primordial spirit in the purgatory realm. The god race patriarch Li Xuandao was the true successor of the supreme Dao ancestors' bloodline. He cultivated all kinds of great immortal techniques, and formations were one of them. However, Ji Fei was a cultivator and did not care to cultivate immortal techniques. Moreover, he could not cultivate them because he did not have a primordial spirit at the time. On the path of immortal cultivation, the majority of the Dao foundation was in the primordial spirit. If a cultivator did not have a primordial spirit, they would not have the foundation to reach the Dao and would find it difficult to truly cultivate immortal techniques. Now that Ji Fei had unexpectedly obtained a primordial spirit, he could truly grasp immortal techniques. He would no longer be unable to unleash the true power of immortal techniques like he had been without a primordial spirit. The 9 heavens hidden dragon. I didn't think that such a terrain really existed in this world. Ji Fei was amazed. It seemed that he had already encountered the rarest terrain in the world. If such a terrain was used by someone, even a saint would be shocked. This book was first published. Chapter 1235. The 9 heavens land of the hidden dragon. Such a landscape was hard to find. 9 hidden dragons roamed the earth without revealing the terrain. This was the hidden dragon. If there were 9 dragon-shaped mountain ranges on the ground, then it wouldn't be the hidden dragon, but the rising dragon. However, regardless of whether it was the hidden dragon or the rising dragon, such a landscape was heaven-defying. The power contained within the 9 dragon veins was too great. If someone were to take advantage of it, this landscape would immediately turn into a land of death. Even a saint would find it hard to break through this heaven-defying landscape. Ji Fei was a little hesitant. Countless skeletons were scattered among the hills and slopes ahead. Among them, there were crystal-clear skeletons of gods, demonic skeletons shrouded in demonic energy. Immortals and demons had fallen here. Moreover, Ji Fei could vaguely see a huge skeleton that looked like a mountain ridge looming in the mist, which made him feel a little uneasy. However, He Tian suddenly became busy. He took out pieces of 9 heavens heavenly jade that contained a vast amount of spiritual energy and began to engrave formation runes on them. Are you trying to break through this landscape? Ji Fei couldn't help but be startled. The landscape of the 9 heavens hidden dragon was heaven-defying. How could it be so easily broken through? Unless an extreme saint was here. The land of the hidden dragon ahead was filled with piles of bones. It was obvious that this was an extremely dangerous place. The power of the hidden dragon had already been used by someone. These bones were the best proof. With the land of the hidden dragon blocking the way, to truly enter the land of the buried saint, one must pass through this land of the hidden dragon. Even a saint would have a headache here. Page for me. Who said I want to break through this land of death? Although I can't break it, I can still open up a path of survival in this dangerous place. He Tian was very confident. So what if it was the hidden dragon of the 9 heavens? Even if they met him, they would still have to step aside. This fellow was constantly deducing, and then imprinting runes on the 9 heavens godly jade. Every rune interweaved with the Dao and Dao, drawing upon the spiritual energy contained within the 9 heavens godly jade. At this moment, a loud noise came from the sky. A demonic figure soared into the sky and instantly disappeared from the sky above the abyss. A dazzling sword light flew towards Ji Fei and the others like a divine rainbow. The might of a saint filled the sky and the earth. The ancient emperor's yarn became one with his sword, releasing a boundless sword energy. The sword light of the flying immortal sword broke through the darkness and rushed toward Ji Fei and the others with a murderous aura. The demons were no match for the Emperor's yarn of the primordial era and had no choice but to flee. Hurry up, it's too late. The flying immortal sword light of the Emperor's yarn of the primordial era was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, the deep cold sword energy had already descended and attacked Ji Yufei and He Tian, causing Ji Yufei and He Tian to shiver uncontrollably. Go! He Tian shouted in a deep voice and then walked forward. With every step he took, a rune extended from under his feet. He actually walked into the hidden dragon of the 9 heavens. The Emperor's yarn of the primordial era had already arrived. At this time, there was no time for Ji Yufei to think. He quickly followed behind He Tian and entered. Want to escape? The voice of the Emperor's yarn of the primordial era reverberated from the sky. The whole world shook, and a wisp of saint aura surged between the heavens and the earth. This was the aura of a half-saint, which had already begun to show the demeanor of a saint. However, in the end, he was not a saint. Although he had the saint aura, he did not have the corresponding cultivation and strength. Whoosh! The sword light traversed between the heavens and the earth. The flying immortal sword was displayed by the Emperor's yarn of the primordial era. The sword light was powerful, and the sword chi was so vast that even the heavens and the earth lost their color. The most frightening thing was that this sword of the Emperor's yarn of the primordial era had attracted the power of the great path of heaven and earth. On the surface of the flying immortal sword Dao runes appeared, and the sword chi that it emitted could kill a saint. This peerless sword light descended from the sky, but He Tian did not panic at all. He calmly walked forward. Runes gushed out from under his feet, and he actually opened up a path in the hidden dragon of the 9 heavens. However, after entering this dangerous place, He Tian's every step was very slow. He carefully calculated and did not dare to take a wrong step. If he took a wrong step, he was afraid that they would be trapped in this dangerous place. Courting death. Seeing that Ji Yufei and He Tian did not take his sword seriously and did not even try to dodge it, the Emperor's yarn of the primordial era felt strange and had a bad feeling in his heart. Whoosh! Just as the Emperor's yarn of the primordial era's sword descended, a dragon-shaped divine light suddenly appeared without any warning and met the swordlight head-on. What is this thing? The Emperor's yarn of the primordial era was shocked. He immediately stopped high in the sky when the dragon-shaped divine light that rushed out from the hidden dragon of the 9 heavens collided with the swordlight of the primordial era Emperor's yarn. A strong light cut through the void, and the swordlight of the Emperor's yarn of the primordial era was knocked away by the dragon-shaped divine light. Even the Emperor's yarn of the primordial era was affected and was sent flying thousands of feet away. Even Ji Yufei was shocked by this scene. He never thought that this dangerous place would be so terrifying that the dragon-shaped divine light could knock away a saint weapon. After the dragon-shaped divine light knocked away the soaring immortal sword, it disappeared into the void as if it had never appeared, giving off a very unreal feeling. Haha. Come in if you have the ability. He Tian was extremely proud. He turned around and glanced at the Emperor's yarn of the primordial era. His face was full of disdain. So what if he was a half-saint? Didn't he still not dare to enter this place? In the void, apart from He Tian's voice, they could also vaguely hear the roar of a dragon. The hidden dragon of the 9 heavens had not been activated. This place was undulating and the dragon was hidden in the ground. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see anything strange. I will destroy both your bodies and souls. The Emperor's yarn of the primordial era roared. His murderous aura soared into the sky. He had already put away the soaring immortal sword that had been knocked away. It was now circling around his body. This was a spiritual saint weapon. Come on. Come and destroy us if you have the ability. We will stand here and let you destroy us. He Tian was fearless. The hidden dragon of the 9 heavens had turned into a killing trap. Even if a half-saint were to barge in, there would only be one outcome, death. The Emperor's yarn of the primordial era was a half-saint of the immortal path. His cultivation was earth-shattering, and he also knew a thing or two about the Tao of formations. At this moment, his expression became very ugly. The hidden dragon pattern. How is this possible? The Emperor's yarn of the primordial era also saw some clues. He did not dare to act rashly. The terrain seemed ordinary, but it contained a terrifying killing intent. It was as if a heavenly beast of the primordial era was lurking there. Anyone who barged in would be devoured by this heavenly beast. The bewildered Yuan Jiyu hesitated. The area ahead seemed to be very dangerous. Chapter 1236. The land of the hidden dragon in the ninth heaven was not obvious, but it was the most dangerous place and impossible to guard against. Someone had made use of this heaven-defying terrain to set up a killing trap. Hotbook Pavilion. It was just a dragon-shaped divine light, but it was enough to send the primordial emperor's yarn flying thousands of feet away. This kind of power was really frightening. Even a sage would have a headache if he were here. When Jiyu Fei and Erebus entered this dangerous place, they felt as though they had stepped into another world. The scenery in front of them also changed drastically. The hilly area had turned into a towering mountain ridge that pierced through the clouds. Although the 9 mountain ridges had nothing to do with the majesty and precipitousness, they were like 9 real dragons that meandered in the boundless sky and earth. The heaven and earth are in the palm. The person who set up this killing trap is not simple. He Tian was shocked to see this scene. From the outside, the land of the hidden dragon did not look very vast. It was just a few hills and slopes. However, when they walked into this place, it was as if they had walked into a vast and boundless world. The air was rising and there was a vague dragon roar lingering in the void. This was the supreme magical power of the heaven and earth in the palm. Formation patterns emerged under He Tian's feet. He did not dare to be careless. If such a killing trap were to be activated, it would be devastating. Even a sage would have to bear a grudge. This place. If you are not confident, I think it's better not to try. Jiyu Fei was shocked to see this scene. This terrain was too heaven-defying. Don't worry. Even if we can't get through, our lives will not be in danger. We can still try, He Tian said. Since they had entered the land of the hidden dragon in the ninth heaven, they would not be satisfied if they did not try. Jiyu Fei naturally knew what He Tian was thinking. He had an extreme path sacred weapon that could protect his life. Even if he were to trigger the 9 hidden dragons, he would at most be trapped. His life would not be in danger. Buzz. A vibrating sound came from Jiyu Fei's body, and the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared faintly on his body. At the same time, an ancient aura of primordial chaos emerged from Jiyu Fei's body. The cauldron of mountains and rivers could suppress the mountains and rivers of the world, intimidate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It possessed unparalleled might and was the nemesis of the dragon veins of the earth. As long as one had the cauldron, one could go anywhere in the world. Unfortunately, with Jiyu Fei's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to draw out the true power of the mountain and river cauldron. However, using the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself was something that Jiyu Fei could do. At this time, the primordial emperor's yarn could only watch helplessly from outside the 9 heavens hidden dragon terrain. He was an immortal Dao half-sage, so he could tell that this place was extraordinary and didn't dare act rashly. I'll stand guard here. Let's see how long you can last inside. After the primordial emperor's yarn finished speaking, he actually sat cross-legged in the void. The flying immortal sword danced around him, and he actually stood guard outside. The primordial emperor's yarn didn't know that there was another world inside the 9 heavens hidden dragon terrain. In his opinion, Jiyu Fei and He Tian were just walking slowly between some hills and slopes. Jiyu Fei and Erebus had to carefully calculate every step they took. They could not afford to make a mistake. If they made a single mistake, the entire hidden dragonland's aura would be triggered. The awakening of the hidden dragon would be a disaster for Jiyu Fei and He Tian. Inside the hidden dragon terrain, there were piles of white bones. It was unknown how many cultivators had fallen here. Among them, there was no lack of demonic bones and the bones of strange beasts. The hidden dragon terrain seemed to be boundless. The 9 mountain ridges were incomparably huge, and there was endless earth chi lingering above the 9 mountain ridges. It was hazy, as if a huge dragon was faintly discernible. He Tian had exhausted all his efforts to calculate the changes of the 9 heavens hidden dragon terrain. His expression was incomparably solemn. With such a heaven-defying place blocking the entrance to the saint burial ground, it was hard to imagine who would be able to break through. The demons that had been chased away by the primordial Emperor's yarn had already arrived, but they were also blocked. Now, even the primordial Emperor's yarn himself was blocked outside. He didn't dare to casually walk into this area. He Tian had yet to use the array diagram that he had inscribed on the 9 heavens divine jade outside the hidden dragon terrain. Array patterns constantly appeared under his feet, connecting with the earth chi and sensing the fluctuations of the earth, urging luck and avoiding calamity. Ji Yufei followed behind He Tian. At this time, an ancient cauldron had already condensed on his body and was floating above the two of them. Primordial chaos chi fell from the ancient cauldron and enveloped the two of them. He Tian had already put away his divine weapon. The 9 heavens hidden dragon terrain was different from the outside world. Although it wasn't as bright as day inside, it wasn't much different. However, the light in the hidden dragon terrain couldn't reach the outside world. It seemed to be blocked by some kind of power. The outside world was still pitch black, and even if one looked in from the outside, they would only be able to see the outline of the terrain. Neither Ji Yufei nor He Tian had imagined that there would be such an area under the crack in the earth. Perhaps even the primordial Emperor's yarn hadn't expected it. However, some of the ancient powers probably knew that the Saint Burial Ground wouldn't be easy to enter. Therefore, no one came. The Saint Burial Ground was much more deserted than the Peerless Tomb. The mountain ridges rose and fell endlessly. Only a formation master like He Tian could walk in such a dangerous place. He Tian was also very impressive. Although they were advancing very slowly, they were still heading towards the center of the hidden dragon terrain. This hidden dragon terrain might have given birth to some heaven-defying item. With the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, there was nothing for Ji Yufei and He Tian to be afraid of. They had already passed through the peerless danger zone. Could this hidden dragon terrain be even more terrifying than that peerless danger zone? This is, as Ji Yufei and He Tian gradually approached the depths of the hidden dragon terrain, the skeletons they saw along the way gradually became sparse. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them in the hazy earth chi. There was still someone alive in the hidden dragon terrain. Ji Yufei and He Tian were both startled, and their heartbeats quickened. To be able to enter the land of hidden dragon, this person was definitely not simple. They were both in a daze. Swoosh. He Tian's eyes emitted black and white divine light. The power of yin and yang interweaved in his eyes. He activated the yin-yang godly eyes and saw through all illusions. There is no breath of life. It seems to be a dead person. The yin-yang godly eyes in He Tian's eyes disappeared. He then walked forward. The earth chi in front of him dissipated, and they saw a person sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. The place where that person was sitting was right next to the path of survival that He Tian had deduced. He was less than 1 foot away from the path of survival. However, it was this distance of less than 1 foot that caused this person to lose his life. Ancient clothes, dried and waxy skin that tightly stuck to the bones. His eye sockets were sunken as if there were no pupils. This was a dried corpse, and an ancient dried corpse at that. This, Ji Yufei and He Tian were secretly shocked. This person actually still had skin and flesh and didn't turn into a pile of dry bones. This was really unbelievable. One should know that along the way, all they saw were dried bones. Naturally, there were some divine bones that still had some divinity. However, there were very few of them. Could this person be a sage? This book will be published first. Even if your comment is just, *___**, it will become the author's motivation. Please work hard to support the author. Chapter 1237. A dried-up corpse was sitting cross-legged on the side of the path of life. This caused Ji Yufei and Erebus to be indescribably shocked. This person had clearly been dead for countless years, but his corpse had not decomposed and had turned into a dried-up corpse. Hotbook Pavilion. The clothes on the dried corpse were very old, and they were still flowing with spiritual light. This was a divine robe made from the silk of a divine silkworm. Divine silkworms had long been extinct, and they were rare even in ancient times. Legend has it that divine clothes made from this kind of silk could last for a long time and would not decay. It seemed that the legend was not groundless after all. This thing is a treasure. He Tian stared at the clothes on the dried corpse, as if he wanted to get his hands on it in some way. His eyes were shining. A divine robe made from the silk of ancient divine silkworms could be worn to resist sorcery attacks. It had a certain defensive ability against sorcery and divine abilities. However, although it was very close, He Tian did not dare to make a move. The place where the dried corpse was sitting was beside the path of survival that he had calculated. This ancient person was not bad. He had also calculated this path of survival, but he seemed to be quite unlucky. He actually deviated from the path of survival. Perhaps this was the reason why he lost his life. Boss, look. He Tian looked up at the mountain and river cauldron floating above his head, then said to Ji Yufei. Only the power of an extreme holy weapon could withstand the power of the land of Hidden Dragon. It was less than a foot away, but He Tian felt that there was an insurmountable moat in front of him. He could only watch, but he could not make a move. You're really too greedy. Even if a wild goose flew over your head, you would probably claw off a handful of hair, Ji Yufei said. He Tian and Old Tortoise had the same character. Their eyes lit up when they saw a treasure. They were both people who wanted to collect all the treasures in the world. The mountain and river cauldron could not be moved, but Ji Yufei had other extreme Dao sacred weapons. With a thought, a purple gold sword light rushed out of his dantian and entered his right arm. This was a martial arts battle technique that fused weapons into the body. Man and weapon as one, cultivated to the highest level, would be a sacred weapon, and the sacred weapon would be a man, inseparable. It was even more wondrous than the immortal Dao's man and sword as one. Ji Yufei's entire arm immediately turned purplish gold. Every single pore on his body spewed with purplish gold light as a cold ripple of sword chi spread out from his arm. This was an obscure ripple of sword chi. It did not spread out in all directions, or the entire Hidden Dragon sect would have been triggered by this sword chi. Ji Yufei cautiously reached out his hand. Just as Ji Yufei's right hand reached a safe zone, a dragon-shaped divine light suddenly appeared without warning, and then directly twisted around Ji Yufei's right arm. Ji Yufei felt his arm shake, and then a heart-wrenching pain spread from his arm to his brain. His entire arm felt like it was about to shatter. He grabbed the corpse in front of him with lightning speed and pulled it into the path of life. Then, he looked down and saw that there was actually a dragon-shaped wound on his arm. Ji Yufei gasped. His right arm was actually injured. The dragon-shaped wound was branded on his arm, and blood kept seeping out. Even the purple gold divine sword bracer was injured. The dragon-shaped divine light disappeared into the void without a sound. Is this the divine light that sent the primordial era flying? He Tian was extremely shocked. He faintly felt uneasy. This hidden dragon death trap of the 9 heavens seemed to be much more terrifying than he had imagined. Swoosh! The purple gold divine sword condensed on Ji Yufei's right arm and then entered Ji Yufei's dantian. Ji Yufei's combat power immediately surged toward his right arm. The injury on his right arm immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, Ji Yufei's right arm was as good as new. He Tian did not stand on ceremony and directly stripped the clothes of the corpse. During this process, Ji Yufei stared at He Tian. Boss, don't look like that. These clothes can still be worn after washing, He Tian said proudly. The divine silkworm divine clothing was a rare item even in ancient times. When Ji Yufei heard this, he could not help but feel disgusted. This guy was so happy to strip the clothes of a dead person. He was really different. Just as Erebus was about to put away the godly silk robe, he suddenly felt something heavy in his hand. He didn't manage to pick up the godly silk robe at once. He exerted some strength, and a black object suddenly rolled out of the godly silk robe. What is this? Ji Yufei and He Tian could not help but be stunned. This object was black and only the size of a man's fist. There seemed to be a black aura lingering on it. He Tian bent down to pick up this object. However, when his hand touched this object, He Tian immediately showed a look of surprise and joy. This is, He Tian's voice trembled. This made Ji Yufei feel a little surprised. One should know that he had never seen this guy so excited before. This was only a black stone. Ji Yufei did not feel any spiritual energy fluctuations. However, this black stone was a little strange. There was actually a black aura lingering on it. This. I can't believe I actually obtained this thing in this place. He Tian carefully held the black stone and observed it carefully. He saw that there seemed to be clouds surging on this black stone. Then, the black aura actually separated. A trace of white aura began to appear on the stone. Then, black and white aura began to circulate on the black head, unexpectedly forming a yin-yang diagram. How can this be? The change on the stone was definitely not man-made. It was a natural formation. This made Ji Yufei feel that it was unbelievable. He could not feel any spiritual energy fluctuations at all. Then, on the stone, the yin-yang diagram formed by the black and white aura gradually faded. Then, the black and white aura gradually merged together again. Seeing all these changes, even Ji Yufei could not help but be moved. Just what was this stone? How could there be such a mysterious change? Chaos into yin and yang into chaos. Is this the legendary chaotic yin-yang stone? He Tian muttered to himself. Even he could not believe what he was seeing. Although this stone was only the size of an adult's fist, when He Tian held it in his hand, he felt like he was holding a huge mountain. The black stone was extremely heavy. Immortal material, chaotic yin-yang stone? Hearing this, Ji Yufei was shocked. No wonder he could not feel any aura on this stone. All immortal materials had the instinct to restrain their own essence. Because immortal materials only gathered essence energy and did not release essence energy, the essence energy contained in the divine materials would not be lost and could exist for a long time. This book is first published. Even if your comment is only **********, it will become the author's motivation to create. Please work hard to support the author. Chapter 1238. No one would have thought that a dried corpse would have such a heaven-defying treasure. He Tian was so happy that his grin extended all the way to his ears. Back in the day, I, old He, was poor in the 9 heavens and went to the Yellow Springs. I almost ran all over the 3 realms and 6 paths, but I didn't even see a shadow of the chaotic yin-yang stone. I didn't expect to find it here. He Tian's excitement was indescribable. Back in the day, Ji Yufei couldn't help but glance at He Tian. Could this guy be a famous figure in the ancient times? Otherwise, why would he search all over the world for immortal treasures that only extreme path experts could have? Immortal treasures were exclusive to extreme path experts in the ancient times. Even if others obtained them, it was difficult to refine them. Only extreme path experts had the ability to refine them into extreme path sacred weapons. This. Erebus was beside himself with joy. At this moment, he also realized that he had made a slip of the tongue. He quickly stopped talking and carefully put away the black stone that was the size of an adult's fist. Ji Yufei already had the 9 heaven stars sword. Although immortal treasures were rare, this chaotic yin-yang stone was not very useful to him. Let's bury this senior. Ji Yufei looked at the dried corpse that He Tian had thrown aside. This guy really dared to do anything. This was blasphemy against the ancient sages. Ji Yufei no longer had any doubts. This dried corpse's flesh and bones had not melted after so many years. Perhaps only the legendary sages could have such a phenomenon. Erebus hesitated for a moment before saying, "This. Boss, don't you think that this mummy is also a treasure?" What? Ji Yufei was startled. This guy, it was not enough to take off his clothes. Now he also wanted his corpse. This guy was too thorough. He was a little speechless. Swoosh. He Tian flicked his finger, and a beam of divine light instantly chopped down on the mummy. The divine light was as sharp as a divine weapon, but it couldn't even leave a mark on the mummy. Such a physical body. Upon seeing this, Ji Yufei was extremely shocked. One must know that He Tian was already a half-step almighty. He was only half a step away from severing his path and becoming an almighty. The attack of a half-step almighty was no small matter, but He Tian's finger wind couldn't penetrate the corpse, which surprised Ji Yufei. Legend had it that the physical bodies of the ancient sages were incomparably powerful. A single drop of their blood or even a strand of their hair could slay immortals and destroy gods. They contained the terrifying power of the sages. This mummy no longer had any divinity in it. Even if it was an ancient sage, at this time, the essence of this corporeal body was almost completely drained. Day and night, the power of the hidden dragon ground had been eroding the profound chi contained in this mummy. After thousands of years, this mummy would become a pile of dry bones just like the white bones around it. Erebus was truly a person who didn't leave any feathers behind. He actually kept the dried corpse. This caused Jiu Fei to be dumbfounded. What was the use of a dried corpse that had lost all its spirituality? Could it be that this guy wanted to learn from the old tortoise and refine a saint-level avatar? He Tian had obtained a great harvest. He worked even harder to deduce the terrain of the hidden dragon ground. 9 mountain ridges meandered on the ground. Jiu Fei and the others didn't dare to cross these 9 mountain ridges directly. They could only advance carefully between the mountain ridges. They walked slower and slower because they saw what seemed to be the remains of a sage. How could someone who possessed an immortal material like the chaotic yin-yang stone be an ordinary person? Even if it wasn't a sage, it was probably a half-step sage. His cultivation and strength were extremely terrifying. Even such a person fell here. Jiu Fei and the others had to be careful. In the hidden dragon ground, the earth energy rose. The vegetation here wasn't lush, but with the endless nourishment of the earth energy, many spirit herbs grew. Above the 9 mountain ridges that looked like real dragons, a soothing medicinal fragrance wafted over from time to time. This made He Tian extremely tempted. 10,000-year-old spirit herbs could be seen from time to time, but these spirit herbs didn't grow on the life path that He Tian had deduced. They could be seen but couldn't be reached. This almost drove He Tian crazy. Spirit herbs. Boss, look, He Tian had his eyes on Jiu Fei again. Only Jiu Fei had the ability to harvest these spirit herbs. Other than Jiu Fei, even a sage couldn't harvest these spirit herbs. Don't even think about it. Jiu Fei didn't lack spirit herbs. He had as many as he wanted in his inner world. Beside the divine spring in his inner world, there was also the immortal ancestral dragon herb rooted there. Apart from the immortal divine herb, there weren't many divine herbs that could tempt Jiu Fei. Suddenly, He Tian stopped. On the mountain wall in front of him, there was an immortal herb gently swaying in the breeze. It was a jade-green divine herb that looked like an immortal divine material. It was only a foot tall, but the surrounding spirit energy rippled and shrouded the surrounding area in a clear halo. It contained a vast amount of spirit energy. Could this be the legendary Blue Fall divine herb that can bring people back from the dead? When Jiu Fei saw the divine herb on the opposite mountain wall, he couldn't help but be moved. Blue Fall divine herb was a legendary divine herb that could give people an extra life. It was incomparably precious. Whether it was a cultivator or a mortal, as long as there was a strand of divine sense that hadn't dissipated, they could use this divine herb to reform their souls and regenerate their flesh and blood. How could there be such a thing in this place? Blue Fall divine herb was an immortal divine herb that was hard to find in the world. Just like immortal divine materials, it was a divine herb exclusive to supreme saints. Supreme saints had 2 lives. Even if they suffered a fatal injury, they could use the immortal divine herb to save their lives. Of course, not all supreme saints could obtain an immortal divine herb. Boss, He Tian was excited again. His eyes were shining and his saliva almost dripped down. Who wouldn't want an immortal divine herb? This time, He Tian was really going crazy. Say no more, Jiu Fei said. His expression was incomparably grave. No way, this is an immortal divine herb. He Tian looked at Jiu Fei in disbelief. For the sake of an immortal divine herb, even if it was a sinkhole that could devour everything, he would still jump. He Tian couldn't help but want to try. It was worth the risk. It's mine. Jiu Fei's next words stunned He Tian. He immediately realized that it wasn't that Jiu Fei didn't want it, but that he wanted it for himself. This. Boss, everyone who sees it has a share. He Tian said carefully. Chapter 1239. Ji Yu Fei and He Tian were pleasantly surprised to see the immortal divine herb, the blue descent divine herb, in the land of Hidden Dragon. They had never imagined that they would see it in a place like this. The undying divine grass is exclusive to supreme saints. Could it be that an supreme saint was buried here? He Tian muttered to himself. He couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Supreme saints were said to be invincible throughout the ages, but it didn't seem to be absolute. Even the heavens and earth could be destroyed and the grand Tao could collapse, let alone a saint. This 9 heavens hidden dragon grid was priceless beyond words. If 9 dragons could ascend to the heavens, it would be a heaven-defying miracle. Could it be that an supreme saint wanted to take another step forward and ended up being buried here? He Tian was proficient in formations. The more he thought about it, the more apprehensive he became. However, this 9 heavens hidden dragon grid was much smaller compared to the peerless tomb, which used the heavens and earth as the tomb and the 49 earth ancestral veins as the formation. This is the saint burial ground, nothing is impossible. Ji Yu Fei was also shocked to hear He Tian's words. The saint burial ground was a legend passed down from generation to generation, but no one had actually seen the corpse of a saint. The blue descent divine grass swayed in the wind as a hazy green divine light enveloped the entire area. The divine light flickered continuously as the undying divine grass absorbed spiritual energy. It can't be like the ancestral dragon immortal herb, where this divine grass gained sentience, right? Ji Yu Fei couldn't help but frown. If that was the case, then their chances of catching this divine grass were minuscule. Who cares? Boss, what are we waiting for? He Tian was a little anxious. This was the blue descent divine grass. If it appeared in the heavenly world, the entire heavenly world would be shaken. Having an undying divine grass was equivalent to having an extra life. The path of survival that He Tian had deduced was to pass under the cliff in front of them. If they wanted to obtain the azure divine grass, they had to leave the safe zone. That dragon-shaped killing light was no joke. It could even send a half-step sage flying. It was comparable to a holy weapon. It had even injured Ji Yu Fei's arm, which was protected by the power of the purple gold divine sword. Such lethality was definitely at the saint level. Ji Yu Fei didn't dare to be careless. The mountain and river cauldron floated above his head. Primordial chaos energy fell down from the mountain and river cauldron like giant chaos dragons that enveloped him. This was the heaven and earth ancestral energy. At this time, Ji Yu Fei was absolutely invulnerable to all techniques. There were no magical techniques or supernatural powers that could penetrate the primordial chaos energy. Even so, Ji Yu Fei still used the purple gold divine sword. The extreme path holy weapon rushed out of his dantian and was then integrated into his body. The moment the purple gold divine sword was integrated into Ji Yu Fei's body, Ji Yu Fei's aura suddenly changed. His entire body seemed to have become an unsheathed peerless divine sword. The frigid sword energy forced Erebus to take a few steps back. This was the result of Ji Yu Fei withdrawing the sword qi in his body. At this time, his skin had turned purple gold, as if it had turned into metal. Every pore on his body was spewing sword light, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. It made He Tian feel as if he was being pointed at by countless peerless divine weapons. His entire body shivered. This was the aura of the extreme path holy weapon. Even if it was not awakened, even if it was only a trace of aura, it was still not something that ordinary people could withstand. Only someone with a physique like Ji Yu Fei's could integrate the extreme path holy weapon into his body. If it was anyone else, they would probably have exploded from the extreme path holy weapon. Ji Yu Fei only dared to walk out of the safe zone after he was fully prepared. Boom! Just as Ji Yu Fei took his first step, his entire body sank. There was an enormous pressure outside the safe zone. He was almost unable to straighten his back due to this pressure. The ground under his feet cracked under his feet. Buzz! The cauldron of mountain and river vibrated and primordial chaos energy poured down. Ji Yu Fei immediately felt his body relax and the pressure on him was greatly reduced. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. However, at this time, A dazzling divine light in the shape of a dragon appeared in the distant sky. Like a real dragon, it charged towards Jiu Fei. A vast wave of dragon chi filled the sky. It was as if a real dragon had appeared in the sky. The dragon's might shook the heavens and earth. This, Jiu Fei, who had seen the power of the dragon-shaped killing light, was shocked. This killing light was extremely terrifying. This was definitely the absolute divine light of annihilation. This made Jiu Fei's hair stand on end. The divine light arrived in a flash. It was so fast that Jiu Fei could not react at all. He was knocked away by an extremely powerful force. Boom! Jiu Fei crashed into the mountain wall in front of him. A huge pit immediately appeared in the mountain wall. Broken rocks rolled down from the top. Boss! He Tian was stunned. He never thought that the dragon-shaped divine light would be so powerful. It could actually knock away Jiu Fei, who was protected by the cauldron of mountain and river. The dragon-shaped divine light could actually penetrate the primordial chaos energy and hit Jiu Fei's body. Bam! The huge pit in the mountain wall exploded. A figure with an ancient cauldron on his head rushed out. Jiu Fei felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. If he had not used the power of the purple gold sword to protect himself, he would have been pierced by the dragon-shaped divine light. What is this? Jiu Fei was extremely shocked. Even with the protection of the holy weapon, he still felt danger. The dragon-shaped killing light was not simple. It seemed to be a form of power in the land of hidden dragons. The dragon chi was vast and mighty. The killing light soared in the sky like a real dragon. It rushed towards Jiu Fei from afar. This time, the killing light was even more powerful. The dragon chi in this part of the world was attracted by the killing light. There seemed to be tens of thousands of dragons roaring in the sky. This caused Jiu Fei's soul to tremble. He was extremely shocked. I don't care if you're a dragon or an insect. Before the cauldron of mountain and river, even a dragon has to coil up. Jiu Fei's battle intent was unparalleled. His long hair danced in the wind and his entire body radiated with unparalleled sword chi. The cauldron of mountain and river spun above his head, emitting divine might that suppressed the surroundings. A circle of visible ripples spread from the cauldron of mountain and river. Bam! The dragon-shaped divine light seemed to collide with a transparent wall. It was actually sent flying by the power that spread from the cauldron of mountain and river. Rumble! The cauldron of mountain and river shot into the sky, suppressing the dragon-shaped divine light. Chaotic primordial chi surged and a boundless and ancient aura immediately spread from the cauldron of mountain and river. Just as Jiu Fei activated the cauldron of mountain and river, the mountain ridge next to him suddenly trembled. A dragon's roar rang out and the entire mountain ridge shook. Endless dragon chi seeped out from the mountain, as if a real dragon had been awakened from its slumber. The Lay of Dragons is awakening. Chapter 1240. Rumble, rumble. The entire mountain ridge was shaking as if a huge dragon was turning over. Boulders kept rolling down from the mountain ridge, and an extremely terrifying shockwave spread out from the mountain ridge. Is the dragon vein awakening? He Tian was extremely shocked. The power of the mountain and river cauldron seemed to have awakened the dragon vein. One had to know that the mountain and river cauldron could suppress the mountains and rivers of the world, and it was the nemesis of the dragon vein. Once the aura of the mountain and river cauldron spread out, the dragon vein would definitely sense it and react. This was the land of hidden dragons of the 9 heavens. If the dragon vein awakened, the entire area would immediately become a land of death. The vast and mighty dragon chi of the earth could obliterate everything. The 9 hidden dragons were definitely saint-level existences. If the 9 hidden dragons awakened, even a saint-level existence would only have one ending, and that was the destruction of both body and soul. Boss, quickly put away the mountain and river cauldron, He Tian shouted anxiously. This was a critical moment. Once the land of hidden dragons awakened, it would be a disaster. What's happening inside? At this time, the Yuan Jiu Emperor Xian, who was guarding outside the land of hidden dragons, also felt the strange movement inside the land of hidden dragons. An aura that made his heart palpitate spread out from the land of hidden dragons. Swoosh. Yuan Jiyu Emperor Xian opened his divine eyes and wanted to see into the land of hidden dragons. However, he found that the area in front of him was actually hazy and blurry. Even his divine eyes could not see through it. In the land of hidden dragons, there was a force that disturbed the heaven's secrets. In the depths of the land of hidden dragons, the strange movement of the dragon vein caused Ji Yufei and He Tian to turn pale with fright. A dragon vein actually showed signs of awakening, which made He Tian a little flustered. At this time, Ji Yufei did not dare to be negligent. He quickly operated his Shen Qi and withdrew the mountain and river cauldron that was suppressing the dragon-shaped divine light. The terrifying aura from the mountain and river cauldron quickly disappeared into the mountain and river cauldron. The ancient cauldron floated above Ji Yufei's head, emitting strands of primordial chaos qi that enveloped Ji Yufei. However, the aura that could intimidate the 9 heavens and 10 earths was hidden. As the aura of the mountain and river cauldron receded, the winding mountain ridge that resembled a real dragon actually calmed down. This caused Ji Yufei and He Tian to be dumbfounded. The whole area gradually calmed down, but danger was approaching Ji Yufei. That dragon-shaped god light seemed to have a spirit. It was afraid of the cauldron of mountain and river. But now that the cauldron of mountain and river had retracted its aura, the dragon-shaped god light rushed towards Ji Yufei again. Buzz. A buzzing sound came from Ji Yufei's right arm. Then, a violet gold divine sword appeared in his hand. He swung the divine sword and slashed at the incoming dragon-shaped divine light. Swoosh. The violet gold sword radiance rushed out from Ji Yufei's hand. It directly cut through the void and rushed towards the dragon-shaped god light. This was a strand of sword qi from an extreme divine weapon. The cold sword qi caused the temperature of the surrounding area to drop. The dragon-shaped god light and the violet gold sword qi collided in an instant. The violet gold sword qi was dispersed, but the dragon-shaped god light was not extinguished. It broke through the violet gold sword qi and continued to rush towards Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei was not willing to be entangled with this peerless killing light. He soared into the sky and directly flew towards the blue divine herb on the mountain wall. However, just as Ji Yufei approached the blue divine herb actually burrowed into the mountain wall with a whoosh and hid. The divine herb was indeed intelligent. This made Ji Yufei and He Tian very disappointed. This was the layout of the hidden dragon of the 9 heavens. It was very likely that the blue divine herb had already escaped into the dragon's vein. If it really did escape into the dragon's vein, then even a saint would not be able to catch it. Although he had already thought that the immortal herb might have already gained intelligence and would be difficult to catch, Ji Yufei was still a little disappointed to see the divine herb disappear into the mountain wall. Ji Yufei activated the power of the violet gold divine sword and used the 8 desolate steps. It was as if he was walking in the void. His speed was extremely fast. Before the dragon-shaped god light reached him, he had already returned to the safe zone. The dragon-shaped god light seemed to have gained intelligence as well. It seemed to know the power of the mountain and river cauldron. It was not as fierce and unstoppable as it had been when it first appeared. When Ji Yufei returned to the safe zone, the dragon-shaped god light actually disappeared into the void just like that. It was as if it had never appeared. What the hell is that thing? Ji Yufei couldn't help but be shocked. This dragon-shaped god light was too terrifying. It came and went without a trace. It was impossible to sense where this god light would appear. It was impossible to guard against it. The hidden dragon of the 9 heavens. Could it be a killing intent born from this terrain? He Tian seemed to have thought of something. Yes, this is the 9 dragons' killing intent. If my guess is correct, there should be 9 of such godlights. Now, only 1 has appeared. This was what Erebus said. 9 dragons' killing intent? Ji Yufei was shocked. What was that? He had seen the killing intent of a supreme saint before. A new danger zone in the eastern lands had been created by the killing intent of a saint. Could it be that the 9 dragon veins of the land of hidden dragon had given birth to a dragon soul? If that was the case, then this land of hidden dragon was too heaven-defying. 9 dragon veins with a soul. What kind of concept was that? These were 9 dragon veins that could transform into real dragons. They had unlimited potential. One day, they might be able to soar into the sky and become a real heavenly dragon. Even if the person who set up this trap is not a supreme saint, he is probably a great saint. He Tian judged. An ordinary saint might not have the ability to set up such a trap. Ji Fei withdrew from the state of weapon fusion. The purple-gold divine sword condensed on his body and was put into his dantian. The mountain and river cauldron floated above Ji Fei and He Tian's heads. He Tian continued to deduce the various changes of the hidden dragon of the 9 heavens. Matrix patterns kept surging under his feet. He sensed the movement of the dragon chi of the earth. He could sense all the subtle changes in the surrounding area. Under the guidance of the aura, Erebus accurately found a way out of this predicament. Ji Fei had never seen the technique that He Tian displayed. With this technique, wouldn't He Tian be able to come and go freely in any trap? This guy was too mysterious. He seemed to know everything. However, this guy hid very well. He did not mention a word about his past. This made Ji Fei speechless. As they got closer to the central area of the land of Hidden Dragon, Ji Fei found that the surrounding dragon chi gradually became thicker. Spiritual herbs emitted a medicinal fragrance and dotted the stone mountains. Some of the spiritual herbs had grown for many years. They could actually absorb spiritual chi on their own. This made He Tian very jealous. These were all rare king herbs in the world. Ji Fei and He Tian did not know how long they had been in this land of Hidden Dragon. Suddenly, they found that on the dragon-shaped ridge, there were traces of man-made excavation. That is, Chapter 1241. There were actually hanging coffins on the ridge, which made Ji Fei and He Tian dumbfounded. How was this possible? Who could have buried these people here? This was too dreamy. It must be known that the 9 dragons' killing will was a saint-level divine will that could kill a saint. Could this be the work of an extreme saint? The hanging coffins were distributed on both sides of the ridge. Some of the coffins had decayed and were scattered on the ground, but some were as good as new. Hotbook Pavilion. In today's world, saints are extinct. No one can be buried here. He Tian muttered to himself. The seemingly new coffins had actually existed for countless years, but no one knew why they hadn't decayed. After careful observation, such hanging coffins were distributed on the 9 mountain ridges. There were actually more than 1,000 hanging coffins on the 9 hidden dragon mountains. These thousands of hanging coffins shouldn't have been buried in the land of Hidden Dragon at the same time. Could this be the tomb of some great ancient force? To use the land of Hidden Dragon as a tomb, such a force must have been extremely powerful even in ancient times, and there might have been saints among them. I'm afraid there's something strange here. He Tian stopped outside and continued to make deductions with a solemn expression. After a long time, sweat seeped from He Tian's forehead. This time, he took out the 9 heavens divine jade formation pattern that he had prepared outside the land of Hidden Dragon. There's no way out here. It seems that I can only force my way through. He Tian finally stopped. This place was very terrifying. There was actually no way out. It seemed that the person who set up this killing trap didn't even leave any way out. What's going on? Hearing this, Ji Fei couldn't help but frown. Could this place be a land of certain death? How could they break through? Would they still rush in knowing that it was a dead end? There seems to be a glimmer of hope, He Tian said. This time, even he did not have much confidence. It was no wonder that no one had ever been able to enter the land of the buried saints despite it having existed for countless years. With the 9 heavens hidden dragon trap blocking the entrance to the land of saint burial, who would be able to easily break through such a deadly trap? The consequences of using the mountain river cauldron are unimaginable, Ji Fei said. They couldn't really use the mountain and river cauldron here, as it would awaken the land of Hidden Dragon. If the land of the Hidden Dragon were to awaken, then it wouldn't just be one dragon-shaped killing intent. At that time, 9 dragon-shaped killing intents would arrive at the same time. Even with the protection of the Extreme Path sacred weapon, Ji Fei and the others would most likely be in danger of losing their lives. We're already here. Are we going to retreat? He Tian was extremely unwilling. After all, There was the immortal blue descent divine grass here. Furthermore, the central region of the hidden dragon region was most likely filled with inconceivable things. Then what do we do? Are we really going to walk in even if we know it's a dead end? Gu Fei said. Using the mountain and river cauldron here would lead to catastrophic consequences. Other sacred weapons were unable to pose a threat to the 9 dragons' killing intents. This made Gu Fei very depressed. He had an extreme path sacred weapon, but it was difficult for him to fully activate its power. This was like possessing a supreme divine treasure trove, but being unable to use anything within. Gu Fei was at a loss as to where to start and what to do. It seemed that the best plan now was to retreat. Gu Fei was also very unwilling, but he had no other choice. This place was not a place he could recklessly enter. If he were to fall here, he would most likely be trapped here forever. Looks like I have no choice but to use my true strength. He Tian thought for a moment, then took out even more divine jades and a large pile of divine materials. Every single divine material was a rare item in the world, and every single one of them contained an enormous amount of spiritual energy. What starstone, 5 elements earth, 9 yin true water, etc. He Tian began to use these divine materials to set up a formation. This time, he had spent a lot of money. These things were all very difficult to find, and he had no idea where He Tian had found them. Seeing that He Tian did not give up and still wanted to charge into the danger zone, Gu Fei couldn't help but be incomparably shocked. Could it be that this guy still had a backup plan? I want to set up a corner of the extreme path sacred formation, He Tian said with incomparable seriousness. What? Hearing that, Gu Fei was truly shocked. Extreme path sacred formation? This guy actually knew about extreme path sacred formation. This was truly too unbelievable. Could it be that He Tian had actually obtained the inheritance of an extreme path saint? Even if he had obtained the inheritance of an extreme path saint, it was still impossible to set up an extreme path sacred formation, unless this guy had obtained the true inheritance of an extreme path saint. Thinking of this, Gu Fei was even more interested in He Tian's background. Just who was this guy? Was he someone who had followed an extreme path saint? If that was really the case, then He Tian was definitely a super antique, comparable to the old tortoise crown prince. The formation runes of the extreme path sacred formation, unless it was an immortal divine material, otherwise, no divine material could bear this kind of formation runes, because this kind of formation runes contained Tao energy. He Tian did not imprint the formation runes on these divine materials. He smelted all the divine materials in front of him like a small mountain, then used the endless spiritual energy contained in the divine materials to condense the formation runes. Every formation rune was a Tao rune, containing the Tao and principles of heaven and earth, interweaving into a mysterious and ancient pattern, and the Tao energy was condensing. The extreme path array runes condensed in the void, then shot up into the sky, not imprinted in the void, but hidden in the mountain and river cauldron above the two of them. The various divine materials that were like a small mountain all rushed out with dazzling lights, overflowing with color. The spiritual energy of the divine materials was quickly extracted by He Tian, and some of the divine materials began to dim. He Tian did not dare to relax at all. He was fully focused, using all his strength to mobilize the endless spiritual energy, condensing the extreme path array runes, and imprinting them on the mountain and river cauldron. An extreme path aura was emitted from the mountain and river cauldron. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei had already vaguely guessed what He Tian was doing. After a full 6 hours, He Tian finally imprinted a corner of the extreme path array runes on the mountain and river cauldron, and the pile of divine materials in front of him also turned into a pile of powder. A gust of wind blew, and the pile of powder in front of He Tian immediately dispersed with the wind. Phew! He Tian let out a long breath, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and then stood up from the ground. He looked a little tired, as if condensing the extreme path array runes had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. Alright, I can only use a corner of the extreme path array to change the sky and earth, so that this part of the world cannot sense the aura of the mountain and river cauldron. You can use the mountain and river cauldron as much as you want, said He Tian. In that case, I have nothing else to say, then I will accompany you into this deadly place. Gu Fei nodded. Since he could use the mountain and river cauldron, it was still possible to enter this place. At least his life was guaranteed, and even if he could not enter, he could escape unscathed. But we only have 2 hours, said He Tian. 2 hours. Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but be stunned, but then he understood. Nothing could be imprinted on the mountain and river cauldron forever, not even the extreme path array runes. This book is first published. Even if your comment is only *___***, it will become the author's motivation, so please work hard for the author.